I declare open this public hearing of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into the illegal tobacco crisis in Australia. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live in Parliament House and via the web. I am the chair of the committee, Senator Leah Blythe, and joining me today are Senators Stewart, Cox, Colbeck, Steele-John and Roberts. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such, action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers to be given evidence in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphone to assist Hansard to record the proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned to silent mode. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the Australian Federal Police, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and AUSTRAC. Thank you all for taking the time to come in and speak with the committee today. Now I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matter of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we may start at this end and work our way across.
My name is Roberta Devereaux. I'm the National Practice Leader for Human Exploitation and Border Protection, and I'm from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Mark Critney, Commonwealth Solicitor for Public Prosecutions from the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions.
Hilda Sirek, I'm the Deputy Commissioner of National Security Investigations with the Australian Federal Police.
Reagan Stewart, I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner Crime with the Australian Federal Police.
Adam Meyer, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer Intelligence at the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission.
And then we may go to AUSTRAC, who are appearing via video conference. Mr Brown, are you on?
My name is Anthony Helmond. I'm the National Manager of AUSTRAC's Law Enforcement Branch.
Do we also have Mr Brown online? Can I just get you to speak again, Mr Brown, because we're not necessarily hearing that very clearly here. Sorry, Mr Brown, can I just get you to state your full name again? We may have to get you to see if you can get your audio because it's coming. We're not understanding that. Apologies. we can certainly, I can certainly put in for the record that Mr Brown is online and we're having some audio difficulties. Now, do each of you have an opening statement, or do any of you have an opening statement you would like to give? No? No. Excellent. Fantastic. So we can jump straight into questions. And what I might do... Sorry? No, who's wanted to go last? That's okay. We can go to... Are you happy to go first? I'll give the call to Senator Colbeck.
Can I just go to the DPP? Can I get a sense of how many prosecutions in relation to illicit tobacco we have seen in the last, say, 4 years?
Senator, I can't give you the numbers for the last 4 years, but in our submission which we provided to the committee, we set out our numbers. Currently we have, or as at 31 December, we had about 159 prosecutions on foot, and we had in the 6 months to 31 December, we completed 49 prosecutions. If you want the number of prosecutions which have been completed for the last 4 years, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you do that for me, please. I'm curious in relation to the processes that are being followed to manage the proliferation of websites that manage illicit or are selling illicit tobacco, and the measures that they're going through. Can I get a sense of what actions that you're taking to mitigate that? I mean, I've been following one for a considerable period of time, site called Cheap Smokes. Last time I looked at that, which was last night, it's still there, but there are clear signals on those websites that they're seeking to get around any indication that they might be selling, or particularly through the payment systems, that they might be paying using buying illicit tobacco. But Cheap Smokes has been up there for, I don't know, well over 12 months. Clearly hasn't been changed. When I opened it up for the hearings last week, first thing I see, and the same thing again last night, our bank details have closed, so they're phoenixing this all the time. Name Ross Toby Proprietary Limited, BSB 834472, account number 407009966, Bank Great Southern Bank. Please amend your records. What work's being done to take these websites down? I mean, when we spoke to the retailers, they said they've been monitoring 50 of them and they're all still there. What work is being done to take down these websites or to mitigate these websites? It's using the same name it's been using. This one's been using the same name for a year. What activity is being done to try and take these out of the system, or is it just not possible?
Senator Hilda Siric, Deputy Commissioner National Security Investigations from the AFP. In regards to websites, I mean, certainly if there was any determined criminality that we've been able to identify, we can certainly work with other regulators to identify that. But I'd have to take on notice the specificity of what are the allegations around some of these websites so that we can have another review.
Is anyone monitoring this sort of stuff? It's something that's not difficult to find. Super cheap cigarettes. After your order is paid for and shipped, you'll receive email with a tracking number. Tracking number allows you to monitor. you can pick up the goods from your local post office. I'll come to Australia Post at the moment because I think they're the biggest trafficker, or trafficker's not the right word, courier of illicit tobaccos in the country. Where is it? Press place order below and make your payment directly to our bank account. Please use your order ID as payment reference. Your order will not be shipped until the funds are cleared to the account. Please only add the order number, and that's all. Do not mention any tobacco or cigarette-related text, or else your order will be declined. Surely that's an indicator. Is anybody looking at this stuff?
Well, certainly. I mean, it could be an indicator, but unless there's explicit illicit tobacco being sold on these websites, then there's, we can certainly have a look at it. But there's nothing to suggest, unless there's an allegation of criminality.
But surely, if they're saying don't mention cigarettes when you pay your invoice, it's an indicator of illicit activity. Surely.
We wouldn't necessarily.
My SIGs, another one. This is a Tasmania shipping notice. Don't mention anything or else your order will be lost and not processed. I mean, please use expenses as the reference when making the transfer. Thank you. Don't mention cigarettes.
We can definitely take on notice in that regard, but the way that people say certain things online isn't necessarily a fait accompli that they're committing criminal offences. We would certainly investigate.
But the website's
allegations.
Australian Cigarettes Delivery. My SIGs, cheap smokes, cigarette. This is the commodity we're here talking about. Is anybody looking?
Of course, and from the Australian Federal Police, with our partners, we will certainly investigate illicit tobacco and illicit imports of tobacco and cigarettes. But there are obviously also a lot of legitimate cigarettes and tobacco as well. So we would have to be very clear that we are investigating illicit tobacco.
But that's why we're all sitting here, surely. I mean, these are taken by my staff off tobacco websites selling cheap smokes. Cigarette, super cheap cigarette. Smoke, cheap online Australia. Aussie smokes. When I spoke to the Commissioner a couple of weeks ago, nobody's talking to Australia Post. And yet when I talk to franchisees of Australia Post, they see all the people coming in to pick up their smokes. We'll talk to some people later in the day who are supermarket owners who also have franchises, and they see them going to the post office counter, not to the cigarette counter now. I mean, that's the change in the market. There is no evidence that I've seen during this inquiry or in any of my other conversations that anybody's even talking to Australia Post. How hard are we looking at this?
Senator, I can certainly take it on notice, but I know the Australian Border Force lead the Illicit Tobacco Task Force, and the Australian Federal Police is now part of it, and I know we do have some open source and intelligence equities through there, and I can take that on notice and talk to my colleagues in the Australian Border Force.
So in terms of the information that's on these websites with respect to payment details, is anyone doing so with the financial system? Is anyone looking at that information and tracking through financial details?
Well, certainly I can take it on notice, but I know through the Illicit Tobacco Task Force there has been some engagement with Australia Post and the financial aspects as well. I've got colleagues from Austrac as well that might be able to assist, but it is a complementary. We bring all our capabilities to the task force to target criminality.
So explain to me how, according to the advice that I've had from the small retail group who have been tracking 50 sites for over a year, not one single site has been taken down. Explain to me how that works. I mean, we're talking about a loss of now over $12 billion, according to Treasury documents, in excise, an illicit sector driven by organised crime to the value of $7 billion, How do these 50 websites remain untouched for over a year?
So no, I can't talk to the websites, but I can certainly talk to the work that the Australian Federal Police does with our partners, and we do target organised crime and criminality in regards to this, and we have numerous case studies equally in our submission to the committee in regards to the success that we've had to actually seize large quantities of illicit tobacco and put criminals through court.
I mean, I think, well, I can only congratulate you for the work that you've done. I mean, the numbers indicate we've almost trebled our seizures, which is a good thing. But if you look at the way the market's growing, you know, the market's grown 6 times, the seizures have grown 3 times. Effectively, in that scheme of things, we're going backwards in that sense. And you have almost zero impact on the websites that are actually driving the trade. I mean, what's missing here? What more do you need to be able to effectively deal with this growing scourge? I mean, we had a further $2 billion write-down in the budget last week for excise, which would indicate to me off a high of $16 billion in 2019-20 to about $4 billion now. 75% of the market is now illicit. Surely we're having a better success rate than we are.
All I can say, Senator, is I know a lot of work is being done through the ITEC Commissioner and the Illicit Tobacco Task Force to engage with the right sectors, particularly your question around websites. I can certainly take that back to the task force and get some insights there, but I'm not in a position to talk to you today specifically about websites and the level of criminality or not that is applied to the sale of tobacco.
So, what conversations have you had with Australia Post about the volume of product that they're moving?
Senator, I personally haven't, but I do know through the Illicit Tobacco Task Force that conversations are having with Australia Post. I'd have to take that on notice, and equally...
I'd suggest you go back and have a look at the evidence we had a fortnight ago, because there wasn't much going on then. What about other parcel carriers? And then I'll come to the difference between what's required from Australia Post and what's required from parcel carriers.
Senator, which parcel carriers are you referencing?
Other companies, private companies, not Australia Post, that move parcels around the country.
I'd have to take that on notice.
So in terms of your toolkit, in my conversations with parcel carriers that are competing with Australia Post for that trade, they have a legal requirement to receive a declaration as to what is in a package, and they are obliged to understand that that declaration is true. Australia Post has no such requirement, which I think leaves Australia Post terribly exposed in that sense. They know where it's posted from, and they know where it's arriving to. Have you had any conversations with respect to trying to resolve that differential so that the declaration that's required for a private courier to understand what's in the package is duplicated into Australia Post, and would that help you with your surveillance? What?
Well, through the Australian Federal Police, we don't regulate the postal service.
I'm not asking you to do it. I'm talking about how we use the data and the information that's available to us to stop this. That's why we're sitting here. We're trying to kill off a $7 billion illicit trade that's costing our economy $12 billion a year. That's what we're trying to do. I'm just examining the toolkit as I see it and trying to identify things that could be done better and asking if you're considering those things. That's all I'm doing.
Senator, we'll consider anything that frustrates criminality and the ability to target criminals as well. I'm very happy to take on notice the specific conversations that are happening with Australia Post to the measures that you allude to, but certainly our work through our partners, I mean certainly the illicit tobacco that comes through the borders, particularly that gets seized and particularly the ones that have been stopped as well, is a significant focus of ours.
Okay.
Senator Stewart, you have the call.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone, and thank you for your appearance. I might just continue a couple of questions with the AFP before I move on to some of our other witnesses. And I can hear what you were saying and appreciate that you can't be everything to everyone, and that's why we have a task force set up to combat illicit and illegal tobacco. And on that, I am keen to understand the work that you do with states and territories in combating the trade.
Thank you, Senator. So the AFP with our partners targets the high-value, high-end offenders, networks that facilitate harm. We really have a multi-agency approach, and we know that success is not only through prosecutions. We look at network-level disruption to really break that criminal business model, restraining and forfeiting assets to really limit the ability for the reinvestment into future offending, amplifying our capabilities across strong partnerships, and also using our unique reach globally to engage with international law enforcement partners to impact the impact of transnational networks. We are also aware in the 25-26 budget the government allocated $33.5 million to the AFP for the expansion of our confiscation and asset confiscation task force to actively target illicit tobacco proceeds. And since 26 June 2025, the Confiscation Asset Task Force has obtained restraining orders of approximately over $39 million worth of property in respect of 6 operations that has targeted the illicit tobacco trade. This amount of funding provided to the AFP of $33.5 million was made back in just 125 days. Now, in regards to some of that funding allocation of $33.5 million, $17 million was dedicated to supporting state and territory law enforcement, particularly around their ability to restrain assets, forensic accountants to really look at the financial flows. And we've already allocated some of those that funding through our states and territories, and has been really welcomed in our ability to directly attack the criminal business model.
So I'm curious in what you said. You said that success is not just about prosecutions. Do you find that confiscation of proceeds of crime has a better effect on disrupting the trade than prosecutions? Or, you know, I suppose I'm keen to understand kind of what role it plays and how important it is that you do the the proceeds of crime work.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. I mean, prosecution is a significant disruptor of criminal organisations, and it's one significant tool that we have for deterrence. But we also know that taking funding away, the profit and the wealth from organised crime, that really impacts them as well. We know that, you know, organised crime generally undertake their criminal activity for either power or wealth or influence, or a combination of all, frustrating their ability to reinvest illicit profits back into their criminal business models is a very strong disruptor. The other part of that is also using our international networks. We know that some organised crime choose to be offshore, thinking that our reach are not able to actually impact them over there, but we've had success with other foreign law enforcement agencies ensuring that they are aware of the damage that some of these criminal groups are doing around the world, and they're taking actions as well unilaterally on the criminality that these individuals are posing threats to their own countries, and that is also another successful disruption for us.
Thank you, and I'll let you out of the hot seat for a second now and share the questions to some other people at the table. And my first question for the ACIC is, what are the incentives behind serious and organised crimes control of the illicit tobacco market in Australia? And my assumption is they don't necessarily, they just want to make as much money as possible in the shortest time frame possible.
Senator Adam Meyer, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Intelligence at the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. Yes, that's right. It's ultimately around profitability. We also believe that there are lower barriers to entry in the illicit tobacco market compared to some others, and so it's easier for actors to become involved. The penalties against them are generally lower than for other illicit commodities, drugs in particular, and so that's an extra motivator for the serious and organised crime groups to become involved. Importantly for them, it's often commingled with a range of other organised criminality, as Deputy Commissioner mentioned, obviously on the financial front, so money laundering and those sorts of activities, but we also see a range of the serious and organised crime groups involved in illicit tobacco, involved in a range of other significant crime as well, whether it be drugs or money laundering or a range of other activities. So it's a relatively high profitability, lower barriers to entry, fewer penalties, and so in addition to it being profitable in and of itself, they also see it as a way of being building up other criminal enterprise within their business model and being able to fund a range of other activities as well.
Thank you. And on the penalties, and I'm not going to ask questions about it, more of a statement that the bill before the Parliament seeks to increase the penalties for what you've just spoken about as well. And so I wonder if you can paint a picture for the committee of who is behind the market and where illicit product is coming from, and how it's being, this is a multi-loaded question obviously, and how it's being distributed to public-facing shopfronts around the country.
Yeah, so there's a range of groups who are involved in the illicit tobacco trade, and if we go back a few years, the illicit tobacco trade really started to ramp up around 2023 and has been steadily building since that time. We've obviously seen a range of violent activities as well, whether it be violence against individuals or over 200 arson attacks that we've seen at tobacconists and a range of other facilities, which is largely linked to inter-group violence, so various groups trying to take greater control of the illicit tobacco market themselves. And so that violence, unfortunately, has spilled over into the community, and there have been at least 3 deaths associated with some of this violence as well, which is obviously very concerning. And so the supply lines themselves, the illicit groups, the serious and organised crime groups, have a range of supply lines into Australia from multiple different source countries, particularly through Asia and the Middle East. And so they have demonstrated their ability to adapt. Our law enforcement agencies have proven very effective in recent times, as was mentioned before, in terms of seizing increasing and really, really significant amounts of the commodity, importantly onshore at the border and also upstream and offshore. So the work that AFP and ABF have been doing with international partners has led to a range of illicit tobacco being seized before it gets to Australia's border, which is important, not just in and of itself, but also because it reduces a range of those downstream costs of storage and destruction and all those sorts of things as well. But we have seen, even though our agencies have been particularly effective in seizing across those different domains, they do continue to adapt. They do move their commodities through different supply chains and indeed are able to source the commodities from a range of different countries. And so that that agility has allowed them to continue to supply. We have seen some evidence of price increases across some jurisdictions over the last few months, which in part is likely due to the very positive enforcement activities that have been undertaken and what has been detected and seized. But obviously there's a range of elements that will go into pricing and where the prices land, from intergroup dynamics, as I mentioned before, to the organised crime business models more broadly and some of the downstream distribution costs. So there's a range of factors in there, and indeed there's a range of groups who are continuing to vie control for the illicit market more broadly.
Thank you. Is there anything that you can share about where the tobacco is originating?
Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the question?
Is there anything that you can share about where the tobacco is originating or coming from?
Well, as I mentioned before, we see a lot of the tobacco coming in from Asia and the Middle East, or at least transiting through parts through those locations. Exactly how they move it in varies between the groups, and so whether it's through the maritime domain or through aviation, they'll use a mix of approaches to look to try and bring it into the country. And again, they'll continue to adapt in terms of their methodologies in response to the actions by our enforcement agencies. But there is a range, as I mentioned, a range of countries where they'll source it from, and also pathways with which they'll move it from that source country into Australia.
Thank you. I've got one final question, Chair, and then I'm happy to share the call and for AUSTRAC. So I'm keen for the committee to hear a little bit more about the work between AUSTRAC and banks to shut down money flows of serious and organised crime flowing from illicit tobacco sales. Can you tell us about how illicit tobacco is laundered, profits from illicit tobacco are laundered in and out of Australia, and what your agency is doing to shut it down?
Thank you, Senator. Anthony Helmon from AUSTRAC's Law Enforcement Branch. I might take the first part and then I can hand to my colleague Bradley Brown for the second part. So AUSTRAC receives a lot of reporting from our regulated entities, in particular the banking sector and the digital payment sector. And what we've seen through that reporting and the work that we've done with our partners is that there's a range of different money laundering methodologies that these groups are using to move funds offshore. And that's being done to obviously pay for the importations, but also to support the networks that are facilitating this distribution as well. We commonly see funds being moved through remittance dealers, so they're sometimes just small shop fronts in different parts of the country that will move money to different parts of the world. That's a legitimate service, obviously, but it can be misused by criminal groups. We do see a lot of cash activity in this sector as well. So there's cash payments for illicit tobacco, which then generates criminal proceeds in cash that need to be laundered. That could be passed through the remittance sector. It can also be placed into the banking system, and that's often done through corporate structures, so onshore and offshore business structures as well. And we've also seen the use of private ATMs as well. So these are ATMs that are not affiliated with banks, that can be leased and used by individuals or businesses. And so often the proceeds can be placed back into those machines. In a number of cases, we've also seen the conversion of that cash into cryptocurrency as well. So that's then placed in through digital currency exchanges or virtual asset service providers, and that then enables that rapid movement of funds offshore to other jurisdictions. So AUSTRAC's worked really closely with the banking sector in particular, and in December last year we generated an indicators paper that was shared with around 80 banks across Australia, and that gave them insights that AUSTRAC has gathered and worked with our partners to develop that helps them to better identify that kind of illicit tobacco activity where their customers are illicit tobacco retailers or using banking services. That has then seen a significant increase in suspicious matter reporting that we're getting, and that then flows through to the partners as well. So the agencies on the call today A lot of our other partners have direct online access to that data when it comes through to AUSTRAC's system. They can then interrogate that and use that to support their own intelligence and investigative efforts. I might pass to Brad because he can give a bit more of an insight into some of the changes that banks have made recently.
Thanks, Anthony, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I hope you can hear me. I know I've had some troubles with the comms in joining.
Yeah, your comms is better. You are a bit digitally blurred, but we can hear you.
Thank you, Senator. I apologise. So, our engagement with the banks is multifold. So certainly, as Anthony outlined, we've provided indicators to the banks to assist them to understand necessarily the methodologies that the criminals may use. They themselves then have incredible information at their disposal and look to identify potential shop fronts and potential criminals, as we say, that then they can report that information back through to AUSTRAC. Additionally, banks will also consider their own risk and their own risk environment, and in certain instances, since we've actually communicated with the banks in November last year, many, if not all of the banks will necessarily take a risk approach to not hold the accounts of particular businesses where they consider that they might be directly involved with illicit tobacco trade. So what we have witnessed and what we've been reported to by the banks is probably in excess of 1,000 accounts that are linked to either shops or individuals have necessarily been exited, which prevents those particular individuals or those businesses from actually using those particular accounts in that instance. Separately, on the basis of the correspondence that we provided around the private ATMs and also in relation to point of sale terminals, various different institutions have necessarily also responded to that with some of them withdrawing those ATMs and also withdrawing point of sale terminals within locations.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should say so. That's an ongoing endeavour that those institutions will continue to look to try and increase their capability in terms of this priority for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing. Let's explore your understanding. So I'm going to give you free rein to show the people of Australia and the Parliament of Australia what you know and are doing. First question is, and if you could just go through the answer in turn, please, maybe start on the left. Do you accept there is a significant problem with illicit tobacco? If so, why? If not, why not? And how do these problems manifest? Could you be specific in terms of the impacts on human life and also on the dollar cost?
Senator, from CDPP's point of view, I'm not sure if we're best qualified to provide an answer. We're around prosecuting offences, but we're certainly very much engaged in relation to prosecutions arising from the illicit tobacco trade.
Senator Hilda Siric, Deputy Commissioner National Security from the Australian Federal Police, as we said in our submission, I mean, any criminality is a concern for the Australian Federal Police. Illicit tobacco is illicit commodity and we will target that, and we do know that it's having impact. As we've heard from our ACIC colleagues, it's impacting our communities, it's impacting health, and it's obviously causing some violence and harm into the community. So certainly we work very strongly with our partners in regards to being able to impact and disrupt the criminal environment in regards to illicit tobacco. I forgot your second part of the question, Senator.
How do these problems manifest? If you could be specific in terms of cost of human life and dollar cost.
Yeah, well, in terms of how it manifests, I mean, we know there's competition that's happening across organised crime gangs, so there's inter-gang violence that we see. We see property destruction that is occurring in our jurisdictions that our state and territory partners have to also target. We've heard from ACIC in regards to the loss of 3 lives in regards to it. And I think the ACIC are already on the record in terms of the dollar value in regards to illicit tobacco in the billions in terms of impacting community.
Senator, just building on what's been said already, I think the other element from our perspective is the recycling of the profits that are made through illicit tobacco into a range of other organised crime activity, as I mentioned, whether it be drugs or a range of other activity, obviously, which flow on themselves to a range of harms within the community. Just in terms of metrics and numbers, I know that the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner's report estimates the total amount of excise evaded in 24-25 to be between 7.7 and 11.8 billion, and the Australian Institute of Criminology also estimated the total economic and social cost of illicit tobacco in 2023-24 was approximately $4 billion.
And the other group?
Sorry,
Austrac.
Good morning, Senator. Anthony Helmond, National Manager, Law Enforcement Branch at Austrac. So in response to your first question, in 2024, Austrac developed a national risk assessment on money laundering, and at the time it assessed the illicit tobacco market posing a medium and increasing threat of money laundering. That same product forecasted over the next 3 years, the illicit tobacco threat was likely to increase. We have recently published an update to that national risk assessment, which shows that illicit tobacco has increased in volume, and we're seeing that criminal groups are becoming more sophisticated and diverse in the ways in which they're laundering that money. And that's really driven by high market demand and profitability. And I think to your second question, just to reference the ITEC annual report from 24-25, the ITEC estimated the illicit tobacco market is worth up to $6.9 billion in 24-25.
Thank you. Again, each in turn, what are the three most important points you'd like to make to this committee?
From CDPP's point of view, I suppose one of the things which we're seeing about the place, there's two things. Firstly, the prosecutions that we're doing, more of them are involving multiple defendants, indicating large groups which we're prosecuting, so organised crime groups. The other thing which we've seen about the place is a rise in state prosecutions, so the states are very much taking it on. Both in New South Wales and Victoria, they've increased the penalties for relevant offences such as the sale of illicit tobacco. So it's not something which is just being done by the Commonwealth, it's also being done by the state authorities.
Third solution? A third point?
I do think that there's possibly a need to understand its impact upon the community, both in loss of revenue, but also the health impact that it has as well. And that's something that we try and get across in our sentencing matters, because part of the point of the excise is to, in fact, lower Australia's smoking rates.
What about the safety of people?
People are safer if they don't smoke.
No, I meant in terms of fire bombings, murders.
That's something that certainly, I observe it from what I've heard at the committee and in newspapers, but it's not something which falls within the CDPP's speciality.
AFP?
Senator, from the AFP, we know the threat is dynamic, interconnected, tech-enabled and resilient, and the 3 points that I'd like for you to take away is our approach with our partners is being that we target supply chains, enablers and trusted insiders. Secondly, we exploit and dismantle criminal communication systems. And third, to identify, restrain and seize criminal assets and financial facilitators to take the profit out of this crime.
Could you be more specific, please? How do you do these things? What do you need? What actions do you actually take?
So actions, we target the supply chain. So for instance, in New South Wales, we've partnered with New South Wales Police and the Crime Commission to target trusted insiders, those that are individuals that are allowing the illicit flow of tobacco to come through the borders. We exploit and dismantle the criminal comms systems through understanding our capabilities around encrypted communications and being able to infiltrate and use our powers to be able to identify organised crime, and then through the additional funding that the government's provided in regards to our confiscation and asset task force, we can identify and restrain and seize the criminal assets, and we've done that successfully. We've seized directly over 39 million worth of property since 26 June 2025.
Senator, as I mentioned in one of my previous responses, serious and organised crime see there to be lower barriers to entry and lower penalties associated with illicit tobacco and the market. There's a bill going through Parliament at the moment, and I know across our state and territory counterparts, they're also looking to increase greater consistency in terms of their own regulatory and legislative approach. So being able to level out and make it harder for serious and organised crime to operate and increase the penalties obviously will help to deter some of those actors. Second point is targeting the efforts the whole way through the supply chain, as Deputy Commissioner Sarek said, not just here in Australia but also at the border and internationally with our partners is going to be incredibly important, and we continue to do so. Thirdly is, in addition to the commodity itself, it's being able to dismantle the actual groups behind it. Those groups are involved in a range of other illicit activity as well, so by effectively deterring and dismantling those groups, we're actually going to have a significant effect across a range of threat types.
Austrac, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So coming to this from the perspective of an intelligence agency, the first point I'd make is the criticality of partnering with our law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies that we work with. Austrac is a member of the Illicit Tobacco Task Force. We support the National Disruption Group. We work with the ITEC. It's really through those partnerships and their ability to leverage our data and ensure that financial intelligence that really gives a good picture of the entities acting in there, the supply chains, how profits are generated and how they're moved, gives those investigative agencies greater insights to target these groups. The second point I'd make is, as both the intelligence agency and the financial regulator, it's essential for Austrac to work really closely with our industry partners. So this is the banking sector, the remittance sector, the digital payment sector as well, so that we can continue to get those insights from them, but work with them on increasing their risk controls, their transaction monitoring, their understanding of the nature of the threat, the way it's evolving, to help them detect that activity. And I think the third point I'd make too is a real investment in our crypto tracing capability as well. We're starting to see, with the impacts that government's having, that there is that increase in online sales. There is more movement of these proceeds through digital currencies. And so it's important for us to keep up with that and continue to be able to have the tools and the capability to follow those funds flows through those digital transactions that are made as well.
Thank you. How do each of you measure your effectiveness? Is the taxpayer getting value? How do we know? Because we've pretty much all agreed that this problem is worth billions and costing lives and costing health impacts. So what are you doing to reassure the taxpayer?
From CDPP's point of view, I mean, our effectiveness is by the prosecutions that we undertake, and we think we're undertaking those effectively and we're getting quite reasonable results. They are actually quite complex offence provisions, because they're offence provisions which aren't just focused around, say, the Customs Act ones around actual importation of the tobacco, but it's a requirement that the person also had an intention or was reckless to defraud the revenue. So they're not the most straightforward offence provisions, no. So our effectiveness is working with our referring agencies and pursuing the prosecutions.
From the AFP, we would measure our effectiveness by our ability to partner and disrupt and dismantle organised criminal groups. Only months ago, Commissioner Barrett did identify her number one target, who was also involved in a myriad of other crimes, but also illicit tobacco. And through our partnerships there with our offshore law enforcement agencies, we've been able to disrupt his ability to actually directly impact. So there's a success measure there. Of course, the number of prosecutions, seizures of illicit tobacco, and our ability to understand the criminal networks is another measure of success. And finally, as I said before, with the investment that the government's made in terms of our asset restraint, that we've been able to restrain more than $39 million within since June 2025 and taken the profit out of this crime.
Thank you. Could you give me some quantified specific effect on each of those measures that you're having? What indicates success and what indicates how far we've got to go yet?
Sure. So I can give you a couple of case studies as per our submission. For instance, Operation Collinsville was late last year with the Australian Border Force and Victoria Police. We arrested 6 senior syndicate members and charged them with various charges, 14 search warrants across various factories and premises. We seized over 24 million cigarettes, seized 6 million loose leaf tobacco, and seizure of 51,000 vapes. Also been able to seize various other items and instruments of the commission of the crime, mobile phones, cash machines, etc. So that's just one investigation. Another investigation, Operation Sentinel South Tyres in 2024. Over 10 million cigarettes were seized. Also a number of the syndicate members who were arrested. And this syndicate was responsible for the importation of more than 77 million cigarettes. So we disrupted that syndicate, which equated to $93 million in excise tax. And in 2025, we also successfully obtained restraining orders for over $800,000 in property.
Thank you. So it's a big problem. How big is it? Is this a drop in the ocean, or is this a significant impact on the illegal business?
Every criminal group that we can disrupt creates an impact.
But you've got no real, by your answer, you're not giving me anything specific in terms of indicating your understanding of how big the problem is financially.
Well, we've already heard from our colleagues here the dollar value in terms of the cost of this criminality.
With due respect, I want to know your understanding of it.
Well, it's a $7 billion harm to the community that we've heard.
Is what you've done in the cases you've just rattled off, is that 5%? Is it 50% of the trade?
Well, I can't give you a quantum of the percentage of the trade, but there are only 2 examples in a myriad of multiple that I could provide, and they're in our submission of the impact that we're having.
It's good to see that success, but is that 5%, 50%, 90%? How much further have we got to go?
Senator, I won't speculate on the percentage. I believe that sits there, but certainly the fact that we are sitting here today, we've obviously got more to go, but we have the right capabilities and the right people involved in this to do everything that we can to disrupt this.
How do the people know, and how does the Parliament know from your answers? It's not very specific in terms of the overall. Are you making a dent in it? Again, is it 5%?
$93 billion worth of excise seizure versus a $12 billion loss in excise. It's a
And perhaps I can assist Senator Roberts. Perhaps you could take on notice. Sure. So it's great to talk about numbers, and I think we're all here to try and sort of stop this market from growing, and it's great to have numbers like 10 million cigarettes confiscated at the border and so forth. But in terms of percentage of the disruption that you are making in terms of what is being confiscated versus the size of the illicit market, I think that would be really helpful to provide back to the committee on notice. I can appreciate you may not have that in front of you, and it's not to take away any of the great work that you are doing, but I think it is an important piece of evidence for the committee to be able to look at just the pure scale of what is coming into the country.
Thanks, and I have to take that on notice.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. And
thank you, Chair. And I just want to make the point, we're not just interested in stopping the business from growing, we're interested in stopping the business altogether.
Yeah, I think I think we all share that that goal. So thank you, Senator Roberts. I am conscious we've got time. I just have one final question to round us out for the ACIC. The latest annual wastewater report, which was released last month, shows that national nicotine consumption increased by 4% between August 2024, August 2025. Do you think that that's pointing to a real concern that despite any tax, health and enforcement measures that we're pursuing to date, that Australian smokers are not as likely to quit perhaps as they were in the same rate before and are simply just shifting to an illicit market?
Yeah, so the 4% increase, that's right, nationally, as you say, Senator, it doesn't provide us with the ability through the wastewater results to distinguish between what is licit or illicit tobacco. So it just provides us with an idea of the overall nicotine consumption across the community, whether it be through cigarettes, through patches, through vapes, through a range of types of tobacco. But if we look at the ITEX estimation of the market from 24-25 to be 50 to 60% of the market, it is considerable. And indeed the numbers we talked about before in terms of not just obviously the loss of revenue for the government, but also the broader social and economic impacts on the community are significant, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And I guess that's really pointing to that Australians, we really haven't been able to eliminate that demand for nicotine in a way that we would have liked. And regardless of revenue loss to government, there are enormous implications within the community. Thank you all for appearing. Oh, sorry, Senator Steele-John, I understand, has a question. I'm conscious of time, Senator Steele-John. I will give you the call.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I've been waiting to indicate that I had questions for the witnesses, so I will be doing that line of questioning now. Thank you very much for your time this morning and for your information so far to the committee. My first question goes to the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. In your submission, you said that illicit tobacco is, quote, an attractive proposition for organised crime groups because of low barrier to entry, among other factors, and you referenced that in your evidence, I think, this morning as well. Can you step that out a bit more for us, please? Because it's obviously a term that means a lot to you, but in terms of us and our work as a committee, it'd be good to understand what you specifically mean there.
Sure. So, Senator, if I contrast it to illicit drugs, for example, illicit drugs are illicit, they are illegal wherever they are produced, supplied or used around the world. However, with the illicit tobacco market, there are two main types of cigarettes. There are counterfeit cigarettes, which are illegal to make. They look and feel like legitimate cigarettes, but they are not done with the company's authority, and so therefore they are illegal to produce. But there are also others we call illicit whites, which are cigarettes which are legal to produce in a particular country, so in the source country itself, but they are not legal to import into Australia illegally and without paying the associate excise on them. So when we talk about lower barriers to entry, some of the tobacco itself that is produced in countries where it is entirely legal for those products to be produced. So access can be gained to those products. It becomes illegal, obviously, once they pass it across the Australian border in an unregulated way and without paying the associate revenue on those products.
Okay, so given that, how could we raise that barrier to entry to make it less attractive for organised crime groups?
Well, I mean, there's a range of activities that our agencies do, obviously with our international partners, and to seek their assistance in avoiding the passage of tobacco into Australia illegally. So while, as I said, the production of some of these products will be legal within those countries and will likely remain legal within those countries. That offshore partnership, which I know Deputy Commissioner Sarek has also pointed to in her evidence today, is incredibly important both for AFP, for ABF and a range of other partners to be working with our international partners to prevent those products from coming to Australia in the first place. So that's an incredibly important part of the response.
Could a stricter licensing regime to sell retail tobacco increase that barrier to entry, in your view?
Yeah, so there is obviously a series of measures put before Parliament at the moment in the Combating Illicit Tobacco Bill, and I know our state and territory agencies and partners are also looking at, and indeed have instituted, several regulatory and legislative changes along those lines to be able to have an impact at the point of sale as well as different parts of the supply chain. So you're right, there is no one fix to this, and the efforts are going to have to be made across a number of different parts of the supply chain to have a more lasting effect.
And to our other witnesses, do you see a potential benefit in a stricter licensing regime for making investigating, policing and prosecuting illicit tobacco easier?
Thanks, Senator. Hilda Sarek from the Australian Federal Police. I mean, anything that makes it harder for criminals is certainly welcomed from us. Anything that increases deterrence and anything that allows us to apply our investigative powers to deter and prevent the flow of illicit tobacco is certainly welcomed. We also know that, as the Deputy CEO said from ACIC, that we need to apply a myriad of treatments here. We talked through the supply chains. We also have to talk about the enablers and the trusted insiders and making sure that the illicit tobacco doesn't flow easily in through borders as well. And we also need to target at the high-end criminality. We've heard in the evidence today that these organised crime groups aren't only targeting illicit tobacco, they are targeting a number of different illicit commodities, and there's a myriad of treatments and strategies there for us to employ.
Okay, anyone else got a view on stricter retail licensing arrangements? Nope. All right, that's my last question, Chair. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Thank you all for appearing today. For those that have taken questions on notice, if they can be provided, and I think we have resolved for Monday the 1st of June. We would be very, very grateful. If you do need more time than that, please contact the Secretariat directly. But thank you very much for appearing, and you are released. And we will just suspend very quickly Welcome representatives from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Australian Taxation Office. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
I am Patricia Clancy, First Assistant Secretary, Population Health.
Good morning, Chris Bedford, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Practice and Support Division.
Good morning, Ashley McLaughlin-Bent, Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Practice and Support Division.
Good morning, Carly Brown, Assistant Secretary in the Population Health Division.
And good morning, Senators, Professor Michael Kirdeo, Chief Medical Officer for Australia.
And then
There's a picture I've seen on Zoom a lot of times.
Australian Taxation Office.
Good morning, my name is Jade Hawkins and I'm Acting Deputy Commissioner for Fraud and Criminal Behaviours at the ATO.
And good morning, my name's Justin Clark. I'm Acting Assistant Commissioner for the Criminal Law Program at the ATO.
And do either organisations have an opening statement that you would like to
We
give?
do.
You do?
We do, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just checking my audio is okay.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Department of Health, Disability and Ageing welcomes the opportunity to assist the committee in its inquiry. Firstly, I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which each of us are meeting today and pay my respects to elders past and present. It's important that we acknowledge and reflect upon the disproportionate harms to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people caused by the use of tobacco products. Tobacco use is the leading cause of preventable death for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, responsible for 37% of all deaths within that population. Across the Australian population, tobacco use remains one of the leading causes of preventable disease and death, and it's estimated to be responsible for more than 24,000 deaths each year, and that is 66 Australians dying each day. Tobacco use also contributes significantly to chronic illness, disability and reduced quality of life across our population. Tobacco use imposes a substantial burden not only on individuals and families, but across our health system and the broader community. From a public health perspective, this is the core issue. All tobacco products, whether legal or illicit, are inherently harmful. The emergence and increasing availability of illicit tobacco represents a serious and growing risk to public health. Evidence shows that increased availability and ease of access to tobacco products increases in both the number of people smoking and the amount that people smoke, leading to greater and longer exposure to harms. Australia has made significant progress in reducing tobacco use over recent decades, and we now have one of the lowest smoking rates globally. Driven by a comprehensive suite of evidence-based tobacco control measures led by the Commonwealth, state and territory governments, daily adult smoking prevalence has reduced from 22.4% in 2001 to 10.6% in 2022. Illicit trade in tobacco directly undermines the aims agreed by Australian governments in our national tobacco strategy, and it risks undoing progress in reducing smoking-related harms. Products in the illicit market frequently avoid key public health protections, such as plain packaging, health warnings, ingredient controls, and pricing measures. By providing access to cheaper, unregulated products, illicit tobacco can sustain tobacco use, encourage uptake, and reduce incentives to quit, particularly among price-sensitive populations such as young people. From the department's perspective, the most effective long-term response to illicit tobacco is to reduce demand for all tobacco. Reducing smoking initiation, especially among young people, and supporting people who smoke to quit will ultimately reduce the demand that provides the market for both legal and illicit supply. This remains the cornerstone of Australia's approach to tobacco control and must continue to be the focus of our ongoing efforts. Feedback from some stakeholders, including the tobacco industry, which would benefit financially from such a change, is that a large reduction in excise is the solution. It is not. The committee has heard that a 50% reduction in excise would still place legal pack prices well above the current illicit tobacco prices. We know that reductions in excise can result in a sharp increase in youth consumption and decreased quit attempts by existing smokers, as was seen in Canada, which went through this exercise in 1994. Any changes to current tobacco control settings must take into account the potential population-wide impacts, especially among young and lower income populations. From a public health perspective, this reinforces two key points: the need to continue to reduce demand for tobacco products and the importance of maintaining strong regulatory action. The department contributes to a comprehensive national approach to tobacco control through strong public health regulation, through investment into demand reduction, and through collaboration across jurisdictions and agencies. Taxation settings, though, are not a health responsibility. The Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act of 2023, which took full effect from the 1st of July 2025, modernised and simplified previous tobacco legislation and introduced new measures to discourage smoking and tobacco use and prevent the promotion of e-cigarettes. Investments made in 2025 are supporting ongoing strengthening of compliance and enforcement approaches under this legislation. The department is also administering investments to support state and territory compliance and enforcement capability. Government investment to states and territories under the Health Federation Funding Agreement now totals over $60 million. It's important to acknowledge the role illicit vaping products and emerging nicotine products, such as nicotine pouches, play in the illicit market, risking further harms to public health. Vaping products and emerging nicotine products have increasingly appeared in illicit supply chains, and they risk increasing nicotine addiction, particularly among young people. To address the harms of vaping, particularly to young people, the Australian government introduced world-leading reforms. The reforms, which commenced on the 1st of July 2024, prohibit the importation, domestic manufacture, supply, commercial possession and advertising of disposable, single-use and non-therapeutic vapes. As you know, though, not all vapes are banned. Australia's reforms establish a pathway for therapeutic vapes to be supplied from pharmacies under clinical supervision for the purpose of supporting smoking cessation and the management of nicotine dependence. The law has also strengthened enforcement powers and introduced strong criminal and civil penalties for those seeking to profit from the supply of unlawful vapes. The Therapeutic Goods Administration plays a lead role in deterring and disrupting the supply and advertising of unlawful vaping goods across the country and works in partnership with Commonwealth, state and territory law agencies. For people who are seeking support to quit, a range of first-line smoking cessation products, including medicines and nicotine replacement therapy, such as nicotine gums and nicotine patches, are available, and they do not have the same health risks as vapes. Alongside administering the government's tobacco and vaping reforms, the department also provides targeted support to people who smoke and vape through increased education and expanded access to cessation services. The government has invested more than $125 million since 2023-24 to expand public health programs and cessation support to motivate and support people to stop smoking, stop vaping, and prevent them from starting. In conclusion, the department's role is focused on preventing uptake and supporting people to quit through regulation and public health measures to reduce the devastating harms caused by tobacco consumption. Within our remit, we're working closely with partner organisations across the Commonwealth and states and territories to support a coordinated response to illicit trade, including through regulation, information sharing, and aligned public health and compliance approaches. We look forward to assisting this committee by providing evidence within our remit and supporting a coordinated response to this complex and evolving issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The Australian Taxation Office, do you have an opening statement, or are you happy to jump straight into questions?
Morning. We don't have an opening statement, so we're happy to jump straight into questions.
Fantastic. That's what we like to hear. Excellent. So what I might do is, Senator Colbeck, would you like to start the call?
Thank you. If you look at the reduction in excise from 2019-20, which was $16.3 billion, to where it looks to be in the next financial year at just over $4.1 billion, that's effectively 75%, $12 billion in excise lost is the scale of the illicit industry. It's at least 60%, but I don't think it's a stretch to say it could be as high as 75%. How then can we say that a price signal is being effective when 3/4 of the market aren't paying the price? I mean, it defies logic to suggest that price is going to be one of the tools we use to reduce smoking when 3/4 of the market isn't paying the price. How do you justify that approach when it's the driver for the illicit market and it's clearly not being paid by 3/4 of the people who are unfortunately using tobacco products?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck, for the question. Price has both a deterrent effect in terms of we know price and consumption are linked internationally, but also it has a signalling effect. It has a signalling effect to new smokers. It has a signalling effect to people who walk into the supermarket or a local shop and see cigarettes. This signalling effect of price matters for that. But it's only one of a range of measures we use because our focus is on the public health side, so our focus is on reducing tobacco consumption overall. Obviously, price, which we don't set excise rates, Treasury does, but we input to the decision. Price is one of the levers we use to decrease smoking consumption and uptake of smoking.
So at what point do you... I don't argue with the price piece, and we've been through this and we talked about this with public health officials or the public health lobby last week. I get the price piece, but at some point in time you go past a point where the market, and anyone in retail understands price points, you get past a price point where the market consumers will bear the price point. And this is clearly what we're seeing here now, and we know that the tax office had been doing work on this back as far as 2017-18 about concerns about where the right level was for the price to be, so it didn't flip out. It was starting to back in that period of time, about 2017-2018. I've spoken to people who were involved in the conversations with the tax office about that. So at what point do we admit that the strategy of continuing to increase price, which is what we've continued to do beyond there, is actually undermining our intention of having a high enough price for a disincentive, but not too high a price to create a huge incentive for organised crime, which is exactly what we've done?
And Senator, just to check, is your question addressed to Department of Health or the ATO?
Well, you're the ones driving the policy on this. The Department of Health is driving the price on this, and you're saying don't touch the price.
Treasury.
And yet this is, and I'm interested in Treasury's elasticity modelling. I know they've done it. That was told. We were told about that at estimates back in February. So I'll come to them. But I'm trying to work out how you justify the policy that we currently have of not doing anything, given that there's no question that the price is the driver, one of the key drivers of the illicit trade. And we're not doing anything, or we're saying we shouldn't do anything about the key driver, one of the key drivers of the illicit trade. I don't see how you justify it. And that's what I'm asking.
So excise levels are a question for Treasury. We cannot comment on them. It's not our policy area. Treasury will take a selection of inputs, obviously, into consideration in setting excise rates. I'm not in the room when it happens, but I know from a health perspective, we do bring into international evidence about price being a deterrent.
Well, I've already said that I'm not arguing about price being a deterrent. I'm saying at what point is too high a price no longer a deterrent but an incentive for organised crime?
I think that question would best be referred to Treasury.
So I just want to go to the point, Professor Kidd, that you made with respect to Canada in 1994 and what happened back then. Would you not say that in 2026, 32 years later, the culture towards smoking in this country is very different to what it would have been anywhere in the world in 1994?
So certainly we've had great success in those intervening years, Senator, in reducing the number of people who are smoking, the amount of tobacco that's consumed, and the uptake of smoking among younger people. I quoted those figures in the opening statement about the falls that we've seen in tobacco use over the last 20 years. Yes, it is a different situation. However, the Canadian experience is very important to look at. They saw, as I expect you've seen through reading through the papers from that time, there was a reduction by the national government, and then there was additional reductions by some of the provinces and not by others. And the very important message that came from there was that the provinces which added additional reductions were the ones that saw increase in smoking rates, and particularly among younger people. So there was no doubt that as the excise came down too far, it led to increase in harm.
But my frustration in all of this is that if 75% of the market are not paying the excise, how on earth is anybody saying that this is a disincentive? Can anybody please explain to me how, if 75% of the tobacco consumed in this country is paying zero excise, where is the disincentive to smoke?
We do see Sorry, Professor Kidd, you go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. We do see a difference between smokers and non-smokers. So non-smokers are more likely to be attracted to low prices in the market more broadly.
If you're a non-smoker, you're a non-smoker. I'm a non-smoker, never been a smoker. Very lucky to have been in that and had very good influence from my family. But that's not my question. How is the fact that 75% of the market are paying zero excise, how is that a disincentive to smoke?
As I say, excise rates are a matter for Treasury. I would be speaking of opinion, and opinion is
But
not...
I'm talking about the health policy here, which we're being told by our health minister, we have to have these excise rates as a disincentive to smoke, but 75% of the market is not paying the price. How is that a disincentive to smoke? My argument would be it's not.
We believe, our understanding is that it is a disincentive to non-smokers. Your highest risk of uptaking smoke is in your teenage years and early 20s.
But if I'm a non-smoker and I want to buy some smokes, why would I go to the illicit market when I can go online? You know, I've got a stack of them here, and buy smokes for $15. If I decide I'm going to smoke, and if I'm a teenager, more so, just go online, get Australia Post to deliver them to me with a tracking number, and nobody knows what's in the packet because there's no requirement to understand what's in the packet. How is it a disincentive to smoke for non-smokers? They just go to this market. Why would anyone in their right mind go to the illicit market and pay $60 if you can go online and buy them for 15? Where's the disincentive? That's the point.
First-time smokers are less likely to plan ahead and to think, oh, I think I'll have my first cigarette in 5 days.
I'm sitting at home at night on my iPad, Cheap Smokes website, buy a carton for $165.
A first-time smoker doesn't
where
know
is the disincentive?
Point of order, Chair. Senator Colbeck is continuing to interrupt the witness. If he's asked a question, would he allow her, please, to give her answer in the 5 minutes that you've allocated for his call, instead of him consistently interrupting the witness?
Thank you, Senator Cox. I just want an answer to my question. I want to know where the disincentive is.
Sorry, Chair, I'd asked you to intervene and rule on that, not Senator Colbeck. He's not the chair of the committee. Will you please provide a ruling to that?
I think Senator Colbeck is being fair and that he is asking a question that is almost deliberately...
Yes, but consistently interrupting the question, the witness...
I think he is clarifying what he's asking, but I will ask...
Parliamentarians, that's not fair.
And now you're interrupting me, Senator Cox. I will ask Senator Colbeck to allow the witness to answer, but I will also remind the witness that he is asking a direct question. If you don't know the answer, you are able to take it on notice. But I think there is, a direct question where there is evidence that points to the otherwise that we've heard.
If I can finish the last point I was making. First-time smokers are unlikely to go, I'm going to be a smoker in 5 days or however number of days it gets to have a parcel delivered, and I'd like to buy a carton because I'm committing to this. They're much more likely to want one, buy a single packet, or have one from a friend. Therefore, they would jump straight to an online is much less likely, in my understanding.
Okay.
Can I just ask you to clarify where the evidence comes from for that? If you can provide that to the committee, that would be very helpful, the evidence you're referring to about...
Thank you, I will do.
People's buying habit.
I'll ask Treasury to answer the question too.
Excellent. Senator Stewart.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I was waiting for Treasury to put...
Oh, sorry.
They're the ones that keep on getting referred to with respect to this, and advice from Treasury is the driver of this, apparently, so I'm interested in Treasury's view. And they are the ones doing the illicit... Tax Office.
The Tax Office, sorry. I was going to say we don't have Treasury.
From an ATO perspective, this is not our area of expertise. The excise rate's actually legislated through government, and a change would be a policy issue for Treasury and others. I'm not really equipped with the expertise to give an opinion on the rate versus the take-up.
Okay.
Thank you. That may go to, and I might just ask you if you can clarify where we've got you as the ATO. Did the Treasurer ever ask the ATO for advice in terms of the decision that they made as part of their 23-24 budget, that tobacco excise increase announced at that time would deliver $3.3 billion in revenue gain over the 5 years? Did either the Treasurer or the Health Minister, Mr Butler, ask the ATO specifically to formally brief them on those points, including the price points at which there may start to be diminishing returns on the increase to the excise?
I'd have to take it on a question on notice as to whether we were specifically asked for a view on that item.
So you haven't come to a committee on illicit tobacco where Excise is prepared to answer those questions?
No, I am prepared to answer questions, but I do not have oversight of, at that point in time when that legislation was being discussed, whether the ATO was asked their view, input into it.
Okay.
Treasury sets the policy with government when it comes to what the excise rate is. The ATO's role is solely in administering it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. And there will likely be a number of questions on notice as well, because we're running tight on time. But I might start with the TGA, if I can, please. Can you tell the committee a little bit more about the role of the TGA in shutting down online sales and what work is being done to stamp out online sales?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. So just firstly, a clarifying point. In terms of online sales of illicit tobacco, the TGA does not currently have a role in that process because tobacco is not a therapeutic good. We do have a role in vaping products, though. So we've been really active over the last couple of years on addressing online sales. Obviously, the only, all advertising of vaping products in Australia is now not legal unless there's an exemption given. And, during the last couple of years, we've disrupted 327 websites to mid-April this year. We've taken down over 8,500 posts and a number of other, about 99 profiles of people as well.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarifying point as well. And do you have a role on nicotine pouches?
We do, because...
Yeah. So my next question goes to that, which is that they appear to be the new frontier in getting young people hooked to nicotine. What's the TGA's view on these pouches and what work is being done to limit their impact and the risks of these pouches getting more people hooked on nicotine?
Yeah, it's a good question, Senator, and we are seeing it as an emerging novel nicotine product. Obviously, any product that has nicotine in it is a scheduled therapeutic good, and depending on what that product is, would require a script from the doctor or to be purchased through a pharmacy and some other places if it's for nicotine replacement therapy as well. So we've just actually, and I'll go to Ms McLaughlin-Bent in a minute to talk through because she was part of a consultation process around nicotine pouches. But we have seen a significant uptick, and the TGA seized over 500,000 pouches as part of our work. But Ms McLaughlin-Bent, do you want to go through that?
Thanks, Mr Bedford, and thanks, Senator. I would just add the TGA works really closely with the Australian Border Force in relation to the seizure of nicotine pouches at the border, and also really closely with our state and territory partners where we come across nicotine pouches as part of our vaping good enforcement activities. So we have a really strong approach to seizures of those illicit goods. To Mr Bedford's point around our consultation process, so in response to the concerns around the emerging risk and prevalence of nicotine pouches, the TGA undertook a targeted consultation from the 27th of March until the 15th of April this year, which sought advice and feedback from people on possible regulatory amendments. So we're considering those submissions now, and we'll consider next steps in the coming months.
Thank you very much. I won't ask you to share just yet while you're getting those thoughts together. My next question goes to health, and it's on what is international public policy best practice for nations to follow in efforts to reduce tobacco consumption.
Thank you very much for the question. My colleague Ms Brown will take this one.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. In relation to, I think it was international best practice that you asked about for tobacco control, we obviously look to not only examples set by other jurisdictions around the world, but to guidance from the World Health Organization. There are a number of different frameworks that might indicate best practice approaches to tobacco control, but common to all of them is that tobacco consumption and use can be substantially reduced over time through commitments to an implementation of comprehensive, evidence-based and multifaceted measures. And what's really important to understand there is that there is no one measure that provides the solution. One of the key frameworks for us in guiding the approach taken in Australia is the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which I think you have heard about from previous witnesses as well. It is a treaty-level agreement, and Australia was one of the first countries to sign up to that agreement. I can outline at a very high level the types of measures, but as I indicated, it really points to taking a comprehensive and multifaceted approach, looking at reducing both the demand and the supply of tobacco products, and also a core component of that treaty is ensuring that public policy is protected from the influence of people and organisations with vested interests in the measures. Through the treaty, demand reduction measures include price measures, as we're discussing excise today, and non-price measures. So price measures are recognised as being essential to reduce consumption, and that includes appropriate taxation, but also other settings that might reflect things like the ability to take advertising, price measures, sales, standardised packaging as well. Non-price measures are also very important and are something we have certainly focused on in implementation in Australia. Smoke-free environments being one example that I think everyone can reflect on the changes that have occurred over time to protect the broader community from exposure to harms of tobacco smoke, but complementing that with comprehensive advertising bans which reduce exposure, denormalise use and prevent uptake, regulating ingredients, flavours, packaging, novelty product effects that are also used to appeal to consumers, including young people, and taking education campaigns, population level prevention programs. In Australia, the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program is one of our success stories, but we also have a history of public health campaigns which ensure awareness of the broader community. Public health campaigns, of course, are implemented both by Commonwealth and state and territory governments, and really investing in support to help people who do smoke to quit. The corollary to that is also having supply reduction measures, so looking at how we regulate the sales and the entire supply chain, as well as where it's relevant, manufacture and growing of tobacco products. So we in Australia have implemented quite a range of these and are always monitoring those settings, how appropriate they are, where there are emerging changes in the market such as nicotine pouches, and looking at how to adjust those settings to the behaviour of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll share the call. Jeff?
Thank you very much.
To assist.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. We're all agreed that smoking is really very, very harmful to human health. So let's put that aside. We're not agreed that the low price that people face when it comes to buying tobacco illicitly is overwhelmingly attractive to people. We know of policemen and women, public servants, who are buying illicit tobacco. So the barriers to entry are very small. How much do you allocate to the Quit Smoking campaign? And isn't it true that in recent years the decline in smoking rates has stopped and it's been flat in Australia? It's continued declining in other countries, but it's flat in Australia.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I will take the second part first, if I may, and then come back to the first part. So smoking prevalence has tended downwards over 3 decades, with some occasional flattening or plateaus as we go. Recent studies have shown that this decline continues. So our highest quality data is brought out every 3 years at the moment. Our most recent is 2022 data, and we had 1 in 10 adults, 10.6%, were current daily smokers. And this is a steady decline from 22.4% in 2001. More recent national representative estimates support this trend. So 22-23, 8.3 people aged 14 and over smoked daily. In 2023, approximately 1 in 10, 10.8% of adults were current daily smokers in the HILDA study, which is a slightly different cut-on data or set of data. The next high-quality data release will be at the end of this year, which will look at 2025 rates. And we're very much kind of anticipating those rates and we'll use those to tweak our policy settings as necessary. There are also a number of other data sources we use in the intervening years that tend to show we're still on a downward trajectory, although of course we are concerned. Our job is to be concerned about smoking rates.
Thank you. I agree with you that the data shows over decades smoking rates did decline, but the data I've seen shows a graph that clearly shows the last few years has been flat, whereas in other countries it's continued declining. How much is the Quit Smoking campaign budgeted? Yeah. And how much has been paid?
Thank you, Senator. I don't have the expenditure amounts here, but the government has committed since 2023-24, over a 4-year period, $78.7 million over 4 years, and that's invested in the Give Up for Good smoking and vaping public health campaigns. That's at the Commonwealth level. As I mentioned in relation to other measures before, there are also campaigns implemented through states and territories to varying levels.
Is the total spending around about $500 million over 4 years? Or the total projected spending?
On the campaign, no, Senator.
On all the campaigns?
I'm not sure that the Commonwealth has the total figure of investment in all campaigns across states and territories as well, but the federal government has committed $78.7 million over 4 years since 23-24.
Thank you. Do you agree that the low price of cigarettes through the illicit tobacco industry makes it attractive to smoke?
We know that price is a determinant of whether people smoke and how much they smoke.
Thank you. And is the driver of the cheap price of illicit tobacco the fact that it is illicit tobacco and is not paying excise?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is the driver of a low price illicit tobacco the fact that it's escaping paying any excise? So we have very low price cigarettes illicitly.
Yes. Criminals are bringing tobacco into the country without paying the excise they should pay, and therefore their products are cheaper.
So we have got, as Senator Colbeck tried to establish, a low-price cigarette tobacco industry. It's illicit, but it's still there.
Yes, illicit tobacco is available, and it is evading the excise.
And it makes it very attractive to smoke because the price is low. So this is an issue for the Department of Health in terms of preventing people smoking, because it's encouraging people smoking because of illicit tobacco.
We are working... cheap cigarettes do encourage people to smoke. We, along with all of our partner agencies in the Commonwealth and states and territories, are looking at a range of measures, some of which you've heard about this morning, you've heard in previous hearings, to tackle the illicit market and reduce their ability to sell in this country.
Thank you. Question for the ATO, please. The revenue decrease has been around about three quarters of the revenue it was a few years ago, which is a big impact on the ATO revenue and a big impact on the people. Could you walk me through the process, please, walk us all through the process of how the excise rate is set, and particularly what is the Minister's role, and do you consult the Department of Health?
Thank you for the question. So as I mentioned earlier, the excise rate is legislated through government, and a change would be a policy issue for Treasury. So that is set, and then the ATO's role is to administer it. It's important to recognise, though, that it's been illegal to grow or manufacture illicit tobacco in Australia without a licence, and there are no current licences. What that means is that all tobacco sold in Australia that's legal is imported, and as such, there's actually no excise collected on domestic tobacco. The Department of Home Affairs is actually responsible for administration of the Customs Act and Customs Tariff Act, from which customs duty is applied to imported tobacco at the rates at which are equivalent to excise duty. But it is a policy issue, it is legislated through government, and it's not a rate that is determined by the ATO.
Thank you for that clarification. That's understood. Could you tell me what consultation is asked of the ATO? Do you provide advice in that process? What is your role in the process of developing the excise rate? You don't have responsibility for it. I accept that that's the government entirely and the Treasury. But how do you get involved in that? Do you get involved in it? Are you concerned about losing $12 billion of tax revenue?
The ATO is involved in discussions when it comes to Treasury and providing any input that they seek from us, but we do not have a direct control over where that rate is set at, though we are always open to providing information as requested and being part of discussions where we can provide intelligence or information that would be useful in the process.
Good, thank you. What advice have you given over the last 4 years?
There was a question which I took on notice previously, which was asking about whether the ATO was in direct discussions in regards to where the excise rate landed. And I said I would take that on notice because I'm not privy to, at that point in time, exactly what discussions we would have contributed to, but more than happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Could you mention specifically in the answer on notice the consultation, the advice that the ATO has given to the government? I understand the government sets the excise rate, but could you give us the advice you've given the government?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. And I just have 2 questions for the Department of Health before we wrap up. And these may be things you have to take on notice. Is the department doing any tracking on whether younger Australian smokers are disproportionately shifting to illicit tobacco compared to other Australian smokers?
Senator, we monitor the entire smoking market and we do look at behaviours.
Yep.
Off the top of my head, the National Drug Strategy Household Survey, the next release of which is expected later this year, will include data on use of on prevalence of all tobacco use, including how consumers acquire those products, and it does include age stratification. So we will be able to review that.
But you're not doing anything specific just for the younger demographic at this stage, other than you said?
So the Commonwealth funds and engages with a range of data sets that collect a range of information. Perhaps it's better for us to take on notice which of those would give insights into that. It's not a specific study, but there are different data sets that we can review to understand shifts in behaviour among young people.
Excellent. And then has the department provided any advice to the Health Minister or any other minister within the Labor government on the relationship between excise increases, cost of living pressures and illicit tobacco demand? And if so, when did you most recently do that?
We will take that one on notice, Chair.
Okay. You can ask one quick question.
I just want to go back to the conversation around pouches, the experience particularly in Sweden where that is part of their nicotine management. And I suppose the overall nicotine demand within a community. They've got very low rates. I think they're at 3 point something, 4 point something at the moment. But nicotine is a part of a smoking rate, sorry. So I'm curious in what an effective zero smoking rate looks like and how the demand for nicotine in a broader community fits into that in a broader policy sense, including things like pouches, which are part of what's happening in Sweden, where they've got very low smoking rates.
Maybe I can take the first part and then sort of the whole approach to cessation. Maybe good. So the thing with pouches in Australia is they're unapproved products yet. So we haven't had anyone, and we'd welcome a submission where we can test the safety, quality, efficacy of the products, and then there can be an assessment made as to how they're made available in Australia and should they be part of a nicotine dependence or smoking cessation sort of approach. So at the moment, they're coming in illegally and being sold in a retail environment. We don't know what's in them. The levels of nicotine can be significantly high and dangerous, as well as other products include them to make them carcinogenic or otherwise as well. So we need to go through that process.
And I get the absolute need and desire to have an appropriate dosing level and all of those sorts of things, which is what
we've taken with vaping products, for example,
through the
TGA,
pharmacy. But I'm talking about do you see there being a base demand load in the community for nicotine or nicotine-based products? What does that look like, and what would an effective zero smoking rate look like in Australia, and how do you manage that? I don't know if you call it residual, but actual nicotine demand in the community.
So, Senator, I think questions around baseline nicotine demand are not something we have modelled or explored, and I won't go into opinion around those things. I think what we can say is that the settings in Australia are very different than the settings in Sweden and indeed in a number of other jurisdictions. Part of the conversation, particularly around the policy settings behind the vape reforms, was around concern of the impact of the widespread availability of emerging nicotine products, which were unregulated, but particularly the impact that they have for young people who otherwise are not smoking, or people who are otherwise not smoking, but we know that young people are more likely to take up novel products. And that's the policy rationale behind having different settings here in Australia. As Mr Bedford has outlined, nicotine pouches are currently unapproved goods in Australia, and we have a regulatory framework that addresses nicotine, and that's part of where the consultation is exploring. I might just add that just in recent days, the WHO has released its first report dedicated to nicotine pouches, expressing concern around the way those products are being advertised, which is an important component of thinking about the role that products have in the market, the way that they are promoted to appeal to youth, and the types of sentiments that they drive, which is not necessarily going to a baseline nicotine load, but looking to concern around potential uptake of future consumers of nicotine. And I suspect it is too early for there to be any evidence in relation to pouches, but thinking about what the potential impacts might be for those people who otherwise would not have used nicotine or smoked.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
If I may, Senator, sorry.
I was going to say please, and then yes.
Thank you. If I may, I think we need to be very careful with the nicotine pouches that we don't go down a similar path that we went down with vaping when vaping was first being introduced. We already have a range of first-line smoking cessation products for those who are seeking support to quit, and that includes the nicotine replacement therapies, the nicotine gums, the nicotine patches, and these, of course, do not have the same health risks as vapes, and likely the same health risks that are associated with nicotine pouches. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Professor Gidd.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing today. If I could ask that any questions that you've taken on notice be returned to the committee by the 1st of June. If you need longer than that, then...
I've got questions for the witnesses, as I indicated in the chat.
Sorry, I've missed that, Senator Steele-John. We're running a long way behind schedule.
Yep, but I did indicate that I've got questions in the chat. So
when did you do that, Senator Steele-John? Because I haven't. Was it a couple of minutes ago only?
It was.
Given we've had
it
these.
Was at 8:46. I didn't. When you called last, when you indicated that you were about to wrap up, I let you know that I did have questions. I don't have many, but
okay. If you could please be as efficient as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, Chair. So, to the department, do the major tobacco corporations attempt to influence the policies or activities of the Department of Health or ATO in any way? And I'll start with the Department of Health.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think it's probably best for me to speak to the processes that we have in place within the department. I think you would be familiar with the guidance for public officials on interacting with the tobacco industry, which was published by the department and seeks to ensure Australia's compliance with Article 5.3 of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Under those controls across the department, we engage with the tobacco industry only when strictly necessary in order to inform implementation. We don't encourage engagement with the tobacco industry and in fact have controls around it at policy setting stages, and we ensure that there is transparency around those engagements as well. We primarily engage with the tobacco industry through public consultation forums where the public has the same ability to provide submissions on our policies, for example, and we'll engage where we need to inform detailed aspects of implementation as well. As to how the tobacco industry might seek to influence policy, I think it's best that we don't comment on that, but we certainly do have strong controls in place across the department to try to manage any engagement.
Okay, staying with the department for a moment, in terms of those protocols, do you have specific protocols in place in relation to managing and recording industry influence activities, and are key staff made aware of the requirements of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control?
Yes, Senator. So in relation to correspondence, our view is to ensure that correspondence is managed in line with public correspondence, but is also published when it relates to consultations in relation to submissions in relation to consultations on public policy. We also maintain a register of significant interactions between department officials and the tobacco industry on our website. And in terms of any significant interactions, we have guidance that staff are aware of in relation to ensuring that any interactions include multiple officers, not just one, just to ensure that risks are mitigated.
And Professor Kidd, you're relatively recent into the role of Chief Health Officer. Have the tobacco industry attempted to make contact with you in relation to tobacco policy in Australia or any other matter?
Thank you, Senator. I am almost up to 1 year in the role.
Wow, time flies when you're, I don't want to say having fun, but time does fly.
It does, thank you. To my recall, I can't recall any communication or correspondence from the tobacco industry to the Office of the Chief Medical Officer during the time that I've been in the role. However, we will do a quick check and let you know if there has been any.
And if you could take that on notice, and also take on notice for us the protocol that you have around recording and managing industry influence activities, and the steps you take to make key staff fully aware of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And if the department's able to provide anything publicly, into the documentation, that would be good. My purpose here is just to make sure that we've taken the broad commitment that is shared to the convention, and we're actually kind of making it practically and tangibly effective. To the ATO, in terms of the information you have for us, do you have any modelling on the amount of money that would be put back into the pockets of tobacco corporations if the excise was cut, as is being requested by those corporations, including Philip Morris?
Thank you for the question. No, we don't have any modelling on what that would look like. Since the ITEC, or Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner, has come into their role, a lot of the reporting and the quantifying of the risk of illicit tobacco is now done through that group. The ATO does provide information and intelligence where we can to the ITEC to ensure that anything that we have can be picked up in the reporting and the analysis that they do.
Okay. And my last question is for the department. In terms of the data that you collect, do you have any data on the public health impact of the rise of illegal tobacco? For example, changes in smoking rates or rises in hospitalisation from unregulated and unsafe, to safe tobacco, but unregulated tobacco that you can share with the committee?
Senator, thank you for the question. We look at tobacco use across the board. We don't look at whether the product that someone was using was licit or not. And as such, we don't have broken down information on this. What we do have is our overall smoking rate information, and we will have the latest set of data later this year.
All right. And do you have any plans? I mean, I do understand why traditionally that would have been how you'd have collected and shared the information, but given the rise in illicit tobacco and also the rise in the public consciousness of it and the way in which it's influencing conversations around tobacco policy, have you got any plans to kind of provide that more specific data around illicit tobacco?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Perhaps just to clarify in relation to the national data sets, where we can, so we look at the smoking population in the broad and prevalence rates don't distinguish, but where there are additional questions that allow us to understand the demographics behind where people are purchasing and whether that might be lawful or illicit, we certainly do look at that. I would just add to the conversation that in the recent budget there was a commitment of $5.2 million over 4 years for data collection, analysis and monitoring. Part of that commitment is expected to be used to commission more annual data collection to allow us to understand this at a granular detail. Now, there are trade-offs in relation to annual data collections versus the gold standard national data collection. So we look most closely at the collections by the ABS and the AIHW, which provide us with national data, but the cadence of those collections is such that we don't necessarily have the annual estimates. So we are about to look at where there might be opportunities to commission additional data analysis on a more frequent basis to complement that understanding.
In relation to illicit tobacco, though?
Illicit tobacco is within the scope of that commitment, yes. Yes, so it will include illicit tobacco, yes.
If I may add,
thank you.
Sorry, Senator, if I may add,
Yes,
it is a complex question because, of course, people, when they're asked, may not be willing to disclose that they have been accessing illicit tobacco. And what we don't know, of course, is people may be using both legal and illicit tobacco products. So it is a complex area.
I do understand that, Professor Kidd. I'm even information that would be able to be provided around presentations to health care, to hospitals, for example, for the impacts of intake of illicit tobacco substances. Just something to guide us from a space of often industry-driven hyperbole to a bit more sound public health data on the public health impact of illicit tobacco would be greatly appreciated. And look, if after you've given evidence, you go, I should have said this, please provide it to us on notice, and it would be, I think, helpful for the committee to have any data on that.
No, I agree, Senator. Of course, the health harms from smoking can, of course, take many decades before they appear. So what's happening with the current illicit trade may not appear in our health outcomes for decades to come.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And just to follow up a little bit on what Senator Steele-John was asking, in terms of, so we've seen in the budget papers last week that Excise is going to drop again from 7.76 billion to 2.14 billion 29-30. What proportion of the fall in that tobacco excise, are you tracking whether it's attributed to people quitting smoking, or are they just shifting to an illicit market? Are you tracking? Because we've seen a downward trend of people smoking in Australia, which has been it's been incredible in terms of how things have worked. But we've seen evidence as a committee to say that nicotine in water testing is on the rise again by 4%. So are you tracking the number of people still that are quitting? And I guess what are you attributing to people quitting versus going to the illicit market?
So we are constantly monitoring, insofar as the data allows us, the numbers of people smoking, so the quit rate, but also we have a strong interest in tracking those taking up smoking in the recent past. So yes, in effect, we're monitoring those rates.
Are you able to provide that on notice to the committee, that quit rate that you're seeing versus new smokers taking up? Is that?
So I'm not sure we have exactly that data, Senator, but we can take on notice to give you what we have, or to understand whether there's any other research that might give you that indication.
That would be brilliant. Thank you very much for that. And thank you again for appearing. As I said, questions on notice, if we can have them by the 1st of June. As Senator Steele-John has said, anything else that you think this would be helpful for the committee, please provide it. And thank you again for appearing today, and I will release you all. We will now suspend until 11:15 a.m. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman and the New South Wales Small Business Commissioner. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available to you from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Okay, should I start?
Would you like to? I was going to say I'll get my list out. If you would be happy to, that would be great.
Great, thank you. Aidan Storer, the Executive Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman.
Fantastic. And is there Miss McCullery-Smith?
The Ombudsman, Miss McCullery-Smith, is an apology today.
Is an apology? Okay, no problem. We'll mark her off. So then, Miss Ellis.
Good morning, Catherine Ellis, Acting New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
Michael Miller, Director Mediation Services, New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
Excellent, thank you. And we seem to have we got anyone else? That should be it for this panel, I understand.
That's it.
Excellent. Do either of you have an opening statement?
I don't have an opening. Oh, sorry, jumping in.
Yes, sorry.
Who would you like to start?
If you have have you got an opening statement you would like to give?
Not a specific opening statement, but I was thinking just making a couple of opening remarks for senators who are not familiar with SPFEO. So, as I mentioned, our Ombudsman is an apology for today, but just so you're aware, the role of SPFEO at the Commonwealth level, we do sort of broadly three areas. One is to provide assistance for small businesses in disputes with other businesses and Commonwealth government agencies and provide information about dispute resolution. We also advocate on small business issues in relation to policy development, regulatory design and business support, and we inform small and family businesses about better practice guidance, support and helpful tools. And I guess today, certainly as we've made in our submission, there's probably three areas on which we have raised issues around the impacts of the illegal tobacco trade on small business. One's around insurance, one's around safety, and the other is around leasing arrangements. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Miss Ellis, did you have an opening statement?
Look, I'll just say along similar lines, thanks for the opportunity for us to appear before the committee today. The New South Wales Small Business Commission is an independent statutory office of the New South Wales Government. Similarly, but a little bit differently to SPFEO, we provide dispute resolution services with a focus on retail lease issues and other civil matters. We provide advocacy for small businesses, both in terms of individual small businesses experiencing issues in their own business with their own circumstances, and then in relation to more systemic issues affecting whole classes of small business sector. And we also provide information and advice to small businesses across New South Wales, of which there are almost 900,000. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. What we will do is go into questions now, and I'll give the call to Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, if you can, for the committee, explain what role can business and industry play in contributing to a nationally coordinated response to the illicit tobacco problem? And I suppose, in addition to that, are there any insights that small businesses have into the illicit market? that a nationally coordinated response could benefit from?
Maybe I can start first, Senator. Look, in terms of, I guess where we're coming from, we're really bringing some perspectives around the impact that the trade is having on small business operators. And when we refer to that, I guess it's both legal retailers of tobacco, but also those businesses that are operating in premises that are sort of in high-risk areas where illegal tobacco trade is being conducted. So certainly, there clearly are some impacts from the experience, both in terms of, I guess, the trade is obviously eating into market share of tobacco sales, which obviously for genuine, legitimate retailers is impacting their sales, but it's also raising costs to operate their retail businesses. Insurance is a particular issue that's being experienced. There are a number of push pressures on insurance for small business at the moment, but certainly for those businesses that are operating tobacco sales, but also operating in those high-risk areas where we're hearing from small businesses about rising premiums, very limited options to do much about reducing those premiums, whether it's because they are tenants and they've got limited options that can actually do things within those premises, but also the cost potentially of particularly those security-related pressures on those businesses, but also really insurance premiums aren't really picking up those sort of individual steps that a business can take. So I guess one of the things that we're seeing this across a number of areas of small business insurance, where insurers, where individual actions are taken by a policyholder, it's often not being reflected in individual policies because those policies are set at a sort of a broader level. So certainly, if there are options to think about, and I guess law enforcement is a key part of that, to create a safer operating environment that can help put downward pressure on that risk, which obviously plays into insurance and that safety risk that applies. I might pause there.
Did the New South Wales, I can see you nodding there. Did you have great.
Thank you. I think very good point there made just in relation to insurance, and we would emphasise that from the New South Wales perspective, that any action that can be taken to put downward pressure on the risk profile of the tobacco and illicit tobacco industry would be welcome from the New South Wales perspective. I think we've seen and heard from businesses, not on a broad scale, but in a limited number of cases where operating a physical premises in proximity to another premises that is deemed to be high risk and can have pretty devastating consequences for small businesses who find themselves in a situation where their insurance premium may suddenly become unaffordable or extremely difficult to pay just due to being situated, say, in a strip of shops proximal to a high risk or what insurers may deem to be a high risk premises, and this is affecting businesses who, may not have anything to do at all with tobacco retailing, and indeed in situations where businesses are selling legal tobacco products, then it affects them as well. So certainly insurance is a big one, and for the reasons that Mr. Storer drew the committee's attention to, insurance is already quite a challenging area for small businesses at the moment, and they're coping with rising premiums and range of other challenges in terms of availability, particularly in regional New South Wales. So certainly insurance is a critical piece in terms of improving circumstances, to your question, Senator.
Thank you. And I suppose that both those responses go to the impact that the illicit tobacco market is having on legitimate, retailers of tobacco. Do you think that there's any, and I suppose my question went to, is there any of those kind of insights or knowledge that you think small businesses have that is useful in helping, I think they get talked about as partners, or the groups that all come together in combating the illicit tobacco market. Is there anything that you think in the intel or insights that small businesses have that can help those conversations? You've talked about the impacts on small business essentially that goes to kind of alleviating some of those impacts on small business.
Maybe I can jump into this again. Certainly the sort of insights, and often I think we'd encourage when work's being done on this, particularly thinking about a national approach and some interventions, is to really reach out to small business stakeholders to really understand both what some of those challenges are, but also what some of those implementation impacts might be for any changes in policy settings. So really, it can vary depending on the business, the location, whether they're, as Ms. Ellis said, whether they're directly retailing tobacco products or if they're an adjacent business in a high-risk area. So I think we would be really encouraging, and this is certainly something that SPEFIO can assist with government, to really to engage early and really get those perspectives on what that could look like. We've touched on insurance. Another area around leasing arrangements, as I sort of mentioned in our submission, I guess one of the things we're hearing from some jurisdictions have actually, and there are different approaches being adopted within different jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions are actually putting obligations on landlords to evict illegal tobacco selling in precincts. One of the things certainly we've heard about that is that's kind of really putting almost like a quasi sort of law enforcement role on those landlords, which is quite challenging to undertake, particularly when you're dealing with the criminal element around illegal tobacco. So in some ways that can create safety risks. There are a number of small businesses that might actually be landlords as themselves, so their capacity to really lean in this area is quite challenging. But also in terms of those arrangements, we sort of, it creates opportunities for landlords to in some ways weaponise that ability, and they could be then for unreasonably moving against a retailer for no direct reason around tobacco sales, but for other reasons that they might want to put pressure on that retailer. So there could be unintended consequences there. I think from a national approach, we'd certainly encourage moves towards national consistency around some of those retailing leasing arrangements, but also making sure that any kind of tobacco-specific requirements actually work with retail leasing regulation that's currently at the state level as well.
And I think just to add to that, certainly concur with Mr. Stora's comments there in terms of having an organised way to consider small business impacts in a way that is discrete from, bigger business. So, that can particularly come to the fore where there are new regulations and requirements introduced for businesses in response to this, which is obviously a natural and expected development there. But it can often be much more difficult for small businesses with limited resources to meet those requirements from a cost or a time perspective. So, for example, in New South Wales, there was a licensing or registration scheme introduced last year, which has, I think, $1,000 registration fee for retailers, which doesn't, at this stage, to the best of my knowledge, distinguish between the size of an operator. So that's the sort of thing that is worth thinking about just in terms of small business capacity, and having or it's sometimes referred to as a small business impact assessment, having the ability to specifically consider the impact of regulations from the perspective of small business people rather than treating business as one sort of entity at large. The other thing I think that is important too is having robust reporting mechanisms in place. So one of the things that we've seen, unfortunately, as a feature of the illicit tobacco market is that there are instances that we've had reported to us of intimidation associated with the market, and obviously for small businesses in particular, that's a difficult thing to put their name against a report. However so much the law enforcement process may support that, it's a difficult thing sometimes for small businesses to put their name against reports like that. So enabling anonymous reporting mechanisms is also something that we would say would be an important feature to encourage small businesses to report activity that they are aware of in their own region.
Thank you. And I'm getting the wrap up from the chair, so I'll be concise. So I've heard that you've got, from both of you, you've got concerns about landlords, like thinking about that kind of lease arrangement. Can you see that there would be, I suppose, some benefit to tackling it from a lease and a landlord perspective in combating that illicit tobacco trade, notwithstanding what you're saying, we need to work with small business to make sure that we get those things right so there's not unintended consequences, but it's one part of the system that can help, essentially, like potentially keep out illicit tobacco retailers where you've got legitimate tobacco retailers. So there's not that. I mean, I think you've both talked about where you might be set up in the same precinct or area, and it attracts some problems for the person who's selling tobacco legally.
Look, in terms of that last point, Senator, certainly there are some jurisdictions which are looking at a role for landlords, as I mentioned in my last comments. Now, I guess one of the challenges, as I pointed out, was that, in some cases those landlords aren't sort of law enforcement. I mean, because of the steps that they would need to take to move against a illegal tobacco seller in their premises. And particularly noting the level of crime, organised crime that's behind a number of these sellers, that's a really challenging role for landlords. And as I said, some of those are small business landlords. Some of them might be larger corporates that own those large retail premises. But for those small businesses, it's a really challenging area where they're not sort of equipped to and the safety risks that can go in that environment of trying to actually move someone from a premise or threatening to move into an area.
And sorry, Mr. Story, just if I can just interrupt you for a second, just because I am going to get the wrap up. Do you have examples of like those landlords coming to you with those concerns?
So we've had the feedback we've had around that has come from a number of the small business stakeholders that we've had. I mean, in our submission, we list a number of those that we've spoken to, and that's where we've had those examples brought to us.
So I'll have a bunch of questions on notice to both of you, but I'll share the call. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to declare any source of income, revenue or financial or in-kind support provided by the tobacco industry or its representatives to your organisations, first of all.
Go first. No, we're a government-funded body.
Likewise, we're a government-funded body, so the answer is no.
And the Chamber?
Apologies, I haven't. I'm due a little bit later, but I thought I'd jump on a bit earlier. Senator, to answer your question,
if I can just stop you there. Sorry, Senator Steele-John, not part of this panel. So this panel is just Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman and the New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
I apologise, Chair. They're all on the screen at the same time, so it gets a bit much.
It can,
Sorry,
yes.
Apologies. I'll come to you later then. Thank you. Are there any impacts on or of illicit tobacco on small businesses that haven't been covered yet in this session that you would like to raise?
Look, the only other thing I mentioned, probably because I talked about leasing and insurance, is around just the general safety risk for those small businesses, but also their staff as well. And again, from some of our discussions with small business stakeholders, have raised with us some of the, even for those legitimate, I mean, certainly for those legitimate retailers of legal tobacco, is having people come to their premises threatening staff that are there in their retail premises as well. So that safety risk is a really critical area of impact as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, reading your submission, you put high emphasis on the higher insurance premiums for businesses selling legal tobacco. Can you please talk to us a bit more about whether this is a widespread issue across Australia and the reasons behind it in your experience?
Again, I can go first. So look, the information we provided in our submission are from some of those anecdotal discussions that we've heard from our small business stakeholders. So I can't really comment on the sort of the macro picture, but certainly what the feedback we've heard through our consultations are that both retailers of legal tobacco products in premises have seen upward pressure on insurance premiums, largely aligned to the risk and the safety risk, but also those other retail businesses that might be co-located in those areas where tobacco sales are occurring, because often those retail premises are seen as a higher risk precinct in and of itself. So I guess when it comes to insurance, there are a number of push pressures that small businesses are facing across a range of fronts. So I can't speak to the specific component of that, but certainly that's been another feature in rising premiums.
Okay. Well, look, that was it, unless there's anything that would like to be added by the other witnesses to that question.
I think just in terms of your question, just before the one before this, Senator, I think we would also just draw attention in terms of general impacts. I think we would also just draw attention to the just loss of income generally and the effect on operating viability for businesses who are retailing legitimate or legal tobacco products. And particularly I draw the committee's attention to particularly businesses, not exclusively in regional areas, but often in regional areas where to run a viable operation, they may be retailing not just tobacco but other products as well in their store, or legal retailing. And of course, if the foot traffic isn't coming in to purchase their tobacco, then that has an impact on the other aspects of their business. And we have heard, particularly from New South Wales businesses, particularly in regional New South Wales, where that has become a significant issue, and in a small number of occasions aware of businesses have closed their doors as a result of that. And would also, just in terms of insurance, echo Mr. Storer's comments and, consistent with my comments a couple of moments ago, insurance is a particular area of challenge for small businesses right across the board at the moment, and this exacerbates it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele. John. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. 2 quick questions. What are the 3 most important points that you'd each like to make to the committee?
Maybe I'll jump in first. And I sort of said this at the outset, Senator. Really, the 3 areas that we see impacts, I mean, there may be more, but certainly in our submission and are around insurance and the real pressure that's placing on insurance costs for small business, the general issue around safety of small business operators in both direct selling retail tobacco, but also in those precincts, and also some of the challenges around leasing arrangements I talked about. There's a couple of elements to that as well. So those are the 3 areas that I would highlight.
Thank you. New South Wales?
Thank you, Senator. I think we're essentially on the same page there with Mr Storer. I think we'd say having a proportional approach to any regulatory settings that are introduced with a specific regard for small businesses' capacity from a cost and time perspective to comply and understand any new obligations that apply to them is really important from our perspective, as is the insurance impacts and downstream impacts for viability of small businesses operating not only in the tobacco market, but, you know, when they're operating businesses adjacent to such businesses and wearing the impact of that. And then thirdly, the very real intimidation and safety issues that we're aware of, which, you know, are often very difficult for small businesses or any business really, but particularly small businesses to contend with is we would say to the committee, a very important factor to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. According to your members and the feedback you get from them, what are the root causes of these issues? Both.
Maybe I'll start again. I mean, I think certainly the three areas that I highlighted go so much to some of the safety environment or the deteriorating safety environment around the illicit tobacco trade, which we understand is growing. So really that sort of criminal element and that factor, but also as Ms Ellis mentioned too, around the challenges of the market share shrinking for legitimate sales as these illegal tobacco products, which are obviously much cheaper, have moved in as well. So there's also a direct impact on business revenue.
What's the root cause of that, though? Their consequences. What's the root cause? Why is illicit tobacco market share increasing so much?
Well, I guess the legal product sale, the tobacco products are more expensive under the current arrangements. So that's, I guess those small business retailers are saying that they're struggling to sell those products.
So it's the excise. It's the excise then, is it? Tobacco excise being so high?
Well, I'm not going to comment around, but I guess the price is something that's obviously impacting sales in those premises.
Thank you. New South Wales?
Certainly the cost difference between buying a packet of legal cigarettes versus an illicit product is, you know, the feedback we've had from our small businesses in New South Wales is that it's just so stark and you know, very difficult to bridge that divide, and that's the reason why we've really seen, or we would see a tribute to certainly a escalation of concerns that we've had raised with the Commission in New South Wales, albeit it's a concentrated small group of people or businesses rather than something we hear about from a large group of businesses on a daily basis. You know, that's the you know, the main factor I think that we would point to.
Thank you. And on behalf of your members, what message would you like to give to the committee and to the government in terms of what's the solution, what's the opportunity going ahead?
Look, my main message would be around the impact that this is having on small business, this current environment, and to really impress upon the importance of engaging and understanding what some of those impacts are when looking at policy solutions in this area. So again, that call out for early engagement with small business stakeholders to understand what those impacts are and fully inform that process.
Do you have any sense of what the members would have they told you what are the solutions and the opportunities?
Well, in terms of members, as a government entity that advocates on small business, our membership is small business writ large rather than any particular members, so we're probably a little different in that sense, Senator, but certainly those themes that I brought up in this, both in our submission and today, are the sorts of messages we're hearing from small business stakeholders.
New South Wales?
From the New South Wales perspective, I think it's regulation and enforcement which is effective and proportional, and certainly in New South Wales there have been developments in that space, and particularly from the landlord perspective, because that's been raised. The Public Health Tobacco Amendment Landlord Offences Bill 2025 passed the New South Wales Parliament early in May, so not so long ago, and is expected to commence on proclamation, or we're expecting that to be around middle of the year, I think. So to some extent, we don't have a lot of data yet on how effective that regime is, but there were further reforms introduced late last year with the licensing regime and a more robust enforcement, and we've seen, I think, a small drop in concerns raised with us. And I just checked this morning in terms of New South Wales Health's enforcement information, and they've issued 250 short-term closure orders since the 3rd of November 25. Short-term closure order being an order to close a premises for up to 90 days. This is under the Public Health Tobacco Act 2008, and there are 170 orders still in force. And there's a map which is publicly available, and there's been premises closed down right down the eastern seaboard and into parts of regional New South Wales. So we have seen that occur in New South Wales as well. And in respect of insurance, other than the circumstances that we would call out specifically in relation to businesses impacted by illicit tobacco, we did make a submission recently and provided evidence to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services inquiry into small business insurance. And I would also draw the committee's attention to that submission, and happy to extrapolate on that, because in that submission and evidence we also delved into broader issues impacting the insurance market in terms of small businesses.
Just a quick follow on. What about excise rates? What do your members saying about excise rates on tobacco, legal tobacco?
I guess they don't tend to point us to feedback that goes specifically to excise rates, but they do say the gap now between what you can buy a packet of cigarettes for on the legal market versus the illicit market is, has been growing and is so significant now that it's impacted sales of legal tobacco.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I just want to go back to that point. The New South Wales Premier, the Health Minister, the Police Minister have all said that tobacco excise is too high and is causing the tobacco price crisis. That's not what you're hearing from your constituencies, either the Ombudsman or the Small Business Commissioner? I mean, surely that's reflected in what's coming back to you from your constituencies, if even the Premier, the Health Minister and the Police Minister are saying it?
Look, yes, I think effectively that is what we're saying, is that the feedback is that the price increases of the legal product has affected businesses progressively over the years, and to the point now where the difference is so stark, and to the extent that that's driven by the excise, then I think the Commission agrees with that.
Mr. Storer?
Look, again, when we've talked to stakeholders, and again, the main themes that have come out of that feedback around those small business impacts, again, obviously recognised around the impact it's had on market share of legal sales is reflecting in price. We don't sort of delve into the different components of that, but that sort of broader point around both that cost as well as those other impacts that that those businesses are feeling.
But surely it's not a difficult enough thing to say when it's the actual driver of the price.
Look, we're reflecting back the feedback we've had, and we've talked about price. Now, we haven't sort of gone into all those different elements, but certainly the high price of the legal products has been cited as a challenge and has impacted market share for sales.
So over the last, say, 2 or 3 years, what has been the extent of the growth in feedback around this? I mean, we've had fairly significant excise increases over 23, 24, 25, and this is the period where we've seen this huge growth in the illicit market reflected in write-downs in national excise. Does that align with the feedback that you've been getting from your respective constituencies?
Look, I certainly... Ms Ellis, you can go first if you like.
Look, I think from a New South Wales perspective, and thank you, Senator, for the question, we would generally say that the feedback has been, not overwhelming, but the businesses that provide us feedback are usually feeling the impacts acutely. And I might just ask my colleague, Mr Miller, just to speak in more detail about that. Thank you.
Senator, you were talking about the excise. I did have a look at some comments that have come back, and we just don't find a lot of comments in the surveys really specifically addressing that issue when I've searched for that term in the data that I have available. The legitimate retailers, as has been mentioned, are concerned about just losing not only the whatever margins they might have on legitimate sales, but also those incidental sales. So that would be a top issue for them. And the insurance one's been mentioned before. Insurance is something that the main insurance that we're talking about is probably building insurance. And so that is really a cost of the landlord, but can be and frequently is passed on or shared with the tenant. So increased cost or unavailability of insurance impacts the actual tenancy that's of concern, plus anybody else in the same building, or even their neighbours in a neighbouring building. We have, in terms of the prevalence or how many times things are being reported or discussed with our office, as a rough measure, I could say that tobacco-related issues almost doubled year on year. So maybe in the last 365 days, I can identify about 80 incidents. We do thousands, so it's not an overwhelming issue for our office, but say 80, whereas in the previous 365 days it might have been around 40, and before that only 20 if you go back 12-month periods.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in respect of the closure orders, and I think you said about 170 of those, is that about right? Was that the number of closure orders?
250 short-term closure orders made since the 3rd of November 25, with 170 still in force.
How many of those are effectively being ignored, of those closure orders?
We, as the Small Business Commission, don't have data on that because New South Wales Health are the ones who are responsible for the enforcement regime. I'm reporting to the committee on information that's publicly available via New South Wales Health, and I just checked the currency of that this morning. So I think your question is, Senator, how many of the shops are effectively remaining closed as opposed to people ignoring them and starting up their business regardless, or reopening regardless?
Who are ignoring them and staying open. Do you have any data on that?
No, that would be a question for New South Wales Health.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the insurance for property, and business insurance for neighbours. What are the specific examples of that? Are we having people being denied insurance at all if they're, say, in the proximity of or in the same building as a illicit tobacco seller or a legitimate tobacco seller?
Yep. Yeah, we do have examples where the current insurer, say, at the time, will refuse to continue insurance upon renewal, or possibly even look to get out of the insurance contract prior to it being renewed. So there might be some argument or dispute about what they thought business was. When it comes to obtaining insurance, the premiums are expected to probably at least triple, maybe quadruple, if available. And the availability we've also heard, and these are anecdotes, so just a small number. The sourcing of that insurance might be outside of Australia.
So we're talking about other businesses around a legitimate tobacco retailer in the same building being refused insurance, or if they can get it, up to 4 times the premium.
Yeah, so quite commonly the insurance is going to be the landlord's insurance. It's for the building that they own. So if there's one building with many tenancies, then naturally that's going to affect all tenancies within that same building that is owned by the one landlord. It's not actually that's slightly different to saying it's the business's insurance or the tenant's insurance. It's more so the landlord's insurance for the building, which can be, often is, but doesn't have to be, passed through. So they seek a contribution towards the insurance under the lease terms from the tenants.
So potential rental in terms or lease increases based on the fact that the insurances have gone up significantly because of the risk. But surely a business would also want to have its business insured. So you're not seeing effective, say, I don't know, another business having its business insurance impacted. I have heard of that, particularly in Victoria, but are you getting the same sorts of message where to have let's say my contents, my stock and trade insured as in my business premises, so it's business insurance rather than building insurance? You're not seeing any impacts on that? I have heard of it as I said, particularly in Victoria.
For what comes through our area, New South Wales, a lot of it is to do with the lease, and less so it's to do with the contract directly between the tenant as a business and their insurer. So whilst I don't have any examples of that to hand, it's possible we just don't have that routinely coming through our office.
I would just add to that and say that more generally speaking, the cost of doing business or cost of business inputs is consistently the largest issue for New South Wales small businesses. We do a monthly momentum survey, we call it, where we measure confidence levels and top concerns for small businesses. Cost of business inputs is generally the top issue and an issue for over 85% of businesses that we survey there on a monthly basis. And one of the key drivers of that is cost of insurance. So to the extent that affects businesses in this industry, then of course we would point to that. We do particularly hear from businesses in regional areas around there being instances where there's simply no insurer in the relevant market willing to offer a policy, and that's not just for stock and other things, but a range of different insurance products. So we would expect that would come, be a relevant factor here too.
In the areas where there's proximate that are proximate to the sites that have been closed through the short-term closures, are there any reports of improvement in trade in those locations where an illicit business has been closed for a period of time?
I don't think we have that sort of information, and Senator, I think one of the main reasons for that is we tend to hear from businesses when they're in trouble or experiencing challenges. We don't tend to hear from them so much when when things are going better. So we can't point to any circumstances like that, but certainly there are many more locations that have been subject to these orders than were the case prior to the changes in New South Wales. I would also say that generally small businesses are telling us that trading conditions are very difficult at the moment in a number of cases, and so to some extent I would think that just cost of living, interest rate rises and other things are affecting small businesses' operating environment, and that has an effect more generally.
So last question.
Yes, thank you.
The conversation more broadly, particularly from government, is that the law enforcement activities being undertaken by both them and the states are the way that we're going to manage that, manage this issue. I suppose given that year on year your complaints about this issue are doubling, is there any feedback that business is seeing a positive effect from the law enforcement activities?
Maybe I can jump. Oh,
sorry, go on, Mr. Storer.
Oh, I was going to say, certainly have the importance of effective law enforcement arrangements where they exist and anything that can actually improve that safety environment around those precincts, both for those businesses that are directly selling those products, but also adjacent businesses. Probably similar to Ms. Ellis's comments, we don't often hear sort of feedback around how things improve, more around some of those challenges that small businesses are facing. But certainly, I think there's certainly a view that if law enforcement as it exists can be more effective in actually reducing that safety risk, that would certainly be something that would be a positive step forward.
I think we'd all agree with that. Thank you. Can we go back to
Excellent.
the Commissioner? Yeah.
I think what we've seen in New South Wales is, notwithstanding the increased number of inquiries, we have seen a drop-off in what I'd call very escalated, very stressed small businesses, and it's a small number that we were hearing from probably pre the reforms being introduced in New South Wales, where the ability to or where the increased numbers of closure orders were made possible. So I think it's for those businesses that were acutely feeling it, we haven't heard the same escalated nature of complaints, but I would just and so, for example, some of the inquiries might be just about we'd have to delve into it further, and we're happy to do that, but some of them might be about some of the new landlord changes or the licensing regime, et cetera, that we might get general inquiries about that. I would just caveat my comments, though, by saying that we are aware of a couple of instances where businesses have closed. So, where we might have been hearing very escalated concerns, those businesses may not be in operation, and therefore they're not, providing us with or not operating in that market. And the other thing I think that is always in our minds when we're talking about illicit tobacco is just this. I've come back to the intimidation and safety issue. So, that does impact on how businesses feel about engaging with government. We make our best efforts to, support them to do that, but in some instances, threats to safety for themselves and their families is, a deterrent to engaging, and we do have that in our minds too when we talk about our understanding of the impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for appearing today. And any questions that you've taken on notice, we would ask that you have those back to the Secretariat by the 1st of June. If you need an extension to that, please let the Secretariat know. Also, if there's anything that you think I should have said that, please feel free to provide that as a submission as well. But thank you very much for appearing with us today. So very happy to release you at this point and would ask our next panel to come forward.
Thank you.
Are they? Oh, amazing. Yeah, so these guys. I now welcome representatives from the Shopping Centre Council of Australia and the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start with the Shopping Centre Council of Australia first.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Angus Nardi. I'm the Chief Executive of the Shopping Centre Council of Australia.
And I'm Oliver Everett, a Senior Advisor at the Shopping Centre Council of Australia.
Fantastic, thank you. And
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. My name is Amelia Bitsis. I'm currently the Acting CEO here at the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, but my normal position is Executive Director of Policy and Advocacy here. And hello, Angus.
Hello.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, do either of you have an opening statement that you would like to give before we commence? So if we start with you, Mr. Nardi.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members and senators for the opportunity to share our sector's experience and engagement on issues relating to combating the illicit tobacco trade. For clarity, our members are landlords. Our Chair is the CEO of Centre Group, which owns and operates Westfield shopping centres. Our members do not operate retail premises, including the sale of tobacco. However, our members lease space to tenants who do sell tobacco products, and this includes tobacconists and other retail premises such as newsagents that also sell tobacco. Our focus has been on developing laws to enable landlords to terminate the lease of a premises found to be selling illicit tobacco. And in working with the Queensland Government, we developed what we call our best practice framework for illicit tobacco closure orders and lease termination, which is detailed in our submission. And in our view, the Queensland Parliament passed the best model, and the Queensland Government's model is the best model in Australia. A similar model has been picked up by New South Wales. A similar model operates in South Australia, and we are actively working with other jurisdictions to try to get that model picked up in their respective legislation. The WA government tabled tranche 1 of some laws in March, and the closure orders and lease termination provisions will apparently be in a tranche 2. And the Victorian government announced in March that they will be developing lease termination laws, and we are working with them on that. The development of our framework is based on our extensive experience in engaging with retail lease legislation, and we are Australia's preeminent industry group on retail lease legislation. We deal with these laws more than any other group over a long period of time. And in fact, we operate the national framework for short-term retail leasing, aka pop-up stores, which is under an industry code authorised by the ACCC. The basic premise of our framework is that a government agency issues a closure order on the premises, and in current cases, that's largely departments of health. Upon receipt of that closure order, that triggers our right under specific laws to terminate the lease, and in doing so, the tenant loses their otherwise normal rights, such as access to mediation, and we are also immune from any damage claims. We are keen to see this framework applied nationally, and that is what we are currently engaged in, and we would commend this approach to the committee. Thank you once again for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you very much. Did you have an opening statement as well?
I do, Chair,
yes.
And thank you, Chair, and thank you again, Senators. Just briefly, from a Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry perspective, we represent around 115,000 members, stakeholders, clients, etc. We represent small business throughout Victoria, including obviously into the regions. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things very briefly. The first relates to what the impacts of the illicit tobacco crisis is here in Victoria. You're well aware that we are fundamentally ground zero. As you would know, there have been a significant number of firebombings of premises in Victoria and of businesses. We undertook a survey of our members. We had 1,400 businesses that responded across Victoria. What they told us, and I'm just going to quickly run through these because it goes to the impacts that I know Senator Stewart was particularly interested in with the earlier panel. So some 74% of businesses told us that these crime issues are directly influencing their business decisions, including investment. It's influencing their decision around additional security, staff rostering, protection of their staff, reducing trading hours, hesitating on expansion plans, considering relocation and so forth. 92% told us that they were actually very concerned about their staff. In terms of what the impacts are and the costs of those impacts, so we've heard earlier from the previous panel around what some of those insurance costs are, but it's not just the insurance costs. 30% of businesses told us that the direct cost on them is upwards of $10,000. 22% reported it was between $10,000 and $50,000. 10% told us it was between $50,000 and $100,000, and 8% told us it was more than $100,000. They've actually, as part of our survey, small businesses told us or gave us some hints around what they thought would be some of the solutions, and I can obviously deal with that in more concrete terms as we proceed here today. But they've certainly strongly urged for a coordinated approach to both early intervention as well as the more sort of stronger tertiary responses. So the insights from small business were very much around security partnerships with Victoria Police or police, more structured engagement between police, councils, traders and shopping centres, neighbourhood watch style policing and WhatsApp call-out groups, as well as increased visibility of police, improved lighting and safer streetscapes, which is sort of lower cost safety improvement. I will leave it there. Our submission from the Victorian Chamber does go to some of the solutions as well. There's others that I'd certainly like to point out, including a recent initiative by the Victorian Government, which we very much support, and certainly support what Angus Nardi was saying earlier in relation to the Retail Tenancies Act and the rights of building owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go into questions. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. You've both been pretty comprehensive in your comments and your submissions. Could you tell me briefly about some of the solutions in detail that your members are advocating, please, and you'd like to pass on? And especially, do they have any comments or much comment about cutting excise rates in tobacco, legal tobacco?
Would you like to go, Amelia?
You can go first, Angus. I'm happy to follow up.
Thank you, Senator. As per our principal recommendation in our submission, the key solution from our role in helping to address illicit tobacco trade is ensuring that all jurisdictions have strong and effective closure order and lease termination powers. And that ultimately means that ourselves, but any landlord, is just given that express right to terminate a lease with being immune from any damages or the tenant having any mediation rights, just so that that tenant can be moved on and we can actually lease the premises to someone else and kind of get on with our business. So that's our principal solution that we are commending to the committee.
Senator, we certainly don't disagree with Angus on that point, but to the substance of your question around excise, there is a particular situation here in Victoria relating not just to tobacco anymore, but also to alcohol. And so we did recommend in our submission that excise rates are looked at, and we have done that really as a means by which we can address the significant penetration of organised crime into both of these industries and the impact that that is having on the business community, which I just outlined in terms of what those costs are.
Thank you. So let me just clarify and maybe summarise. High excise rates on tobacco and alcohol create fertile ground for illegal businesses, crime. Is that correct?
Senator, from our perspective, the evidence of that is very clear now in Victoria, unfortunately.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Colbeck.
Look, thanks very much for your evidence. In relation to the legislation that's being considered around right to terminate lease, are we seeing any pressure or pushback in any of the locations or jurisdictions where it's already there from the leasees, effectively being organised crime, to not go ahead with the termination? Is that also forming part of the standover that we're seeing as a result of this terrible trade?
Yeah, look, thank you for the question. Just before I answer, Senator, I'll give a little bit of context about where we sit in tobacco stores in total. So across our membership shopping centres, tenancies that sell tobacco legally are about 1 in 100 tenancies. So it's a pretty overall, small number. There's a large number of clothing and apparel stores and cafes and the like. And when we've analysed the only available public register of closure orders, which is in New South Wales, and the New South Wales Small Business Commissioner referenced to that earlier, our members are currently 3% of the total of closure orders that have been issued, and shopping centres are 10% of the total. So the vast majority are in, I suppose, what can be described as high street type locations. So that, I suppose, hopefully gives a bit of context for where we sit in the grand scheme of it. In our experience to date, we haven't seen or heard of any pushback from any of the lessees when we are now proceeding to terminate those leases. It may be because the laws that have been drafted, particularly in Queensland, are quite strong and don't really leave much wiggle room for the tenant. And it really relies back to the closure order that's been issued by, in the case of Queensland, the Department of Health. So it's really that judgment to close is up to the government agency. It's really then once we get a copy of that, it then triggers our rights under those laws. But we have not seen or heard of any pushback to date, Senator.
Okay. So that legislative backing is critical to the success or capacity of landlords to take those next steps, because it's not them necessarily making that core decision. It's got the imprimatur of government behind it.
You're spot on, Senator. It is absolutely critical for us as landlords to have that express legislative backing. And to give some context, in Queensland a few years ago, there was early investigations about if we can terminate the lease under normal circumstances. And of course, we could arguably terminate a lease But under laws passed by, the Parliament, the tenant then has various rights. They can seek mediation or they can slow things down. So it's where we then developed that if we really want to see the closure of these stores, that's where we help develop the model that we get an express right to terminate. It only applies to illicit tobacco and only applies to those issued a closure order by the government agency. But by having those very clear legislative rights, it really just lets us deal with the issue and move on without any key risk, including in the Queensland law, we are immune from any damage claims that the tenant can make. We can deal with their bond. There's obviously fit outs to deal with, and that's why we need that clear legislative pathway.
In terms of, let's say, application for space to open new lease, are you seeing any impact of this legislation on new applications? So, phoenixing basically, bowled over in one location, or are the proponents becoming more recognised and therefore not being provided space?
I suppose, firstly, Senator, we go firstly to our occupancy rates. So we have quite high occupancy rates across our members of 99.5%. So we don't really have a vacancy problem akin to, say, other high street locations where they may have vacant stores that are more readily available to rent. So it has not affected the demand that we're seeing generally from tenants. As mentioned, a survey across our membership, premises that have a right to sell tobacco are only 1 in 100 tenancies, so it's 1% of the total. So we have not really seen any specific impacts by way of demand coming from other tenants that want to lease space in centres.
Including those that want to lease it to sell tobacco?
Yes, including those that want to legally sell tobacco. Those that sell, in our cases, we have the franchise tobacconists, the TPGs, the signals, along with those smaller stores like news agencies that also sell tobacco. We actually haven't seen to date any specific impact on the demand to lease space.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Steele-John.
Excuse me,
sorry,
Senator,
you're on mute, Senator Steele-John.
Sorry, there we go, that's better. All right, so could I please ask you to declare any source of revenue or financial or in-kind support provided to you by the tobacco industry or representatives of the tobacco industry?
Senator, we receive no support from any tobacco organisation and have no formal relationship with any tobacco organisation.
So just to confirm, so no income?
No income.
No source of income? No source of revenue or financial support of any kind?
No, Senator, no support of any kind.
Including in-kind support?
Including financial in-kind or other support, nothing at all.
By the tobacco industry or by representatives of the tobacco industry?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now to the Chamber.
Senator, the same applies to the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Okay, thank you. Now, your submission has said that the Queensland government has really been leading on action to close shop fronts and to terminate leases of businesses that are selling illegal tobacco. That's the essence of what you're saying. Could you please go into what has been so effective in Queensland in terms of their government's approach and what other states and territories could learn from that approach?
Oh, thank you, Senator. Yeah, so Queensland, in our experience and engagement, has really been the lead jurisdiction on this. We worked very closely on developing the legislation to ultimately ensure that the rights we have are very clear and effective in closing down stores. And the general model is it's up to the government agency to issue the closure order on the store. We obviously aren't a government agency, so we don't have those types of powers. So it's up to the Department of Health after their assessments to issue the closure order. But then once we receive that, our rights are then triggered under the laws that were passed by the Queensland Parliament. And principally, it means we can terminate the lease immediately. And as a secondary effect, the tenant then loses their otherwise normal rights. And that includes, rights to mediation, where they can go to the Small Business Commissioner, as an example, and they lose other rights. And that's why the legislation speaks to about 4 different pieces of legislation, things like the Retail Leases Act, the Property Law Act and the Small Business Commissioners Act. And that model is, in our view, the best model. We've certainly, once that law was passed, we've reached out to other jurisdictions to try and adopt that model, noting that retail lease law is different in every jurisdiction, but there's a lot of similarities. But that's essentially the model that we are promoting. And in our experience, it's been very effective to date.
And could I ask you as well, do you have any reflections on how effective the WA government has been on this issue, and whether there are specific recommendations you'd make for the WA government in this context?
Oh, thank you, Senator. Our engagement probably reflects the nature of the issue in each jurisdiction. So as Amelia noted, in our experience, Victoria has really been ground zero on this, and hence we've had some engagement with them along with Queensland. But WA is now taking steps. The WA Premier tabled tranche 1 of their laws in February, and they publicly noted there's a tranche 2, which will pick up these closure order and lease termination provisions, and we are working with them and laying the groundwork for when they start developing the tranche 2 law. So the WA government, in our view, has certainly started to take the steps to address the issue in WA.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much. While we are on talking about leases, I figure we should just stay on this topic for a second. I think one of the things that is potentially problematic with landlord enforcement and penalties is each of the jurisdictions has got their own versions of, and you noted that there are some similarities in it, but there is some risk in it not being kind of unified. How might it be improved for a more unified landlord enforcement regime? I think there'd be benefits in that.
Thank you, Senator. Look, if I may be so bold, I think that a key framework to help get to a national or nationally consistent framework would be if this committee, does have a look at our recommendation, where we have actually, recommended if the committee could look at the best practice framework that we've developed. And in our view, if this committee made such a recommendation, that would send a very clear and powerful message to all jurisdictions and give it that very much national approach, because retail lease legislation is different in every state. Again, there's similarities, but at the end of the day, there is not a national piece of legislation, nor are they consistent within their own right. And that's kind of what we're working with what we've got. And, we are working through where there are similarities, but to really pick up and apply that model that we've developed. So there's no national forum for such issues to be considered. However, I do note in the Treasurer's budget last week, as part of the federal government's productivity package, there is a desire to progress with retail lease harmonisation. But I've been involved in that issue for nearly 20 years and it's never really been achieved, but we'll obviously engage on that because we see merit in that. But probably if there was one thing, it would be if this committee was to make such a recommendation, because there's no need to reinvent the wheel here. There's a really strong baseline in Queensland, largely and similarly adopted in New South Wales. WA and Victoria are now taking steps to develop their legislation. But I think if there was a recommendation by this committee, my own view, that would go a long way to helping achieve that.
Thank you. And I've now just got a question. In your submission, you talked about changes to the Franchise Code of Conduct.
Yep.
Can you speak to that for the committee, please?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I suppose just for the way that we look at it, every state has retail lease legislation, but obviously franchising is regulated nationally, under the Competition and Consumer Act. And so when we are a landlord, we have a lessee. The lessee could, for instance, be a franchisor, but the operator of the premises is a franchisee. Our relationship is and needs to be with the lessee, but the franchisor would have a relationship with the franchisee under the Franchise Code. So whilst we have been able to, in certain jurisdictions to date, ensure there's a really clear framework under retail lease legislation, our recommendation is really just to, I suppose, close the final gap in that, to give a franchisor any powers they need to deal with a franchisee that is actually found to be operating illegally.
Thank you. And just to assist the Chair with managing time, I'll go to the Victorian Chamber of Commerce. And thank you for sharing your insights into some of the things that small business has told you. That was really helpful. I think the first question that comes to mind of something that you said earlier, just in relation to excise. I suppose I'm curious to understand if you think lowering the tobacco excise for illegal pack of ciggies will impact the profitability of the illicit tobacco people.
Senator, that's a pretty tough question. I think, as I said earlier, there is now a pivot into alcohol as well, which it might be worthwhile appreciating that the committee is dealing only with tobacco, but it is nevertheless in relation to excise as well. Look, we have recommended that there needs to be a review of the excise issues. We're very concerned about how that revenue has fallen quite dramatically, and we're certainly concerned about the budgetary impact of that and what subsequent impact there could be to the community more broadly. I hope that answers the question.
No, it does. I suppose I think this is probably that we might disagree on these two things in that, if somebody can get a pack of ciggies for $10, an illegal pack of ciggies is still $20, even if you drop the excise price of a legal pack of ciggies. People are still going to want to go for the $10 pack of ciggies because it's cheaper. But anyway, I think we are going to disagree on that point. But I did have a question about your submission calling for a coordinated law enforcement response, and you did talk about the work that the Victorian government is doing. I'm keen to understand, I suppose, 2 points. What role do you think small business can play in what that looks like? It sounds like you might have some thoughts about that. And is there any additional powers that you think is needed in the enforcement response?
Thank you. I guess there's two things that I might mention. The first is, you're right, Senator, last week the Victorian government announced raft of measures, actually. One of them was a $10 million fund to support businesses / building owners with CCTV, upgrading their CCTV network so that they can stream direct to Victoria Police, security doors, alarms and fire suppression. That was largely in response to nightclubs, but it could, equally be relevant, obviously, for illicit tobacco rather than illicit tobacco. But that is a measure that we do support. We think that it is quite important, and along the lines of what Angus was saying earlier, any support that we can provide to business. So obviously, Angus has spoken about that in the context of the retail lease and the ability for the owner of the building to terminate that lease. This is along those sort of similar lines where the small business owner can come in and be a partner as part of the solution here. One other initiative that I just might mention as well is a sort of a private-public partnership, if you like, that we have between the peak employer bodies here in Victoria. Angus has been very instrumental in and involved in that with us. So we've established what is effectively a business safety alliance. We work very constructively with Victoria Police and with the Victorian Government. So initiatives like the one that I've just mentioned in relation to the $10 million fund for CCTV, that's a type of example of some of the work that has come out of this, along with the things that obviously Angus has already spoken about. But a model like that, I think, could be quite beneficial. So it's a very much like what I was saying at the start, very much a multi-pronged approach. So yes, Victoria Police, yes, Australian Federal Police, yes, a range of other, obviously, enforcement bodies are doing their work on that kind of more tertiary end, and we come in behind as industry partners and business partners working to support the business community so that they can address this and help with the disruption of this crime.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if there's anything in addition to what you've already provided for both that you think is worthwhile the committee knowing, please feel free to send it along. Thank you for your time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Stewart. And any questions that you've taken on notice, if you're able to provide answers to those by the 1st of June. But thank you very much for taking the time to appear before us today. We really appreciate it. And with that, we will suspend until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Association of Convenience Stores and Master Grocers Australia. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Theo Fakari, CEO, Australian Association of Convenience Stores.
Martin Sterling, CEO, Master Grocers Australia.
Fantastic. Thank you both. And I can see here that we have an opening statement. Are you happy for that to be tabled?
If I could go through it, that would be appreciated.
Certainly.
Yep.
Please proceed.
Okay. Fantastic. So I'll start by saying, firstly, thank you, Chair and Senators and Committee for the opportunity to present at this hearing. ACS is a non-profit member-based organisation representing retailers who operate more than 7,500 convenience stores across Australia, selling legal and regulated tobacco products in accordance with all Commonwealth and state laws. Our industry employs approximately 80,000 frontline staff, and we also represent more than 120 supplier members across all shop categories, including the 3 major tobacco suppliers. Our organisation is funded through an open and publicly available membership subscription model. All members pay an annual membership fee. The retailers I represent today have lost more than $2.5 billion in legal tobacco sales over the last 5 years. In 2025 alone, our industry lost $750 million in legal tobacco sales. Those figures are staggering, but the financial impact is only one part of the story. I want to talk about the people too often forgotten in this debate. Not politicians, not bureaucrats, not industry groups. I'm talking about our 80,000 frontline retail workers. Young workers, women, students, migrants, people working long shifts to support their families, people who should feel safe going to work every day. Right now, many of them do not, and that is the real human cost of this illegal tobacco crisis. We are now dealing with a full-scale crime crisis created by a black market that has become extraordinarily profitable under the failed excise policy. Organised crime groups are terrorising legitimate retailers and ordinary workers in suburban Australia. One of our members in Sydney, who operates 6 stores, was approached by criminals demanding they sell illicit tobacco and pay protection money. They refused. In response, organised crime opened an illegal tobacco store directly next door to attempt to destroy their business. Workers now get to store every day wondering whether there will be threats, aggression or intimidation and whether the business will survive. Another member operating 30 stores in regional Victoria experienced an armed robbery in broad daylight. Offenders carrying edged weapons entered the store whilst customers and staff were inside, stealing legal tobacco products to feed the illegal market. Imagine being a young casual worker standing behind that counter wondering if you're going to make it home safely. Those workers still talk about that incident today. Another retailer from a national network was personally handed a note demanding protection money. This occurred at multiple stores. As a result, they now employ full-time security guards simply to protect their staff. Let that sink in. Some convenience stores in Australia are now hiring security guards for frontline retail workers because they're being intimidated by organised crime groups. The emotional toll on workers is enormous. Staff are afraid to work night shifts. Parents are asking their children not to work evenings. Employees are suffering anxiety following violent incidents and threats. These are ordinary Australians simply trying to earn a living, yet they are being caught in the middle of what has become a nicotine war. What frustrates us most from a member perspective is that the situation was entirely predictable. Treasury has warned excessive tobacco excise would fuel the illicit trade. Law enforcement have warned organised crime was aggressively moving into the market. Retailers, including I and many others, have repeatedly warned governments since 2012 that violence and criminal activity were escalating, yet they ignored it. When legal smokes cost $45 a pack and the equivalent is sold for a fraction of the price, organised crime moves in. Today, criminal networks are estimated to control a nicotine black market worth around $10 billion. Government figures suggest illicit tobacco accounts for around 60% and 95% of the illicit nicotine vaping market. That money is not funding essential services, it's funding organised crime. while workers and legitimate businesses pay the price. I do want to acknowledge New South Wales Premier Chris Minns for openly recognising the role of excessive excise and its role in fueling the black market, because this is no longer simply a health debate. It's a community safety issue, it's a workplace safety issue, and increasingly it's a national enforcement issue. And if people want to attack anyone calling for excise reduction as somehow representing the tobacco industry, then I would ask them, are you accusing the New South Wales Premier of representing the tobacco industry too? Or are you accusing the Australian Border Force of representing the tobacco industry when they say we can't enforce this problem away? At some point, the federal government needs to stop pretending that this is working. Since 2021, governments have spent more than $1 billion across illicit nicotine enforcement, the pharmaceutical vaping model, and public health education campaigns. The results? Smoking rates have increased, nicotine usage has increased, legal tobacco sales have collapsed, and organised crime have expanded its grip on the market. The most recent federal budget allocated only an additional $14 million over the forward estimates to tackle this issue. Some states are spending more than that alone. Surely this demonstrates that the enforcement-only approach is failing. This experiment has failed, and the time for change is now before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you also have an opening statement? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Master Grocers Australia. MGA has represented independent retailers in this country for nearly 130 years. We have operated through wars, depressions, pandemics, financial crises, and enormous social and economic change. But the changes the tobacco crisis has caused are like nothing they have ever seen before. Our members are family-owned supermarkets, bottle shops and local stores that sit at the centre of communities across Australia, particularly in regional and outer suburban areas. Before I proceed further, I also want to address an issue directly and transparently. MGA receives relatively small amounts of funding connected to tobacco companies. MGA receives funding from a wide variety of suppliers, including milk, refrigeration, gas companies, insurance companies, and other suppliers that are essential for our industry. Our members expect that suppliers who profit from them support their not-for-profit industry association in fighting for their interests. That funding from any supplier has absolutely no bearing on MGA policy positions. Our policy positions are independently determined only and consistently in the best interests of our members and the broader community. We are not here today as advocates for tobacco. MGA supports legitimate public health objectives and lawful tobacco regulation. We are here because we are witnessing the expansion of organised crime into everyday Australian communities. And increasingly, that organised crime is being funded and enabled through illicit tobacco and now, alarmingly, through illicit alcohol as well. This is about whether Australia is willing to tolerate the normalisation of organised criminal enterprise operating openly through shopfronts in suburban streets and local regional communities. What was once a black market operating in the shadows has now evolved into a mature parallel economy. Illegal tobacco is now sold openly and systematically across Australia through sophisticated criminal supply chains that undercut lawful businesses, evade tax, ignore regulation, and expose communities to violence and intimidation. Our members are experiencing those consequences directly. Retailers who have done absolutely nothing wrong are facing extortion attempts, threats, ram raids, intimidation and fears of collateral damage from firebombings. Staff are frightened, customers are frightened, communities are frightened, and many independent retailers increasingly feel abandoned. One of the most devastating consequences has been the financial burden imposed on lawful businesses. Independent retailers are paying for this crisis through skyrocketing insurance premiums, increased security costs and lost sales flowing to organised criminal networks operating outside of the law. Lawful businesses are complying with every rule, every licence condition, every tax obligation, every regulatory requirement, whilst competing against criminal operators who comply with none of them. This is not healthy market competition. It reflects a growing misalignment between policy settings, enforcement capability and operational realities, and Australians can see it. They can see illegal tobacco stores operating openly, they see organised crime becoming normalised, and when the public sees that laws are not effectively enforced, confidence in institutions and the rule of law begins to erode, and that should concern all of us deeply. MGA's position is straightforward. We are pro-rule of law, and we believe that governments have the authority and responsibility to ensure regulated markets remain enforceable. We believe organised crime should not be permitted to establish parallel economies in Australian communities, and we believe lawful small businesses should not be sacrificed as collateral damage for policy settings that are no longer aligned with operational reality. But this problem is now spreading. The same criminal infrastructure, networks and methods that emerged through illicit tobacco are now moving into illicit alcohol, and we are seeing the early warning signs immediately. Australia has an opportunity to act before this becomes more deeply entrenched, but it requires a serious national response. This is ultimately about preserving public confidence in the integrity of Australian law itself, and MGA urges this committee to recognise the scale of the challenge and respond with measures proportionate to the seriousness of the threat. We urge the committee to listen to experts participating in this inquiry, including groups like the Shopping Centre Council that have been instrumental in successful measures like landlord enforcement powers, medical professionals, law enforcement and economists. Because if organised crime networks can operate openly, profit enormously, intimidate communities and displace lawful businesses with limited consequence, then this issue extends far beyond tobacco. And at that point, we are confronting a broader test of sovereign authority and the rule of law in Australia. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Senator Cox, we will go to you to begin questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and can I thank you both for appearing before the committee today and providing us with some evidence. And based on the opening statements, I just want to pick up on one of the points that you stressed to us. And I appreciate the impacts that illicit tobacco trade is having on the safety of workers. So first up, I want to be very, very clear about that. No worker should be experiencing the threats that you have described to the committee today. Could you tell us more about your engagement with your members and workers in reporting some of these threats to authorities?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Workers in independent grocery stores and liquor stores are increasingly facing aggression from not only customers but also the broader community itself, which is deeply frustrated by the lack of inaction. Unfortunately, what we have seen is that the price of illicit tobacco has now been normalised. There is a normalised baseline now of about $10 per pack. And when customers complete their grocery shop in an independent supermarket and perhaps want to purchase some tobacco after they've purchased other groceries, they become irate when they are told that will be $50, $60 for a packet of tobacco, because the normal expectation now amongst some consumers is that $10 is the baseline. That then leads to aggression and it leads to incredibly dangerous and uncomfortable situations, especially for young retail workers who might be confronting that kind of aggression for the first time in their lives.
And Senator, I'm happy to add a large number of our retailers are continuing to invest in increased security measures in their stores, increase training for their staff. It's really just about making sure the staff are going to be okay to go home to their families. And I think that's probably one of the most important parts that gets missed. We've had instances that some retailers in sort of bad areas are setting up safe rooms. They're converting their back office into a room where the staff can escape to should they be attacked. So, retailers are doing everything they can to protect not only firstly and foremostly their people, but also their products, whatever they might be, as well as their business in terms of damage that may happen.
Thank you very much. And it paints a very, very grim picture for, I agree, particularly young retail workers who are out there that may be at the coalface of experiencing some of the threats and the violence and aggression that you've described to us as a committee. So in your opening statements, you very much told us that you're not here to be advocating for tobacco excise to be reduced because obviously the profitability of serious and organised crime and the evidence we heard from the ACIC and ASP, the government would be getting into a bidding war with organised crime. They don't care how cheap the product is, they will just keep selling that at a cheaper and cheaper price. In relation to what it is that you would like to see happen, are you able to further articulate for the committee what it is exactly that you are advocating for? So,
Senator, I think in my opening statement I was pretty clear that excise policy has failed, and I think our position, in our submission, I've got 5 really clear points around how we believe this issue can be addressed. And it's important to note that it's not as though only 1 or 2 or 3 of these recommendations in isolation will actually go to addressing the problem. We strongly believe that all of the levers that can be pulled need to be pulled. Firstly and foremost, we need to reduce the excise by 50%. We believe that will make a legal packet around $25 in comparison to, and it's hard to get data, on average an illegal pack, if you buy it from a store, not a carton, is around $15. We strongly believe that most Aussies will do the right thing. Most Aussies know when they support organised crime, they're also supporting people that sell drugs in the community, that cause chaos in the community. Secondly, we believe that nicotine vaping should be regulated in a controlled manner, sold by licensed retailers with regulated products, not childlike flavours, obviously not marketed. It's effectively sold exactly the same way tobacco products are today, behind a counter, sealed, hidden from public view, with all of the relevant rules. Thirdly, we believe there needs to be one national framework. It's quite frustrating that we've had an ITEC commissioner and office in place for nearly 2 years now, and as yet, unless there's one floating around, I don't think that there is a national framework that has been published on what each state should do. But as it stands, we have 8 different sets of rules across the country. So our recommendation will be to have one set of rules. And in our submission, we break down all of those specifics, things like store closure powers and landlord termination powers, significant fines, more enforcement, people on the ground, etc. Fourthly, we can't continue to have websites and social media platforms openly selling these products and not being shut down by the government. These are Australian domain-based websites that should not be operating, but yet they continue to. And then lastly, we need a dedicated enforcement unit that we believe should be funded by the federal government, and that federal government can deploy either that funding or resources to each of the states, because whilst we're having some success in some parts of the country with different legislation, there's just too many people involved in the enforcement, and there's mixed messaging around the country. So they're the 5 points that we believe need to be implemented in parallel to be able to take control and bring demand away from the illegal market back into the legal market, and at the same time protect communities.
Senator, if I may just...
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to pick up on a couple of points, and I know that the Chair will probably want to share the call very shortly. The states and territories have already agreed to on those 8 critical priorities across the trade of illicit tobacco, including just, supply chain disruption and strengthening border force enforcement. What are the gaps then? You pointed to state and territory licensing or regulation in practice. Like, what are the gaps that exist?
So there's only...
I know there's a part for the Commonwealth to play. Sorry to interrupt you. There's a part for the Commonwealth to play. But, what essentially are you seeing around that inconsistency across states and territories? Because that's what we're here to receive, that information.
So, I can provide on notice after the fact a complete summary of that, but in very simple terms. Not in terms of licensing, we hear a lot about it. There's only 2 states that have a fit and proper person test within their licensing requirements, much the same as a liquor licensing act. Every state and territory should have it. Okay? In other states, and we again support Angus and SCCA on the work they've done for landlords and that closure power. But the fact that every state has their own slightly different version with different limitations and different applications, they just need standardisation. I mean, in Victoria, it's the heart of the problem, and they have 14 tobacco inspectors, and if you ring them up and you ask them, who are you checking on? And they say, oh, we're checking on all the stores with licences. Well, that's not where you should be starting. There's no need to go to a 7-Eleven or a Woolies or an Ampol because they're not the problem. Actually, there's a publicly available list that's been made, that's available online, of 1,200 stores in Victoria that sell illegal tobacco. How about you start there? But they ignore that, and we have that same thing that's happening there in New South Wales. And we have the same thing that's happening in other states. Now, from a gaps perspective, I think they're the areas that are of biggest concern that I've just gone through. But I am happy to provide because there's about 15, there's a list of 15 items that we track to understand who is doing it the best. And there's just gaps all over the place. But I'm happy to provide that summary to you on notice.
Yeah, if you could provide that on notice, that'd be extremely helpful. Also, if you have information, have you provided the list of 1,200 operators that you've just referred to law enforcement or any of the authorities?
Absolutely, I have. I've provided that directly. It's just for your record, it's available online as a list, both in New South Wales and Queensland, published by some of the mainstream mastheads. It's searchable by postcode, has business name, has an address. Very easy targets.
Okay, I just want to follow up, Chair, with one final question. Thinking you probably want to share the call very shortly. In lots of the evidence that this committee has heard, there's been lots of evidence has been provided to us from health professionals, from law enforcement, from, even Big Tobacco being in here talking about a legally provided product, and still we're at the point of understanding if we were to reduce an excise on the sale of tobacco as a legal product, that still wouldn't cut the mustard in relation to, there's no evidence that says that every consumer out there as an Australian person would decide that they were going to pay for a legal product. Like, there's no evidence in relation to that at all. So I'm interested to hear from both of you around what is the specific role of the Commonwealth in relation to ensuring that operators, legitimate operators, are able to compete fairly.
Thank you, Senator. I might answer the question first. Master Grocers has in its written submission urged the committee to have a look at the excise settings and consider all evidence from experts that are contributing to this discussion about whether the excise settings are correct. Our retailers tell us that their customers have reached the point where they are making rational decisions based on price, but not because they want to be purchasing illegal tobacco, but because they have no choice. And the customers that our retailers speak to on a daily basis about this are saying that if the product was a little bit cheaper, then they would happily purchase the legal product that is attracting excise. They feel bad.
Are you able to provide any evidence in relation to this, Mr. Sterling? Because we've not heard that evidence. That is not something that is quantifiable. That has been the evidence that's been received by this committee. So if you are having off-the-cuff comments and getting anecdotal evidence, that is not substantial enough for us to make a policy decision, a national policy decision, based on tobacco excise, because you've chatted to a few customers that have said, maybe I'll buy a cheaper product if it saves me a couple of dollars over the till. That's not going to get a policy change in this committee and not going to be a recommendation, because that doesn't hold any weight. I'm not sure that you understand that. You know, there's none of the evidence being presented to us that actually says Australians would purchase a legal product at more, maybe a reduced cost, because that's like handing our health policy to big tobacco in this country and taking us back 20 years.
Well, our policy...
Taking us back 20 years. In a policy.
I understand, Senator. Our submission is that there is a price up to which consumers are prepared to purchase lawful tobacco, and it's our submission that we have now crossed that point where consumers are making decisions to purchase illegal tobacco.
Where does that evidence come from, Mr. Sterling? Is that a peer-reviewed piece of evidence that's been provided so that other academics at the last hearing can have a look at that and make sure that it's actually been obtained without any influence or coercion?
Senator Cox, I think they can provide evidence based on what their memberships are telling them in terms of their associations, and I think
I didn't ask you, Chair. I asked the witness to answer the question.
I think we can be respectful to the grounds on which
absolutely
of where the witnesses have their expertise. So I will now share the call.
Based on their
Senator
membership.
Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you both very much for appearing and for very, outstanding opening statements. Summarise the problem from what I can see. Let me just make a couple of checks that I'm understanding properly. Many of your businesses are family-run businesses. Some are independent, some are franchise.
That's correct.
You employ your industry employs 80,000 staff in the convenience.
Correct. Convenience. In independent retail, grocery retail, that would be well into hundreds of thousands.
Okay, thank you. Turnover in the convenience industry was valued at $9.8 billion annually in 2025. Do you know the figures there?
I don't have the figures, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Just jump in any time, Mr. Sterling.
Thank you.
The legal convenience, I'm looking at a summary here that the Secretariat has produced. The legal convenience industry annual tobacco sales contribution is currently at 18%, down from 40% less than 5 years ago.
Correct.
That's a heck of a decrease. Over the last 5 years, the industry has lost more than $2.5 billion in legal tobacco sales, with $750 million of this bleeding out in the 2025 year calendar alone.
Correct.
That's devastating.
Absolutely devastating. I think there are a lot of petrol and convenience retailers out there that we represent that have seen their gross profit for their entire business cut in half over the last 5 years. And now retailers are doing the necessary changes that they can implement. For example, investing in their store offer to sell more food or more grocery type products or better coffee to their customers. But as you can appreciate, it's not that simple to replace 22, 23% of your turnover just overnight, because the bigger impact is that customer that used to buy legal tobacco actually isn't even coming into the store anymore.
And I'd like to come to that in a minute. As you say the conclusions summarised from your submission are Australia is at a critical turning point. This is not just about smoking. The current trajectory is unsustainable and produces outcomes that undermine public health, government revenue and community safety. I'll get to the other points you made in your statement. Without decisive action, the legal tobacco market will continue to contract with increasing control ceded to organised crime. There's one of your extra points. You went on. A balanced approach combining excise reform, regulatory change and strengthened enforcement is essential to restore control of the market. But in your statement, you went on about it's about sovereignty, rule of law, democracy, civilisation and society. They're not your exact words, but is my summary correct?
What you referenced to my statement, yes, and
mine, yes.
Okay, thank you. We know the root cause. It's excessive, I think, excessive excise duty, which has made it attractive to go illegal. When you say, I'm not looking for a figure here, but you said one of your 5-part solutions is to reduce excise to 50% of what it currently is. Is that enough? And I'm asking genuinely, I'm not advocating. Is that enough? Because it seems to me like illicit tobacco is now ingrained. People have had a taste of it. It'll be hard to get them back.
Look, so Senator, my view on this is actually twofold, and I'll explain quickly. So it may not be enough. The government may need to go harder. But I think we're at the point now where, I sat in some of the hearings earlier today and I listened to the hearings a couple of weeks ago. We can't be ignorant to the fact that, and now even with the budget that was released last week, excise income by 29-30 is expected to be down at $2 billion. Now, if we go on their track record over the last 10 years, that's wrong. So that's going to be lower than $2 billion, and I'm not going to go through the details. So we either make a drastic change or we are happy acknowledging that the whole market will be run by organised crime groups. And that's why I cannot, for the life of me, listen anymore to people who actually created this mess, because they've given advice over a long period of time that was initially very well intended, but it got to the point where it broke. So I think there needs to be a reset, and unless we have that reset, organised crime groups will control tobacco control policy in Australia. Not the Health Minister, Mark Butler, not the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers. It will be taken out of their hands. And if we think crime is bad now, we have another thing coming, because if they take full control, it's a disaster.
Last point, Chair. Last question as well. I've never touched a cigarette, never had a cigarette between my lips. I think it's a dirty habit, but I recognise some people have an addiction, some people have a need for one, and so who am I to take that off them? So I can accept that. Thank you for acknowledging that you are connected with the tobacco industry, but you're not pushing their cause. That was abundantly clear.
Absolutely
you're pushing
not.
A cause for Australia and for the citizens of Australia. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
That is correct. And Senator, one other thing I'd just like to add is that this conversation needs to be about changing the risk matrix for organised crime, but also for consumers. We need to implement a mix of different policy responses. Excise is part of the solution, enforcement is part of the solution, to change that dynamic, because right now illicit tobacco is, in our submission, a risk-free enterprise, and that is what we need to be looking at.
So what you want is the power of choice and the responsibility that comes with the power of choice to go back to the Australian citizens.
Well, we want the Australian law to be followed. We don't want a parallel market where organised crime thinks that following the law is optional.
Right, because that gives illegal operators, illicit operators, an unfair advantage. So
of course, absolutely.
You can't compete with that.
That's right. It creates an existential risk for many communities right around this country. A grocery supermarket is an essential service, and if that store is no longer financially viable, if the risk of getting firebombed is too great, they'll close. And what that means is that communities will be left without a supermarket. They'll have to drive hundreds of kilometres to the next town in some parts of this country to do their weekly shop.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Now, to begin, I'll go to Master Grocers. Now, just to confirm, in your opening statement, you have acknowledged financial connection to the tobacco industry, correct?
That's correct.
So, what is the how much money does your organisation take from the tobacco industry?
Senator, that information is commercial in confidence, and on that basis, I decline to answer the question.
Okay, so you won't disclose the exact extent of the funding to this committee?
It's commercial in confidence information, Senator, just like it is with our other corporate partners that are suppliers to the industry.
Do you have in-kind support from the industry as well as direct financial contribution?
Well, I have conversations with all suppliers, and I seek open dialogue with all our suppliers, Senator.
To clarify, I don't know whether it came across clearly then, I'm asking, do you receive in-kind support from the tobacco industry in addition to financial contributions?
No, the support that we receive is financial.
Financial. From which tobacco corporations do you take this money?
Senator, our arrangements with suppliers are commercial in confidence, and I have disclosed that we receive funding from the tobacco industry, but that is the extent to which I feel comfortable to answer that question.
To the Australian Association of Convenience Store Owners, could you please declare any source of income, revenue or financial or in-kind support provided to you by the tobacco industry or by representatives of the tobacco industry?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I think, whilst I would love to share that with you, we represent retailers, and retailers sell a legal regulated tobacco product every day in their stores. So we represent all of the major retailers that sell legal regulated tobacco. So that's part of how our membership income comes through, which is a membership fee retailers pay. But then we also have supplier memberships, and all of those fees are publicly available on our website. But getting into specifics of who pays what, it's obviously commercial in confidence as well. What I can say and reinforce to you is our board is made up of 13 individuals, 10 retailers, a combination of large, medium and small, 3 suppliers. Not the 3 suppliers that are on our board, none of them are members from the tobacco industry. The advocacy priorities set up that we advocate for are set by our board and aren't influenced by any external factors apart from what our board has set, which are issues that the industry is facing.
That's the same.
To clarify, I understand you are claiming commercial in confidence over the precise figures, but just to clarify so that it's clear for the record, your association financial contributions from tobacco companies.
As I said in previous hearings, as I said in my opening statement, the answer to that simply is yes. And for context, yes, the same goes for sandwich suppliers, beverage suppliers, service providers, you name it, any product that you can buy in a petrol or convenience store. They're members and they pay a membership fee and they choose what they want to invest.
And do you regularly meet with representatives of the tobacco industry?
Similar to what Martin, we engage with all of our members, but that's no different to you meeting with your constituents and finding out what problems are going on. But ultimately, the advocacy priorities are set by our board.
I know I've heard that from you. How many meetings have you conducted in the last year with with the industry or representatives of the industry?
I'd have to take that on notice. It would be a few, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Please take it on notice. And these are the standard questions required of us as representatives under our World Health Organization obligations. It's not anything other than that. I'll put the same question to the Master Grocers of Australia. You regularly meet with and speak with representatives of the tobacco industry, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word regularly, but like with all suppliers, I meet with every supplier and have conversations that are relevant to the industry.
How many meetings have you taken with, or has your organisation taken with representatives of the industry or the industry directly in the last year?
I'd have to take the question on notice.
Please do take the question on notice. You'll have 2 weeks to get it back to us as a committee. Do either of your organisations accept membership from businesses that currently profit from illicit tobacco or from other illegal products?
No.
No.
No. Okay. What is your vetting process to ensure that membership fees paid by businesses aren't directly coming from the illicit tobacco industry, from money made by illicit tobacco?
Well, the MGA constitution is very clear about who can and cannot be a member, and financial voting members of our association are retail stores. These are the IGAs, the Food Works, the SPAs, the Foodlands of the country. These are legitimate retailers that seek membership with our organisation.
So you believe them to be legitimate, engaged in legitimate business. That's your vetting process, just that you believe they are?
Well, there are checks and balances built into the system to be able to trade under the banner of one of these respected brands. There's a self-fulfilling enforcement mechanism. If there is any evidence that any of these stores are engaging in unlawful behaviour, then it will be the banner brands that give them the privilege to trade under those brands that will be the first to respond, and they will no longer, I presume, have the privilege of trading under those banners.
And for the Australian Association of Convenience Stores, same question to you.
Yep.
What is your vetting process?
So, first and foremost, similar to the Master Grocers, we have a constitution that outlines what to be a member, this is what you've got to do. Secondly, we actually have roles and responsibilities for all of our members, whether you are a retailer or a supplier, across a whole raft of things that goes out with all membership information. And the other thing, which I'm sure happens in the Master Grocers as well, but we have a lot of franchised or commission agent sort of owners that work under a national brand. Every brand has compliance checks in that is undertaken on a regular. It could be monthly, it could be quarterly, it depends on the brand, but they go through and check and audit, inclusive of back rooms and behind counters, to identify any non-compliance to anything, whether that be an energy drink that has too much caffeine in it, whether that be selling illegal tobacco, whether that be selling something that isn't recommended or approved by that group. So there's checks and balances that are always ongoing. There's been 2 instances where one of our members has been identified as selling illegal tobacco. On both instances, they were debranded and gone and no longer members of our organisation. And further to that, we'll continue to report anybody, member or not, that is selling illegal tobacco because they're doing the wrong thing, not only as a member, but for the community.
Right. So your 2 organisations are here as some of the most passionate advocates for a massive reduction in tobacco excise. So I assume you've conducted modelling and discovered that with a large enough tax cut, your members have an opportunity to make money, potentially more money from legal tobacco than they do currently from illicit tobacco. Is that correct?
So, Senator, yes, I've conducted independent analysis by Tulipwood Economics, very extensive modelling to look at different scenarios. If we sell more legal tobacco, yes, there's a commercial benefit. But what I ask you, Senator, is would you rather an organisation that employs Australians, that pays taxes, that supports their community, that keeps the economy moving, whether you're a petrol and convenience store or an independent grocery, would you rather them make a few more dollars, or would you rather organised crimes use the extra crime groups use the extra profit to actually fund importation of drugs and weapons and human trafficking, which is what they do? So, I mean, I don't know where the question's going, but you know what I mean? Like, it's a bit of a strange question.
Well, my question's quite straightforward. You're here advocating for a significant tax reduction, and so my conclusion, and you've confirmed it for me, I think, in your answer, is that you're doing so because you've done some modelling that shows that with a large enough reduction in your taxes, your members stand to make more money from legal tobacco than they might currently be making from illicit tobacco.
Absolutely, but so will the Australian federal government, and so will every state and territory with regard to increased GST receipts. We can't forget the fact, Senator, that as little as 6 years ago, the federal government took $16.1 billion in federal excise. Today, that number is 4. Okay, so I'll just go on simple maths. $12 billion a year. All right, that is a quarter of the NDIS funding per annum. Just as an example, separate to that, we also have that $12 billion, that's $1.2 billion in GST that is no longer going to the states, so they can use that to enforce the policy mess that we're dealing with. So whilst commercial retailers will benefit, as will the federal government, and then use that income to actually do good for the community. Things like public education campaigns on don't smoke, don't vape. Actually, you're laughing, but I'm giving you real examples.
Well, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the premise, which is to be cut the taxes for the tobacco industry to fund the NDIS.
I gave it as an example.
What a wild suggestion you've just made.
Well, I didn't say cut them to fund it. I said currently the federal government is down $12 billion from 6 years ago per annum. Currently, if I believe the media, it costs the government around $50 billion to fund the NDIS per annum, okay? So right now, illegal tobacco has stripped the government the ability to earn that $12 billion to be able to use at their discretion, whatever it might be, whether it be tax cuts, whether it be investing in roads, whether it be using that money in the NDIS. That's the only example that I was giving.
Senator, if I can just add to that very quickly. If we are to accept that tobacco consumption, nicotine consumption is stable, it is our submission that society is always going to be better off if a legal retailer is selling that product rather than organised crime. If that is the choice, is it organised crime or is it legal retail? We say that it's a no-brainer that legal retail is always going to be better off for the reasons that Theo has raised. To your point, Senator, have we got evidence about excise settings? Some of our members have, in their own desperation and to try to understand the local needs of their communities and how to help their communities, have commissioned their own research. For example, Ritchie's Stores has commissioned Oxford Economics, and that analysis has been widely circulated through media. There are answers here, and we need to start listening to credible sources like that so that we can protect communities and deprived organised crime of multi-billion-dollar profits.
No further questions for these witnesses, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll give the call to Senator Colbeck.
Thank you. So to the last point, Mr Ficar, in relation to what your submission calls for a 50% reduction in excise. I've had a look at the Oxford Economics modelling. I've spoken to Oxford Economics about the modelling, and the questions from colleagues before about price points in the market, which you've also made reference to. So is your recommendation of a 50% reduction based on what comes out of that Oxford economics modelling?
So separate to the Oxford modelling, which I believe was conducted in February of this year, in February of 2024, our research was through Tulipwood Economics. We actually undertook modelling which looked at status quo at the time, reductions in excise at different levels, down to 50%, as well as the regulation of vaping and what the government would be able to generate if they applied a small tax rate to that as well. And that's how we've come up with our recommendation on 50%. But again, in parallel, if it was to be supported at the same time that a regulated vaping model would come into the market, we believe that would be the most sensible approach, because effectively the government income on vaping today is zero. And if you were to be able to bring any of that back in, that would start to offset some of that income from it's kind of a moot point now because the excise on tobacco is so low. Anyway, that's another story.
So your evidence is not based on a conversation with a few retailers per se, it's based on the modelling and the research that's been, or a couple of pieces of modelling and research that's been done and released publicly?
Absolutely. And I'm happy to share a copy of that report in full to the committee if required.
So that's the Tulipwood?
Yes, correct.
Document. So we would certainly appreciate that.
Okay.
We have had you and I have been part of a conversation previously, and you're talking in your submission about a number of websites that you've advised authorities of that were clearly selling illicit tobacco over a period of 6 months. You say more than 3 dozen. I mentioned 50 this morning. How many of those are you aware that have been closed down?
To our knowledge, none.
So can you take us through what you reported and what response you got back from the authorities?
So, yes, I can. I think what I have done is, and it's either me or one of our members directly in cooperation, one of our members actually emailed the Illicit Tobacco Commissioner weekly with a list of the websites and continued to add to the list of websites as they discovered more for a period of successive months.
So you're doing their work for them, basically, in that sense?
We're trying to provide them, yes, we're trying to help them get to the point of where they need to get to quicker. But we haven't had any luck.
Have you had any response with respect to?
We have. So we have met with the ITEC Commissioner, as well as the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, as well as the Minister for Home Affairs on this topic as part of a roundtable. They are aware of it. They have advised us it's a complicated matter and they're working through it. But as yet, they haven't made any progress. So, you know, we've asked them, like, how hard can it be if you're able to turn off supposedly social media for under 16s, surely you could turn off what you need to for a website selling some illegal smokes and vapes. But it doesn't sound that easy.
Senator, can I just add to that point very quickly? There is deep frustration and cynicism within the independent grocery sector because these reports are made routinely by retailers who look out of their shopfront windows and see illegal shops right across the street operating without any consequence. Those reports are made and nothing happens. And so that builds in a cynicism within the minds of these operators. What is the point of making these reports if nothing changes, if nothing happens? And maybe this is a broader question about resourcing. If there are inadequate resources to respond to these reports, perhaps that is something that this committee should consider.
Have you, either of you, had any conversations with law enforcement agencies that would indicate that resourcing is a limitation in terms of state police forces, for example, choice of go to a domestic violence event here or attend an illicit tobacco store here, where are you going to go? Have you had any conversations of that nature with law enforcement?
Yes, consistently.
Yep, and the same here. We've met with most states and territories, with police minister, but also with the police themselves. I've also worked quite closely with the Lunar Task Force in Victoria over a number of years now since they were set up. This has been made very clear. We feel for them. The police are doing a good job, and the health inspectors are doing as good a job as they can given the available resources. And clearly the fact that in New South Wales you could have 23 stores shut in a period, and then you go back and you just pressure test 7 of them a week later and 6 of them are operating again. That's played out. I live on the Gold Coast in Queensland. There are a large number of stores that have been closed down for 3 months. On my weekend adventures, I see that 3 of them that were closed down are open again, and I wandered in, and yes, they're selling illegal vapes and tobacco again. So, it's full credit to everyone doing what they can, but these people don't care. They will continue to morph into whatever they need to morph into. And that's why enforcement only, in this case, is not going to give the outcome.
Just in terms of the experience that you're having, or that your staff are having, and what you're having to do to support or protect them, can you just give us a quick insight into what you're doing in that circumstance?
Yes, thank you. The response is one that is fundamentally based on trying to protect especially young workers from being exposed to violence and aggression from customers, but also to prevent them from being collateral damage. And that is the firebombings that I'm referring to. Our members' stores are usually co-located with other retailers on shopping strips, and the nightmare scenario is that one of these illicit tobacco shops that is targeted in the organised crime control wars that happen is going to go up in flames and subsequently destroy and hurt workers in our members' stores. These stores have nothing to do with organised crime, and yet they are at serious risk of collateral damage. And even worse, from being hurt and even killed by just going to work. And so our members are responding with exceptionally expensive solutions. That might be security upgrades like CCTV, it might be, in some instances, security guards. But what it will typically mean, especially for a small business, is making sure that there's more staff on at any one time, which of course comes at a significant cost.
Final question, thanks, Chair. In terms of those of your members that might have an Australia Post franchise within their store, and I know that there are some, what feedback are you getting from them in terms of those that used to go to the tobacco counter but now go to the Australia Post counter to pick up their smokes?
I think pretty clearly that they've been significantly busier than what they have been from a parcel collection perspective. I mean, that is even like, that's a nightmare scenario, because they're actually coming into your own store and picking up the illegal product and maybe not buying anything in your store. So that's happening. I mean, Australia Post, it's been pretty broadly reported, is probably the largest distributor of illegal tobacco and illegal vaping products in the country, which is pretty wild when you think about that on its own.
It's a government instrumentality.
Yeah, absolutely.
We agree with that assessment, and our members who do have Australia Post licences routinely report to us of having to hand over suspiciously light packages in the shape of tobacco cartons. That is a routine experience.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Colbeck, and thank you both for coming and giving evidence to the committee today. We're very grateful for it. If you've taken any... Oh, sorry, I have forgotten. Sorry, Senator Cox. Senator Cox did have a clarifying. Sorry, I did forget. Please, Senator Cox.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Chair, for that. Earlier on in my question to you both, I did make a statement regarding that there was agreement across state and territory jurisdictions in relation to those critical priorities on illicit tobacco. So I just wanted to correct that it's actually to be tabled to cross-portfolio ministers to get joint commitment on that. It actually hasn't been agreed to as yet. So you may want to take up that that task if you are meeting with state and territories. So thank you for allowing me to correct that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Cox. And thank you again. We do appreciate it. Any questions that you've taken on notice, if we could please have those back by the 1st of June. If you need an extension to that time, please let the Secretariat know. Alternatively, if you go away and you think, I wish I'd said something else, please provide it to us in writing. But very grateful for your evidence today. And with that, you are released. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll now welcome representatives from small businesses from New South Wales, Queensland and Tasmania.
Have some online, don't we?
Okay, so they're on there.
You could ask them to turn on their video camera.
Lawn system as well.
Yeah, we've got the Lexi.
Fantastic. Thank you all for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start with those from New South Wales who are here in person.
Yep, I'm Marnie Elizabeth Wishart and I'm a small business manager.
David Allen, I'm the publican at the Cobargo Hotel.
Fantastic. And Mr. Roddy, are you on there?
Robert Brody, and I
we're just having a little bit of trouble with the sound. Are you on a mobile phone?
Yes, I am.
On speaker?
Turn off speaker.
Yeah, maybe if you hold it up to your ear rather than having it on speaker, it usually makes it a bit... Fantastic. And then who else have we got? Mr. Alexiou?
Yes, my name is John Alexio. I'm from Foodworks Supermarket at East Devonport in Tasmania. I'm the owner-operator of that business.
Fantastic. Mr. Baxter?
Yes, you can hear me okay, can you?
We can, yes.
Yes, David Baxter. I'm operator of Baxter's IGA here in Tasmania. Director of the business. I'm also an Australia Post licensee, so I'm fully aware of operations there and so forth.
Fantastic. Now, do any of you have an opening statement, or are you happy to just go into questions?
Pretty much questions, but just an opening one. I've been in this industry now 49 years, 22 years in Australia with the major national retailer Woolworths originally, Hong Kong and China as global procurement manager, having dealt with triads and supply chain problems and had that sorted, and worked in South Africa. I have a very high regard for Australia, one of a beautiful country, our business, our people, and this issue we're talking today concerns me greatly here for our future Australians, our next generation, and the viability of business in Australia.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Baxter. And we might go, yes, please.
Am I able just to read the original submission that I sent to the inquiry?
For time, if we've already got it, then that forms part of the evidence that we will write the report from. So if you've got anything additional to add, you don't have to. We can just go straight into questions.
Something that I just think, I'm from Junee, New South Wales, population 5,000.
Yep.
6.5 in the Shire. Before the wheels fell off, we contributed over $1 million a year in tax payments to the federal government through our tobacco sales. We've been in business for 43 years, so we're not idiots. And the only reason we're still open is because my 81-year-old parents have put money into the business for the first time in their lives. What I want you to really get a hold on, what we're doing isn't working. It's just not. The industry. It's not working. Business 101. The only way you can succeed in business is to compete with your nearest competitor. We're not doing that. All we're doing is making criminals wealthy, innocent people suffer, and the problem is, population 5,000, I can tell you who went DUI last week, I can tell you who's having an extramarital affair, I can tell you whose child's got an ice problem, I can't tell you who's selling the illegal tobacco, because they're a protected species. In my area, they've reached Robin Hood status. The government of the day is so hated, people actually think it's funny that they're taking those funds away from the government, cheering them on and saying, please bring it on with alcohol, which we're hearing is happening, and petrol if you can. Wagga is 40 k's away from us, biggest inland city in the state, 2 health officers there, 3 businesses closed in the last 6 months. 3. So what they're doing is not working. And I don't want to hear the health argument. That was debunked years ago when the Senator actually revealed the alleged cost to the system for the smokers was in the millions and the revenue raised by the government was in the billions. So that smokers were paying for themselves, they're probably not now. And the numbers of smokers have increased. I have friends that have quit smoking for 10 years that took it up again because it's $10 a packet, who cares? But just keep in mind, little guys like me, I've gone from 364 days a year to can't afford to open Sunday because there's no money to pay the wages, had to let 2 staff members go. I can sponsor no public sporting team, no school, the hospital, can assist. All the money that I had that went into sponsorship and donations for my community is gone. And it's not because I'm being miserly, there's nothing to give. And that all comes back to the illegal industry and the government's refusal to roll back the excise and compete with the mongrels.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did anyone else have an opening?
I've got an opening address.
Yes, certainly.
For time, I'm not going to read it all. Have you received it or?
We have.
Okay,
yes,
so just outlines what happened on the weekend in Bega, near where I live. The farcical situation that New South Wales Health and the New South Wales Police. It's just as Ryan Park, as Chris Minns. I spoke to Yasmin Catley on Saturday afternoon about the situation. Who's the New South Wales Police Minister? It's disgraceful. I mean, we've got 3 illegal tobacconists in Bega. They closed one down last Wednesday week. Finally, I put in 6 complaints against them over 12 months. Like, it's just, they're everywhere. Now, they finally closed them down, and guess what happened the next day? Ripped the sticker off the door and reopened. So the cops had to go back and close them down again.
Same shop.
Same shop. It's in the middle of Bega. It's the main street of Bega. You know, it's mind-blowing. So on Saturday morning, they went back, ripped the sticker off again and opened again. Again for the 3rd time. Okay? the licensee of the commercial hotel, Mitch Creary, rang me about 3 o'clock. He'd got into work. His pub is opposite this store, and he sees what goes on. He said, "Mate, they're back open again. Ring the cops up." No answer at the Bega police station, the new $23 million Bega police station. No answer at Narooma, no answer at Batemans Bay. You go to the police assistance line, you wait there for 20 minutes, no answer. Finally, I got on to Bega Police and they said to me, "Look, we've got other matters, we know about it. We've got, our police are flat out doing other things," and they got down there at 5 o'clock and shut them down. Now, in those 3 raids, police and New South Wales Health and Police in the first time they closed them down, and they've been closed down by New South Wales Police the subsequent 2 times, they have collected over $200,000 of stock and cash, illicit stock and cash. $200,000 in 3 raids at a small shop in Bega, a town of 6,000 people with 3 illicit tobacconists. That just gives you the scale of this problem. $200,000 in 3 raids. It's just mind-blowing. And we've got 2 other ones that haven't shut down, and God knows when they will be shut down. This thing just rolls on. These people are making so much money, it is so lucrative. Legal businesses are losing so much because it's all going to the illicit market. And, state governments do their best. Yasmin Catley said we're doing our best, but she's, I ring up New South Wales Health, the head people, I ring up Simon Munch, Shannon Cobley, Carolyn Murray, the head people in charge of illicit tobacco and e-cigarette compliance. And they tell me, off the record, they're not meant to be speaking to me, but David, we can't do the job. We can't do the job. In the budget just released, there was $14 million over the forward estimates given to bolster states to help combat illicit tobacco. That's $350,000 per state or territory per year for the next 4 years. I mean, what the hell is that going to do? You're up against a $10 billion enterprise, which is now illicit tobacco in Australia. And as a publican, I'm deeply concerned. I saw this happening. I've been a licensed publican for almost 30 years. I've had a tobacco licence for almost 30 years. I've been in the hospitality industry for 40 years. I saw this coming a mile away. And now guess what? We've got to look forward to illicit alcohol, which has already reared its ugly head in Melbourne. And it's only going to spread across Australia as organised crime gets their act together and gets their networks going. And good luck stopping that.
Thank you. It does paint a very grim picture of
one more thing.
Sure.
Sorry. There's a study, an academic peer-researched, cited by 25 different other academics of what happened in Canada in 1994. This is the template of what Australia needs to do. A 50% reduction in excise, because we need to solve this problem now. I am not in August renewing my tobacco licence. It is an absolute waste of time. They're not worth the paper they're printed on. Okay, it cost me $1,000 a year plus GST. It's caused my insurance to go through the roof. I'm worried about my staff. I'm worried about my business. My sales, I've lost 85% of my sales since COVID. 85%. $1.5 million in gross profit. $3 to $4 million I've not collected on behalf of the government in excise, in GST, in company tax, etc., etc. It's just mind-blowing, these numbers, and we're worried about. Just listening to some of the speakers before, we're here to talk about the illegal tobacco crisis in Australia. We are in a crisis, and we need to respond better.
Chair.
Thank you.
Would it be in order for Mr. Allen to table that?
We have them.
Okay.
So
Can I just read the last few paragraphs?
Yes.
If I may, then I'll give the call to other people. In 2010, when the nation's smoking rate sat at 15%, Kevin Rudd mandated a 100% excise increase over the forward estimates, on top of the twice-annual index rises. That year, the government collected $6.5 billion, which is $8.3 billion in real terms. This policy continued under successive governments and, combined with other anti-smoking measures, proved successful, with the tax on a cigarette stick rising from 26 cents in 2010 to approximately $1.03 in 2020, and smoking rates declining to around 11%. However, mandated increases started again in 2023, with a 5% per year for 3 years, meaning every cigarette stick is now taxed at $1.53, a 490% increase since 2010. And whilst there has not been an official report into Australian smoking rates since 2023, recent Roy Morgan surveys of 60,000 people came back with a combined vaping and smoking rate of 17%. And Crime Commission wastewater reports showed a 4% increase in nicotine use between 2024 and 2025. So comparing 2010 and 2026, we have increased the excise by 490%. We are collecting half the revenue in real terms that we did in 2010. So remember, in 2010, we collected $8.3 billion in real terms. This financial or fiscal year, we're going to collect $4.1 billion. And I almost certainly, when we get to my EFO in December, that figure will have a 3 in front of it. So where was I? Yep. And most importantly, we may see a smoking and vaping rate that's not only stagnant, but it may actually increase. It's and reversing a 30-year trend of decline. If I'm missing anything, please let me know. But if this is not the definition of a crisis, causing any number of unintended consequences and perhaps the greatest health, fiscal and criminal policy misstep in Australia's history, then I do not know what is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think it's fair to say that you're exactly right. That's what we're all here for, is the illegal tobacco market.
And just finally, I do not receive money from anyone. I'm here of my own volition, running my own small business that is in terrible trouble because of these policies, not just with tobacco, but with alcohol. Yep. It's a real warning call for what's going to happen next.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. What we will do now is go into questions. If there are no other opening remarks or statements. And
it's Robert Rhodey again.
Yep.
I'd like to say a few words, if you don't mind.
No, please do.
Yep. Okay, so I run the Free Choice Tobacconists at Deception Bay. It's a family business. We've been in the industry for 30 years. I've had to cut back staff hours due to the lack of trade. To give you some examples, sales in 2018 and 19 was $5 million a year. Most of that, the majority of that is tobacco sales. Right? April 2019, our sales was $487,684 and 8,026 customers. April 23, which is 4 years later, it's 130,237 and 2,412. April 25, it's down to 116,856, and the customer number is 2,167. We do sell a reasonable amount of cigarette papers and filters, but no tobacco. That just shows you how bad it is here in Deception Bay. You can buy 100 grams of tobacco for $20 a bag, and the vapes are now $60 a vape, up from $18 a couple of years ago. The two illicit shops that were selling tobacco here have been closed, but there's still 5 in the surrounding suburbs here. And like previous comments, they shut for a little while and then reopened. One closed for 4 hours, and that would have been just to get his new stock. The illicit Margate tobacconist was shut in November, and he actually owed $24 million in fines to the government. Got no chance of paying that. That's as far as I'd like to go at the moment. Excise is $33.62 a packet on a packet of 20. So, and we sell them for $38.50. So there's a $5 margin between the manufacturers and myself. The rest goes to the government.
Thank you, Mr. Roddy. Mr. Alexio, do you have anything you want to add before we go on to questions? I'm just conscious to give everyone an opportunity.
Sure, thanks. No, I'm happy to keep going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will go to questions. I will give the call to Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. a general question, but I think probably more to Mr Allen's Wishart in the room. From your opening statements, would it be fair to say that you are really frustrated with the government push towards just using law enforcement to deal with this issue when we're effectively ignoring all the evidence of what the real problem is in favour of a philosophy which is to keep tobacco prices high?
Senator, I've gone past the point of frustration. As I said, I'm handing in my tobacco licence in 3 months. We will have basically an illicit market in Australia within 12, a fully illicit market in Australia within 12 to 24 months. The budget papers tell us that. It's as simple as that. Enforcement in New South Wales is a joke. And I'm not blaming the police, I'm not blaming New South Wales Health, or not blaming Yasmin Catley or Ryan Park or Chris Minns. I know they're doing their best, but you speak to them and they've got one hand tied behind their back. Once again, the profits are so lucrative. There's so much money involved. It's billions and billions of dollars, and these people aren't going to give that back easily. Okay, so it is. I said, what I'm worried about now is alcohol. I'm sort of past tobacco now. It's gone. Vapes, as you know, for 95% of the vapes in Australia are controlled by the underworld. I'd argue that around 80% of tobacco now, in real terms, from the business I've lost, and talking to other people, other publicans, when the new licensing laws came in last year, okay, there was 5 shops, little convenience stores in our area that didn't get one because they knew it was a waste of time. They were selling so little tobacco. There's a little convenience store at Quorma and various little convenience stores and takeaway stores in our area, and I know that do the right thing, and they said it's just not worth it. Why pay $1,100? Why see our insurance go up? Why see the threat of, in our little town a couple of weeks ago, a little town of 800 people, our sole service station was held up at gunpoint. What for? To get their illicit tobacco. It's horrendous, and nothing is getting done about it. Some shops are being shut, and there has been 250 shops shut in New South Wales, and that's absolutely correct. But those shops just reopen. They don't care. The fines are just a tap on the wrist. It's like a speeding ticket, okay? And the money that they're making is just a cost of doing business. So yes, I am extremely frustrated. I have been for many years, but as I said, I'm past that point now. I'm not renewing my licence, as many other people I know down my way, because they're just not worth the paper they're printed on.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, you go, please.
You've heard the term herding cats. That's what you're doing. One shuts down, another one opens. It's my belief the one in town is from operating out of a home, so it's a hell of a lot harder to gain access to someone's private residence. Apparently in metropolitan areas you can call a number and they'll deliver. It's amazing the creativity they've put into this, that they couldn't put it into something actual legal and help the country. But it's damn hard. My parents opened our business when I was 8 years old. This is our life. And we've done the right thing. And we're the people you want in the tobacco industry. We don't sell ice pipes, we don't sell scales, we don't sell grinders, we don't sell bongs, we don't sell a lot of the things we're illegally allowed to sell because I like to sleep at night and I don't want to be part of the problem. And my reward for doing the right thing is possibly by the time the recommendations from this hearing are submitted to Parliament, we might not even exist. That's where I'm at.
Anyone else online like to make a response to the question?
David speaking. Just to highlight again, the legitimate cost of a 40-foot high cube container being imported to Australia, Melbourne Port, for example, is worth $6 million Australian dollars. You see these every day on the back of semi-trailers. These people are bringing in a 40-foot high cube for $250,000. They're paying between $1 and $2 a pack. That's how they sell it in Melbourne, down to $10. And if they lose a container, it's parking meter money. It's been stated, has no impact. This is such a huge cost to Australian business, the government, And that's where the excise duty is the thing that needs to be brought back to either the standard 10% that applies across the general business in Australia, overseas GST 16% in some countries, and whether the GST in Australia needs to be revised as a total. But a small premium on top of the standard GST, I think, would be more than appropriate. The disposable income in Australia is under pressure with everything that's happening. Finance for the household home is number one. Number two is food to feed the family. Number three is fuel. And those three key components is what consumes probably 90% of the Australian disposable income. And cigarettes are discretionary. It's an adult decision to buy smoke, and you've got to be 18 years old to get them. It's your decision, the public, to smoke and supposedly die from smoking, but in the last 8 years since this excise was increased, 5% increases per annum is what's facilitated this trade here. And as it's been stated by the various people speaking there, legitimate registered ABN business holders in Australia pay super, pay tax, support Australian government, industry, households with the system, which is first class. And I've worked internationally, and as I've mentioned, Australia has probably got the best country in the world. Our health and education system is generally second to nobody. And as a government, I believe that we need to address this excise, and whether you also secondary look at it with the pricing of cigarettes, whether you have some system that can have a retail price that's appropriate, that doesn't facilitate this illegal trade. And the excise duty is the catalyst of everything that everybody is experiencing today. And the impact, our distribution centre here has been affected by $130 million for the year. And if you take the total retail industry here, it's about $300 million if you take the two major retailers and our retailing entity, along with all the independent tobacconists. It's a $300 million impact just for Tasmania.
I might stay with you, Mr. Baxter. You mentioned you have an Australia Post franchise in your shop. Could you?
Not in the shop, but yes, in the area. I'm the licensee. I've been part of it now for a few years, and our national conference last year in the Gold Coast. The security is one area that's being looked at very intensely. Now, we've always been able to buy product as a household internationally, and I know there's cigarettes out of the UK that can be bought in online, but this area of business is more a personal purchase. It's not a commercial operation, as in the entities that we're talking about, where they're bringing in endless amounts of containers. And the other big issue is with the ports, it comes under the government control, that there is a total inadequacy of the checks being completed. They only check between 2 and 5% of all containers coming into our country. And if they were smart enough, they'd know the country of origin if you were going to target, looking at specific containers. But this is the big problem, that there is AQUIS, the old Australian quarantine, is the area that is failing to address this incoming volume of stock, and it is just substantial. It's incredible. Online purchasing is insignificant compared to what's happening in terms of commercial operations of this illicit tobacco trade.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John. Maybe not. Maybe Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just, earlier on today, the committee had got quite a lot of evidence in relation to the previous witnesses in particular. Some information in relation to staff and operators who'd been threatened, intimidated, targeted. And I know you touched on some of this during your opening statements, but can you expand on any of that information and tell us if this is something that has been your personal experience for your communities or for your shops?
I can reply partly to that. I've had 2 Middle Eastern males come into the shop at different times. Both have said they are buying the shop. Doesn't mention any amount, but they leave their first name and phone numbers, while their associates, up to say 4 or 5, are standing outside the shop. This is in a shopping centre, not a strip shop, so actually inside a shopping centre.
Thank you. Was there anybody else that wanted to give any more detail?
Oh, I copped the snide comments and I've probably been verbally abused a few times, but just general people just give you a mouthful, turn around, walk out. They'll even ask me where they can get the illegal tobacco. I'll recommend to them so they can take their money elsewhere. That happens at least once, twice a day.
Yes, I agree. We even get phone calls asking for the phone number of the illicit tobacco stores, which is only a mobile phone anyway.
It's out in the open.
They don't care.
And our business, we haven't directly haven't been stood over or anything like that, but we, as I said in my statement, or my previous statement, that our local service station was held up at gunpoint. The young attendant, who some of her sisters work in my hotel, she was terrified. I mean, it scarred her for life, just to get a couple of $100 out of the till and the legal tobacco there. I mean, it's horrendous, and it's got to stop.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's anybody else. Sorry, I can't see the full screen. Yes, Mr. Alexia.
Sorry. Thank you, Senator Cox, and to the committee for having me on board this afternoon. Look, I can explain one situation that's happened with verbal abuse with our young staff members in our supermarket as well, and why are tobacco products so more expensive than the guy down the road, for example. Staff have been placed in really difficult positions trying to explain that we're selling legal products, but down the road they can buy illegal products. So we see that all the time, and it just puts real young staff in a real hard and difficult position.
Thank you, and I think I mentioned in the last panel that no workers' safety should be threatened by threats of aggression and violence towards them in their day-to-day work and being at the coalface of our retail workforce. So thank you for expanding on some of that evidence. I just want to note that tobacco sales form a large portion of revenue from small businesses, and appreciate the fiscal pressures that exist there. But I'm still at a bit of a loss about how the cut in to affect the ability of organised and serious crime syndicates to sell tobacco at a constantly cheaper price is actually the answer to this. When we've heard evidence from this committee, within this committee, from witnesses around how they can continue to undercut that price. So even if it was zero, we still haven't received any evidence to say that this would actually be the logical choice of Australians out there to go and still buy legal tobacco. Does anybody wish to comment further on that?
Do you think, Senator, that keeping prices competitive assists any person in business with their sales if they compete with their nearest opposition?
That's not the question that I asked. I said reducing the excise to a bidding war with organised and serious crime and trying to prevent that is where this inquiry is focused on. And it's not about whether I think keeping competitive with your local market is the question. My question was, if the government were in a position to make a policy change based on a recommendation from this committee, that I've yet to hear a substantial answer in relation to breaking the serious and organised crime that people have explained to us in great detail that is having impact across the country, what just an excise cut would actually achieve.
And that was what I was trying to say to you, Senator, in my answer, is we're not competing with them. Yes, we still need to have the ability to shut them down, but the only way we're going to get people back to the legal product is if it is comparable in price. That's it.
Yeah, a packet of 20s costs $10 in an illicit tobacco store. This store sells them cheapest at $38.62.
And
if 100 grams of tobacco for $20 in an illicit store, 30 grams in this store is a minimum of $90. It's like fuel. 2 service stations, one's got it at $1.77, the other one's got it at $2.41. Which one would you go to?
And if I may, Senator, I know it was at late notice, but I only found out that I was appearing on Wednesday. And given the events at Bega over the weekend, I had to rewrite my opening statement. But have you had a chance to read that Canadian study that I have provided or not? Which is, for mine, that is the evidence. That is the template of what Canada did in 1994 with a 50% excise reduction to gain control back when the illegal market had taken over, the Canadian tobacco market. They took back control of it, and if you look at Canada's smoking rates, they just continue to come down, similar to what has happened in Australia. Now, imagine if Canada didn't do what they did. What would have happened? Now, no one really knows, but if you do not have control of the market, you cannot do anything. Plain packaging becomes moot. You cannot do as Great Britain has done, bringing grandfathering in, if you don't have control of the market. Because I can tell you, if we don't see a 50% excise increase, a 50% excise decrease, our whole market is going to go illicit. So what would you prefer? Legal operators like ourselves, paying tax, paying excise, doing the right thing, not selling to children like these illicit operators do. Like I employ about 20 underage staff in my hotel who work in the kitchen, washing up dishes, making salads, etc., etc. They tell me what happens at Bega and Narooma high schools, the 2 high schools either side of my business. How they're getting illicit tobacco and vapes from these shops. They don't care how old they are, they don't care who they are. They're getting them into the high schools, they're selling them in the high schools, they're using in the high schools. How are you going to control that if the market goes totally illicit? Answer me that, please.
As a mum of 2 daughters, I also worry about that market.
Well, I have 3 children.
And as a former smoker, Mr. Allen, I have a very different opinion about that.
But how will you stop this illicit market?
I didn't pay any attention to price.
Please let me know. Please educate me.
I made sure I gave up when I was pregnant with my daughters. So that was about the health risks.
Sure.
And from that, Chair, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John.
Sorry about that. Now, just to clarify, folks, which one of the witnesses today is from Western Australia? So I've got on my list that we did have a WA witness today.
Queensland, Tassie, 2 in New South Wales.
In this panel?
Yes.
No, it doesn't seem like anyone's jumping up to say it's you. No worries.
List, I think.
Okay. That's fine. I'll just keep my questions more general to your experience. So, would it be correct to say that each of you have experienced threatening behaviour and/or criminal behaviour that you would attribute to those engaged in or looking to engage in the illicit tobacco market?
I think we just answered that question with respect, Senator. Did you listen to my answer or not?
Yes, sorry, no, you.
Well, I've answered that question. I think we should move on to the legal tobacco crisis in Australia and not ask us all these sort of questions around the margins and not getting us anywhere. Sorry, with respect. I've answered that question. I think we've all answered that question.
Yes, I've also got, I think we've got some witnesses online, although I will defer to the Chair. Chair, are any of the people that are online at the moment also witnesses in this section?
Yes, there are. So there are a number. So we've got Mr. Roddy, Mr. Alexio and Mr. Baxter.
Yeah, all right. So would either of you online, because I'm aware of what people said in person, would any of the witnesses online like to provide additional information in relation to your experiences? Only because I know that you know, it can be an experience giving evidence in one of these spaces where you're not sure how much information to give, but the more you can tell us, the more effective we can address this issue. So if not, I'll move on to another line of questioning, but I just wanted to give that opportunity.
Yes, it's Robert Grody here, local tobacconist in a strip shopping centre, probably a couple of k's away from me. He's been approached twice about selling his business to them. The second time he declined to sell the business. That night his shop was broken into.
Okay. And what do you believe was why was the intent to actually acquire the business, or was the intent to acquire it for the purposes of closing it down?
No, it was to acquire the business to sell illicit tobacco.
Right,
because it was open
for the purpose of selling it from that location.
Yes, he wasn't selling it. He was only selling legal tobacco, but the people that approached him wanted to purchase the business and sell illicit tobacco.
Okay.
Because it was a going concern and he had a licence. My understanding is that the licence actually goes with the store, according to them, because they can't get a licence.
Okay. So are you saying in the particular state where this occurred, there was a view that the licence was transferable with the business as opposed to given to the
No, they would just continue to operate the business. It's in Queensland, so it doesn't go with the store. It goes with the owner of the business, but they want the licence to go with the store. The purchaser wants the licence to go with the store, so they would continue to trade as if it was under the previous owner's name.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the broader witnesses that we have here today, if I've understood you correctly, one of the things you're trying to ensure that we understand is that in addition to the threats and the much more difficult work environment that you now have, there's also been a significant drop in your revenue because of people no longer coming into your stores for the purposes of buying legal tobacco because they are buying it illicitly. Is that correct?
I'm down 80%.
That's right. In April 2019, my customer numbers for just April was 8,026. This year, April, 2,167. So that I basically dropped 6,000 customers in 1 month.
Okay. And would it be fair, and forgive my kind of, I'm trying to get a kind of workable a workable, holistic understanding of the context in which we are exploring this issue. So if I say anything ignorant in the process of it, it's genuinely trying to get to the bottom of where we are here. In terms of the businesses that we've got represented here today and the way that you market yourselves to your community, is it primarily that you market yourselves as tobacconists where you can also purchase other products? Or is it that you run broadly more convenience style stores at which you also sell tobacco?
David speaking, if I could just mention, we're a supermarket. Our customers are household, tradies who come in of a morning. They want the newspaper, they want a milk drink, they want a hot pie, and they want their cigarettes. So it's called the basket. So if they're not coming in to get their cigarettes purely because of price, they go to another suburb of the city where they buy that product, and then because you've got the two other multinational retailers are within walking distance, you lose the whole basket. A lot of females today still smoke, and if they're not coming in to get their cigarettes in our business, they're going to another part of the city. And again, because of the proximity of the other two major retailers, multinationals, they spend their basket there. So 95% of the loss is cigarettes, but the other 5% is the associated discretionary spend. Now, just to throw something else in, when I worked in, well, two things. Here in Tasmania, 30 years ago, I had the opportunity to take John Howard around Hong Kong at the time when I was working there. Now, going back when Martin Bryant shot and killed 30 people at Port Arthur in Tasmania. I'm sure everybody can recall that. Now, he was able to, as the Prime Minister of Australia, he changed the gun legislation. From memory, it was about 2 to 3 weeks. Now, that was a horrendous loss of life. Now, that's life. Now, what we're talking about here right now is business. This is a horrific impact on Australian legitimate business. So I'm just sort of relating what happened then. And then also in Hong Kong, going back 25 years ago when I was there, it was called parallel imports. Now, this related to Coca-Cola and Colgate toothpaste. Now, a parallel import is not dissimilar. You could actually categorise cigarettes as the same thing. A parallel import being brought into the country, manufactured illegally, not to the compliance standards, defying the registered trademark companies like Coca-Cola, and it was being sold at similar scenarios to cigarettes. So anyway, it came back to the government and compliance that took the effect to address the situation. So that's just two scenarios, that just relates to me to cigarettes.
Okay, thank you. But taking your example, Mr. Baxter, so you would say that 95% of the value of the basket to you is in the tobacco purchase, with only 5% being the non-tobacco.
Yes, but
the incidentals that might be made.
But again, cigarettes only cigarettes not only, but they're 20% of our total basket, total business mix. So 20% of our sales are in cigarettes, and then of the basket, we're losing 5% of the associated sale.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
We've got a range of 16,200 products, in our range of grocery.
And in terms of the percent of your overall business, so Mr. Baxter's got 20% of overall income is tobacco as of now. Where are the rest of you sitting with the percentage of your income that's made up from tobacco sales?
We're at about 80%.
So 80% of your sales are tobacco?
Yep.
All right.
Mine would be nearly 100%.
100%, and Mr.
Yep. So we
Roby. I'm a tobacconist, so the majority of my sales is tobacco products.
All right. And in terms of Mr. Alexu?
30%.
Right. Okay. And the declines that you have tracked in the amount of money you're bringing in those sections of your business have all been, You've all said to us today they've been significant in the decline that you've seen. How does that compare, though, to the decline that you were seeing pre the increase in the excise, due to other activities of government, including quick campaigns and things like that?
There was no decline.
Okay.
No,
so you saw no decline until the increase in the excise?
We survived COVID. We survived the global financial crisis. We've survived interest rates at 18%. We can't survive the cigarette excise.
Okay. Yep. Where does that leave you in the context, though, of a government who and a community whose collective policy, if you like, is still to reduce smoking rates like that? Whether or not you would argue that the excise increase is the most effective way to do it or not, like there's a broad appetite in the community
because
for the reduction
smoking is a
of tobacco
choice,
consumption.
And we've got some of the harshest smoking laws in the world. You can pretty much smoke in your own home and selected outdoor spaces. We're not a communist country as of yet, so it's choice. And the argument about what we cost the health system was debunked years ago. The alleged cost is in the millions. The revenue from cigarette sales is in the billions, well, was. And I think as a rule, the general Australian population are sick of Big Brother and over-governance. If an adult wants to have a cigarette and a beer, who's working 40 to 60 hours a week to pay their mortgage and feed their family, then they should be able to.
My question was not around whether it should be legal or not. My question was around, even if we corrected tobacco excise or modified tobacco excise in the way that you're proposing, the goal of the Australian government is still to reduce smoking rates. So it is more a question about, I'm trying to figure out whether you'd actually got plans in place to diversify your business at all, or whether there's just a hope among the witnesses today that actually tobacco reduction policy of any type wouldn't succeed, because if it did through a different mechanism other than excise, you'd still be in financially difficult situations.
I'll answer that. Like, as I said, I was trying to explain to Senator Cox, what would you prefer? A regulated, legal harm minimisation model, or the underworld to run tobacco? Because we all want smoking rates to come down in Australia. I don't smoke, my family doesn't smoke, my wife doesn't smoke, my parents don't smoke. I think it's not a great habit, as Senator Roberts has said, but it is a choice of people. About 20% of my customers smoke. They choose to do that. No one forces them to. They choose to do it. But they all go and buy their tobacco from the illicit tobacconists in Bega, in Narooma, surrounding our hotel in Cobargo. Now, we have lost 85% of our trade in our bottle shop, our tobacco trade in our bottle shop. That has led to a decrease of 20% because of the lost foot traffic and basket spend, as a prior witness has tried to explain. We can't sustain that. That money is just going to criminals. And as I'm trying to point out, alcohol is their next target. If we are not smart now and look at our overarching levels of excise in Australia, that's what we need. I think a few witnesses have said it today. We need a whole-of-government approach. We need a round table, white paper, whatever we're going to call it, on excise in Australia. For instance, in New Zealand, they're doing things very differently. Their spirits excise in New Zealand is half the 66% that we charge for spirits in Australia, plus GST. Now, there's no... New Zealand don't have people rolling around the streets drunk. They treat these things sensibly. Now, in my area, we've gone from a fishing, a farming and a forestry economy to a tourism and an experience economy, underpinned by hospitality. Now, hospitality, we cannot survive with the current excise rates in Australia, whether it be alcohol, whether it be tobacco. Things have to change. If we're not serious about it, the underworld will get it all. And that is the honest truth. And with tobacco, as I said, within 12 to 24 months, if you guys don't do anything, that is the scenario that awaits us.
Thank you, Senator Stewart.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass back to the chair at this point.
Sorry, just one further comment, if you don't mind. Just the compliance is one issue of the scenario, the whole thing. The other area, as I mentioned earlier, is the importation Our airports, we've all in and out of airports daily. You get checked, you go through the scanner, you have a sniffer dog there, and they pick up cigarettes or whatever it is that's classed as illegal now. Our ports, we need to focus on our incoming ports and how that is managed with this illicit product, like drugs. Cigarettes is now bigger than the Australian drug market. It's a huge concern. So the secondary thing in line with excise is to manage and control the importation stock physically entering Australian shores by the vessels. That one, I think, is being overlooked, and that's one area where only 2 to 5% of all containers coming into Australia are checked. It is a green light. That is just as big an issue. So,
okay, thank you.
The government's got the ability to interface with the appropriate regulatory issues there. Thank you.
Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today and for the effort you've gone to. I'd like to go to each one in turn. Mr. Allen first. You're a publican. You used to make some money out of cigarette sales.
I did.
And you're not a smoker.
No.
But you have come up with a comprehensive integrated solution in your submission, multifaceted, and it includes a component to decrease smoking rates. So you're not against cutting smoking, but you just want it to be done fairly and sensibly and honestly and legally.
And correct, Senator. And if you look at the trends in Australia at the moment, smoking rates have, for a 3-decade period, they were on their way down. Until now, I'd argue that when this household survey comes out towards the end of this year, I'd argue that not only they've flatlined, they've gone up.
Yep.
And that's based on the Roy Morgan Research Report and the wastewater report. And that wastewater report, you've got to remember, it says between 2024 and 2025. We've still got this year to go, so we could go up even further. Okay, so I lost my train of thought.
This is defeating the actual purpose.
That's right. So sorry. So yes, smoking rates are coming down. Alcohol consumption is coming down naturally. Sugar consumption is coming down. If you look at the soft drink consumption in Australia, it's all naturally coming down. We don't have a sugar tax in Australia. People are making better choices about their lives. It's as simple as that. Like, my kids don't smoke, they don't drink a lot, some of them don't drink at all. And that's the choice they're making. We don't need big government telling us what to do, putting in these punitive taxes on things to try and stop us doing, having choices in life. People are making their own choice to live a healthier life, and that's why we're seeing tobacco, we're seeing alcohol, and we're seeing sugar consumption come down. But unfortunately, because of what government has done with tobacco, we're starting to see that plateau and then potentially even spike.
I'll come back to that in a minute. You said margins are so big that an illicit tobacco store gets shut down and they lose $200,000 of stock confiscated, and it means nothing.
It's a cost of doing business, Senator. That's all it is. When you've got a $10 billion, like the illegal illicit tobacco market in Australia is as big as the footwear industry. It's huge. That's how big it is. It is. We're taking a knife to a gunfight at the moment with the states trying to control this. It's just not working.
Thank you. I want to ask you a question. You've spoken up and spoken out in Bega. You're speaking out very plainly and clearly here. Any fear behind that?
No. As I said, I'm not renewing my licence in 3 months. I can see no future in selling tobacco in my bottle shop, and that's my position. And I'm here to tell people how it is. I'm not here to hide behind things or try and fiddle at the margins. I'm trying to tell people what is happening in Australia, what it's doing on a fiscal level, on a health level, and on a crime level. And as I think my evidence has shown, that it's a disaster.
But there have been threats against people. There have been threats against people. There have been murders.
Absolutely, there was one in Melbourne. The young lady who was in the wrong house at the wrong time. The wrong house was firebombed. She was killed along with a dog. It's terrible. There's been people not just killed. There's the lady who was making kebabs in Auburn last year and just going about her business, and they've come in and shot her, and she'll never be the same again. There was an armed robbery in Narooma a few months ago that the poor guy behind the bar, he hit in the side with a shotgun, like in Narooma. you know, he'll never be the same again. It's all to do with this criminality that's just coming into our regions because of illicit tobacco.
So we either comply with the law or we let the unlawful...
The underworld will take it over. I've got no doubt. We seem to be in Australia... Like, I went to the state inquiry last year, and all the senators, whether they were Labor, Liberal, Green, National, like Senator Kate Fearman, the Green, Stephen Lawrence from the Labor, who grilled Amber Shooter, the ITEC Commissioner, fairly hard, they were interested in what excise levels are doing. Like this inquiry, it's very politicised. The Greens and the Labor senators seem to be interested in anything else but excise. And if we don't focus on excise, nothing is going to be solved here. I can guarantee that.
Speaking of excise, I'll just divert slightly. One Nation policy is to cut excise on alcohol, on beer and spirits served in hospitality venues. And the reason for that is because the excise is so damn high, that alcohol prices are so high, that they have binge drinking and what do they call it now, preloading, tanking up before you go out. So the hospitality venues get bugger all revenue, but... Sorry?
That's the technical term.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Senator.
It's causing a decrease in service from where they have responsible serving of alcohol to now binge drinking.
Correct.
So that's damaging.
Very similar when the alcopops tax came in, if you can remember, back in, I think it was 2008. Okay, Kevin Rudd said, you know, we've got a binge drinking problem in Australia, so we'll bring in the alcopops tax. What we'll do, we'll tax pre-mixed or RTD drinks at the same level as spirits, at 66%. So what happened? Everyone went out and bought spirits. The kids went to the parties, they took their bottle of spirit, their bottle of Coke, and mixed it up. And often it was a much higher concentration than the 4%, you know, pre-mixed RTD in the can. God knows what percent it was. But that's the problem when you try and solve things with taxation and excise, and it's just madness.
What you're all arguing for is getting back to the core issue, the core problem, the driver of this problem, and that is excessive excise tax.
The sweet spot was 2020. We collected $16.3 billion in tax, and that adjusted is $20 billion in today's money. So in 2020 we collected $20 billion. In 2030 we're going to collect $2 billion, and I doubt that'll be right. So that's a 90% drop in 10 years. Now, if that is successful policy, I'm not here. I don't know what is.
And smoking rates are going up.
And smoking rates are going. It's just absolute madness.
Well, all of you give very direct answers, so I'll move on to Ms Wishart. You're a legal family-owned tobacconist in a small town in regional New South Wales, Junee. You say that the illegal tobacco industry has devastated your small business with income down by 80%. So you're down to 20% of what you had. You've also commented in your submission, you've called for the excise to be rolled back because of the huge social aspects for the community and society in general. Is that correct?
Yep.
Do you want to expand on that?
Particularly in small businesses, you'd know in regional centres if a business closes down, another one may never open.
And you lose that knowledge of the community.
Yeah, and banks don't like small business. You've got to fight to open one, let alone to survive in one. And small towns are communities. That word just isn't a catchphrase. We are communities. So when the 4 local schools, when Can Assist, when the swimming club, the football club, the soccer club all come in for donations, they're guaranteed it, or they were. I haven't been able to donate for 2 years, which is horrible as a member of the community. They know not to even ask now because they know the position that I'm in.
And the criminal pushing illicit tobacco doesn't donate.
He's not supporting anyone but himself.
Right.
Nothing's getting put back.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to Mr. Rhodey. You're a tobacconist at Margate.
I'm a tobacconist at Deception Bay.
Deception Bay, sorry, you said that. That was my mistake.
Yep, you're right.
And again, you've come back in your submission with a list of 10 recommendations that show the comprehensiveness of the solution. So you're not opposed to cutting smoking. You just want to go about it fairly so that everyone benefits. Correct?
Yes, that's right. I'd like a level playing field. At the moment, there's no level playing field at all.
Thank you. And Mr. Lexio, you're from Devonport, Tassie?
Yes, Senator Roberts, I am.
And you've got a food works, so you supermarket?
Yep, 40 years in our business we've been in.
Okay, what you're saying is you're asking the Senate to recognise that illicit tobacco is not a victimless issue. It's hurting real businesses, real workers and real communities in Tasmania, correct?
Correct.
And the social knock-on effect is important to the whole community. And you've also said that the long-term viability of neighbourhood retail in Tasmania is at risk.
Of course. Yeah, have you heard with the previous speakers? I concur with those comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all, because your evidence has been succinct and direct. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for all giving evidence. It is really difficult to hear exactly what is going on the ground, but I think your evidence is going to be very helpful for us as we formulate recommendations. But we do appreciate you taking the time out of your businesses to share exactly what's happening. If there is anything you would like to add after today and you think, gosh, I wish I'd said this, or please pop it in writing to us and we will certainly consider that as part of the evidence. So thank you again. You are all released. The committee now will suspend for a short break for about 10 minutes. So for those of you who are online, I will ask you to log off because we've just got to have a short private meeting of the committee. Thank you.
Thank
you, everyone.
Thanks very much.
I now welcome Dr. Nick Coatsworth, former Deputy Chief Health Officer. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today.
He may not be on. Can you make sure he's on? Sorry, Chair. Do you want to suspend again? It's up to you.
Yeah, sorry. No. Thank you. I now welcome Dr. Nick Coatsworth, former Deputy Chief Health Officer. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I please get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yeah, Nicholas Richard Coatsworth, and I'm appearing as an individual.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Coatsworth. And you, or Dr. Coatsworth, you have provided your opening statement, which will be tabled. So thank you very much for doing that. What we will do then is move straight into questions if you are comfortable. Yes. Excellent.
Very comfortable, Senator. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will give the call to Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, and thanks for appearing, Dr. Coatsworth. And I'm looking at your opening statement today, in which you reinforce the harmful nature of smoking and the country needing to do what we need to do to prevent preventable disease and death. But you then go on to aligning our approach to this to some of the approach we took to COVID. Would you like to just put that on the record for us, please?
Yeah, look, I can, Senator, and I'd open up by saying a couple of quick things. So I'm approaching this both from the broad policy experience that I was fortunate to obtain in the Health Department during COVID, and also as a clinically trained specialist in respiratory medicine and infectious disease medicine through the college. I think one of the key, this is an incredibly complex policy problem that we all have to solve together, both politicians, experts, public policy experts. The real challenge comes when we focus on one single public health metric. And in this case, I was tuning into the previous witnesses. And I note Senator Steele-John's comments and I agree with them from a health perspective that we should always endeavour to decrease the smoking prevalence in this country. I think the real challenge now for us is that in our efforts to do that, one of the most useful tools, and it is one of the most useful tools, to increase excise and decrease the affordability of cigarettes, has now led to a market where cigarettes are more prevalent. And I think that we are going to see over the coming years that the more rigorous and official measures of smoking prevalence beyond the Roy Morgan report, beyond nicotine in wastewater, is going to confirm what we can all see. I mean, we've heard this from Premier Chris Minns. I think everybody has seen that there are more people around smoking and the availability of cigarettes seems to be increasing. I'm sure we are going to see an uptick in consumption. So this is the analogy with COVID, Senator. You can start off with good intentions and effective policy, I might add, and get to a point where human behaviour has shifted the curve, and in this case it's shifted it towards a burgeoning illegal market with all the problems associated with that.
And so when you have somewhere between 60 and 75% of the illicit market, or of the tobacco market, now being through illicit means, the intentions of the policy, which is higher price being a disincentive to smoke, are effectively lost because most of the consumers of tobacco are now not paying the excise. So it's in that sense, and if you look at the projections in the budget last week, moving towards perhaps only 10% of the market remaining legal, it's a complete policy failure in that sense.
Well, that's correct, Senator, but I think that the second order question there is that market now established sufficiently that no matter what we do beyond enforcement, that market is going to be sticky? I don't know the answer to that. My impression is that if we decrease excise to a point around 2019, 2020 levels, then you will end up with some smokers returning to the legal market, clearly not all, and the number is unknowable. I mean, you can ask anyone to give you a model and give you a modelled answer ranging between 0 and everyone. I don't think we'd ever know until we brought that excise down and brought some smokers back into the legal market. So what I'm saying is we now have an illicit market which is always going to have customers. Then bringing the excise down is going to help bring some people back to the legal market, but you need to continue with the other tobacco control pillars that we've been so successful with.
Well, I mean, in that sense, it's one of those wicked problems where there's not one simple or single element to the way that we have to manage it. It's about using all of the tools that we have: enforcement, price, education, continued work through public health to try and take back control of the nicotine market in the country. I mean, it can't be just one element that's going to work here. It's actually investing in all of those different things. Is that reasonable?
That would be my suggestion, Senator. Senator, can I beg the Chair's leave for a minute or so? I don't know if senators can hear that repetitive alarm noise in the background, but I am on duty today and I am going to have to see what that is.
No, please.
I can come back in 90 seconds. Is that
Not
okay?
a problem. Please do.
Sure. Thank you.
We will suspend. Please continue. Oh, sorry.
Excellent. You can let him know that he can
Fantastic, Senator Colbeck.
So you're saying submission in reference to the Border Force seizures and the tens of millions of cigarette sticks being seized, that framing is important. This is not a success. These are not the metrics of a functioning tobacco control regime. They are metrics of policy failure. Basically, we've switched supply from regulated retailers to criminal networks. Again, what levers are we going to have to pull to actually make that quantum change that we're seeking to push back on the illicit market, the criminally driven market?
Well, I think, Senator, from my previous response, we are not going to see any single intervention work here. And that's important, I think. In health terms, you would have seen in the submission, we talk about bundled interventions, and we use bundles because we know that the probability of a single intervention in any sort of healthcare or public health policy being effective is low. So, law enforcement alone, if the intent is to stamp out the illegal market, law enforcement alone will not work. Then you have to consider the other public health measures that are going to decrease consumption. We are going to have smokers in this country. We can't go to smoking zero in the same way we went to COVID zero. We've got a laudable aspirational target of 5%, 1 in 20, and we're probably sitting at 1 in 10 at the moment. It's not putting up the white flag if we say to ourselves, in an attempt to get to 1 in 20, we have created a bigger problem than we had before. And I guess what I'm saying, and this will be a surprise to hear from a clinician, is that I do think it's a bigger problem to have a burgeoning illicit market funding organised crime. That is a bigger problem for Australia than the health problems created by smoking. That's a fundamental and existential question that the committee is going to have to grapple with and choose which way they go on.
So we will have to make some hard decisions to take control back of the market, the illicit market, where 60 to 75% of the people consuming tobacco are not paying the excise, therefore zero incentive to quit, to actually regain control of that process and then to achieve our goal. You think so? We're going to have to make some we have a wicked problem. We've got to make some hard decisions to actually get there.
Unpalatable decisions, yeah. Senator. I don't. It makes me feel slightly unwell that I'm adopting the same position as the tobacco industry, who want to drop the excise. But we need to get, as a government, as public health professionals, as a community, we have to get back control first before we can start to drive those numbers down again. Numbers that are probably, I think, going up.
So it's a matter of actually determining what our priorities are and then taking the appropriate actions to meet those priorities. And the first priority at this point in time has to be to get back control of the illicit market and then work through the rest of them, including reducing smoking incidents once we have a market under control.
I'd agree with that, yes.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Dr. Coatsworth. I read your opening statement, and there are a couple of things that I just wanted to cover in that, because you mentioned that diversion of law enforcement resources and the pressure on state governments and loss of excise revenue. And you just mentioned just then, in response to Senator Colbeck's question around the grappling with the excessive amount of revenue that is being raised through illicit tobacco trade, and it is a bigger problem for Australia to grapple with, but it in fact is the terms of reference that this committee is looking at this inquiry into, and in fact is sort of the main focus of that. I know that you're a health physician, and I have read some of your content. I mean, some of what's in your opening statement talks about it being a lawful product versus a black market version. should there be an either or? Like, are we not saying that and the evidence that I've heard today is that this is part of a community safety issue. This is about the harm that is being caused from the illicit tobacco trade across Australia and being brought in to our international borders, being traded domestically. Should we not be throwing everything at that to protect people and their safety versus thinking that we can solve the business model of criminal networks in this country and abroad through an economic tool on a tax excise? I'd like you to make that make sense for me.
Oh, I think I've already made it make sense, Senator.
Well, it hasn't. Sorry to disappoint you, but it hasn't.
I don't think you can have, well, maybe I'll repeat myself. I don't think you can have a single intervention that's going to be successful here. So I think the crutch you're leading on is that law enforcement as an intervention for an illicit market that's driven by economics is going to be successful. And I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on that. I don't think it will.
Well, you've also said just before, during as well as your response to Senator Colbeck, that there's no evidence that people would choose a legal product even if the reduction of excise was at zero. You know, that there's no evidence being presented to this committee or that's even in existence, and you just said it yourself, that people would actually choose or go back to using a legal product in the legal market. So I'm just not understanding. I'm not understanding your argument.
I fully understand that, Senator. I'd put to you that we're in uncharted territory, and I'd ask anyone who made the argument that you are making, is there evidence to the contrary? I mean, the best evidence that we've got that people would return to the legal market is that they went to the illegal market when the price went up.
But wouldn't you agree, would you agree that the horse might have already bolted? We're trying to shut the gate on something that's already too far gone, because that seems to be the evidence that's being presented to this committee, that just using the excise on what seems to be an illicit trade, which is out of control in Australia, that we are trying to get a handle on through, this is the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, a way in which we tackle that.
No, the suggestion isn't that be the only tool. I think the suggestion that I made, as you'll see towards the end of the submission, is that you retain a certain number of smokers, which will be unknowable. Why haven't we done the work? Why haven't we done the work to find out how many Australians would prefer to use a more expensive legal product? And there will be a tipping point, Senator, for people who come back and say, okay, maybe it's at $30, maybe it is at that 2019-20 price point. I don't want to go to an illegal tobacconist. There will be people that come back, and then you use the increase in excise revenue directly to fund law enforcement. We have a national lung cancer screening program that is only funded for the imaging, not for the subsequent therapies, and that needs to be funded. And we've always got smoking cessation programs to be funded. That to me, Senator, would be a balanced policy intervention. It would be a real shame if we had created this problem by increasing tobacco excise beyond its point of optimisation on, I'm sure the committee's heard the Laffer curve being invoked here, but beyond the point of optimisation of its function to now driving an illegal market, and not consider that we might be able to return some of the legal market by getting on the right side of the Laffer curve. That just seems like common sense to me. Unless there's been evidence produced to the contrary that doesn't happen.
Dr. Cosworth, I'm just intrigued why you're actually advocating for a policy which you unknowingly and admit that has no basis of just not knowing what the outcome's going to be. We want to play Russian roulette with our kids' future on creating, and arguing about price points in legal and illegal tobacco, when for generations in this country, we've ensured, and we're a signatory to the World Health Organisation's treaty on tobacco control. Like, you know, as a physician, I'm actually really shocked that and why you're advocating and actually trying to encourage this committee to back a policy which you actually don't know is actually going to achieve any outcomes in the end.
Senator, I don't think any of us know what's going to solve this problem, but I think most of us know what put us here. And given that the excise increase and the cost of cigarettes and the low price point of the illegal product is the driving problem, then going part way to solving that would seem to be a logical step. I mean, I'm sorry that you're astonished. I would hope that it might give committee members and senators pause to think. I'll just quickly finish. To think, why is someone who's experienced in these matters, who's a respiratory physician, I note that you gave your personal story of smoking. Our family's got a very personal story of smoking. Every family's got a personal story of smoking. Everybody's interested in this. And I think that alone, the fact that you might expect me to say no, just go for law enforcement, the fact that I'm not saying that, I would hope might give senators pause for thought that part of a bundled intervention needs to include a reduction in the excise.
I think it's well known, Dr. Coatsworth, that there are also countries that have a zero excise with illicit markets that exist across the world. So my surprise in any of that obviously is my personal account, my personal experience, but also for the community that I represent, First Nations people, and the harm that tobacco's caused and the increase in that, whether it's a legal market or illegal, does have health consequences, and they continue to bother me. So I know that there is evidence to that effect, and evidence that this committee has received around it's not just a simple sum game of a zero excise takes out an illicit market. So I'll hand over the call, given I know the time's precious.
Thanks, Senator. And just noting for the committee that I didn't say that a zero excise will take out the illicit market.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Dr. Coatsworth. I just want to pick up on a few things before I give the call to another senator that Senator Cox was talking about there. In terms of looking at how this has been managed in terms of public health policy within the tobacco market, do you think history is going to judge Australia and the handling of the illicit and licit tobacco market here in Australia as one of the biggest public health policy failures in our history in the last 3 or 4 years, how it's been handled?
I mean, I think that would be overly judgmental, actually, Senator, and I'll tell you why. I think it is a significant policy failure, but this is the point, and this is what I was trying to say to Senator Cox, no one knows when you go over the Laffer curve. You just find yourself there because the illegal market's turned up. And no one knows how many cigarette smokers will return to the legal market until you come back to a reasonable level. Now, keep in mind what I'm advocating for is still going to put Australia at, if not the highest taxing nation in the world, close to it. I would put it to the committee that behaviourally there are going to be a proportion of Australian smokers that do tolerate the higher prices for the legal product. And that is, it's not knowable what that is, just as it is unknowable what point the Laffer curve switched us into an illegal market. So, no, I think what we're doing at the moment is such an important part of restoring, is course correcting on this. So I think it's recognised that it's a huge public policy issue, and I think the committee's got the unenviable task of putting this all together into something that's going to work. But I'm not sure the failure was entirely anticipatable until it actually happens.
And thank you for that. And I guess drawing on your experience as both a clinician but also a public health policy maker, how concerned are you, and you have touched on it in your opening statement and also in some of the evidence you've given, that the current setting, how concerned are you that the current settings, by attracting people to consuming unregulated and illicit products, may even, and that may even be increasing the rate of smoking in Australia? But then you also have the socioeconomic impacts of that. You've got the criminal elements and I guess the public safety. I guess, how concerned are you at the public settings if they don't shift? So if nothing happens after this inquiry and things keep going the way they're going, what do you think that means in a public health sense here in Australia?
Well, I'm deeply concerned that the smoking numbers will increase.
Yeah.
The prevalence of smoking will increase because of the illicit market, and that will be less able to be controlled because it is an illicit market, and it's significantly harder to control a harmful product that's unregulated and illegal compared to one that's legal and regulated. I think that is as accepted as the notion that higher taxes on a harmful product reduce consumption.
Yeah, and I guess, and looking at some of the public health stakeholders that have given evidence to this inquiry back on the 4th of May when we had a hearing, do you think that not considering, I guess, the role that high excise plays is sort of overlooking the reality of what's happening on the ground? So you're ignoring part of what's happening on the ground, and by cutting that out altogether and not considering it, are they potentially looking for policy that could have worse outcomes for Australians?
Well, Senator, I'd say firstly, I've got the deepest respect for those organisations and individuals that made their submissions, and I've seen their commentary in the media over the past year. But one of the reasons that I'm giving this submission today is because I fundamentally think that they have a blind spot, and that blind spot is the excise, and that, you know, far from raising the white flag or supporting tobacco companies, this would be a pragmatic approach to regain some control of our world-leading tobacco control program.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll share the call. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Coatsworth, can you please declare if you receive any source of income, revenue, financial or in-kind support from the tobacco industry or its representatives?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I do not.
So just to clarify, you have no shares in tobacco companies?
Beyond owning ETFs on these ASX, Senator, no, I do not. And not tobacco,
I think you should
general
clarify
ETF.
that. What do you mean precisely by that, Mr. Coatsworth? Because it's not a laughing matter. What do you mean?
I don't go and see what my general exchange-traded funds on the Australian Stock Exchange are invested in, Senator, but I don't hold individual shares in tobacco companies. I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
What about in financial entities that profit from the tobacco industry, from retailers or other financial entities?
No individual shares in those entities.
And in the last year, Mr. Coatsworth, have you met with representatives of the tobacco industry or of their representatives in Australia?
No, I have not.
Okay, that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Coatsworth, for appearing today and for making a submission by your physical presence or internet presence. You state on your X account, quote, "Surely the Albanese government can't ignore this anymore. Australian smokers are being forced by tax policy into funding organised crime." Are you saying that excess excise rates are one of the larger, more significant contributors to increased smoking rates and organised crime?
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, that tweet was specifically in reference to, I mean, we're talking about people who are addicted to the most addictive legal substance, aren't we? And
yes.
People who start often young, who are from lower socioeconomic backgrounds already, and overwhelmingly are law-abiding citizens. They are forced through their addiction and economics to purchase an illegal product and therefore support what, as far as I can see, I'm not a criminologist, but as far as I can see, the most burgeoning and lucrative part of organised crime in the country. And I do think that's problematic. I do think that's problematic. I don't think, for clarity, that we could possibly reach a situation where we get everybody who's on the illegal market back into the legal market. But I do think there's a prospect to regain control if we reduce excise.
Thank you. That's clear. And you also went on to say, and all the while, cheap cigarettes are available to a growing group of smokers. This is, well, you say, disastrous public health policy. So it's actually increasing smoking rates potentially, which is what you just said.
I'm very worried about the studies that we rely on, the studies that have shown a bottom level of 8.3% in 2023-24, our national smoking prevalence surveys. We're yet to see the results from the more recent surveys, but I'm very worried that number is going to start to come up.
Thank you. And by the way, I forgot to open my comments with appreciation for your courage on reportedly acknowledging COVID response errors. So that's much appreciated. I think it's a fine example to set. In a 2023-24 article for ABC News, you said, quote, if there's a black market for vaping products, then we actually have absolutely no control over finding out what's actually in the vapes themselves. I agree, and I've been making that point. So paradoxically, if you do a blanket ban, you have no way of regulating the product, and we know that kids are still going to get their hands on this stuff. You continue to stand by those comments?
I do,
Thank
Senator,
you.
yes.
Thank you. You went on to say, it can be a useful tool for adults that's vaping, who are addicted to nicotine and smoke cigarettes as a transition away from cigarettes. There's no doubt about that. Stand by that still?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And last comment, quote again, but at the same time, it's become a real problem for young Australians. I think that's why we're taking this harsher regulatory stance now.
Stand by that as well. And that is to say that I understand why the regulatory stance was so forward-leaning and extreme, almost. People are worried about young people vaping. However, I think I have equal concern, perhaps even greater concern, as you've seen from this testimony, of the problems that arise from unregulated markets of harmful products.
Right. So in summary then, vaping can help adults kick the habit of smoking, which is dangerous, and it can also help regulated vaping can provide younger users, younger Australians, the safety of getting something that's actually regulated and safe.
Well, I prefer that. I'm sure you're talking about people over the age of 18, Senator, but yes, that would be the answer, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Dr Coatsworth, thank you so much for taking the time, and apologies for the delay in getting to you on our schedule. We're very grateful for the evidence that you've given. If there is anything else that you would like to add to your testimony that you've given today, please feel free to provide that to the Secretariat. But otherwise, thank you. This has been a really, I think, important differentiation in terms of evidence from a health expert like yourself. So very grateful for you taking the time.
Thanks, Senator Black. Thanks, Senators.
Thank you. So we will now welcome Dr. Alex Wooddock, AM, and Mr. Clive Bates, and also Mr. Michael Ellis, and Professor Ron Borland. Thank you for taking the time to to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is...
Oh, sorry, and I'm just going to add this very quickly. For witnesses who are appearing from overseas, I remind senators and witnesses that parliamentary privilege does not apply outside of Australia. Sorry, please go ahead.
My name is Dr. Alex Wodak. I think that's what you wanted.
And the capacity in which you're appearing?
I'm appearing in private capacity.
Thank you.
Can I just start by saying that I'm hard of hearing, pretty deaf, pretty grumpy too. So, so if any of you can speak louder and slower, I'd appreciate it.
No problem.
Fair warning.
I won't make any reflections on the two gentlemen either side of me. Mr. Bates.
There he is.
Have we got...
Muted.
Oh, there we go.
I'm here, yes.
So if you can just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing.
Okay, my name is Clive Bates and I'm appearing in a personal capacity.
Fantastic. Mr. Ellis.
Hello, good morning. Yes, Michael Ellis. I'm appearing on behalf as an illicit trade advisor for Prohibition Does Not Work.
Fantastic. And Professor Borland.
My name's Ron Borland, as it appears in my passport. I am appearing in a private capacity.
Fantastic. And do any of you have opening statements? I'm going to assume...
I had one. It was quite long, and I've got a brief summary that I'd be happy to present.
If you could keep, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I have one too, but I can boil it down dramatically.
We would be very grateful.
Okay.
So please proceed when you are ready.
Who do you want to go first?
Did you want to go first, now that you're back on the big screen in front of us? Perfect.
Okay. The guts of my presentation is the differentiation between the vaping and other alternative markets for nicotine and smoked tobacco. As the committee would be aware, there is no current excise on vapes because the vast majority of the vaping market is illegal and the rest of it is sequestered in the medical market, where it's very hard to access for the people who need it most. So part of the solution that we can come up with is that by moving the vaping market into the illegal market, we don't need to reduce the excise in there. It's part of the illicit market because it's the only place you can get it. So we would immediately reduce the size of the illicit market if we could increase the size of the legal market by making the products legal. And I think we can do that in ways that will not lead to marked increases in the use of vaping by youth. Indeed, in some compared with some other countries where it's legal, Australian youth rates, or at least the last time they were reported, were at least as high as those in, for example, Canada. So I'd be happy to further elaborate on those points.
Fantastic, thank you. So we might go then, Dr. Wodak, did you want to...
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to just make a few brief comments. I'd like to open by paying my respect, of course, to First Nations Australians. I'd also like to say that whilst there is a lot of emphasis from opponents of vaping and supporters of sky-high cigarette excise, of Article 5.3 of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, everybody seems to overlook Article 1D, paragraph 1D, which is an endorsement of the application of harm reduction to the smoking area. I'd remind everybody that an endorsement of harm reduction is part of our national drug strategy and part of our national tobacco strategy. I just want to make a few brief points and then I'll hand over to back to you, Chair. And the first is that I think we have to start reducing cigarette excise whether we like it or not. I don't think it's all that difficult. I think what Treasury needs to do is commission a computer model of the cigarette sales as against price, select a target rate at which they want to reduce the level of the illegal trade and, of course, a target date, and keep on repeating that process every 2 or 3 years. And I'm sure that governments will be forced to do that sooner or later. Secondly, I think we have to ensure that smoke-free nicotine products are easier to obtain than combustible cigarettes. It's unethical that the deadly product is easier to obtain than the safer product. You couldn't get away with that in medicine, in prevention or treatment, and governments shouldn't be able to get away with that with tobacco and vaping policy. The third comment I want to make is that the sales of safer smoke-free products, and although we only talk about vaping in Australia, there are 3 or 4 of them around the world. These are increasing rapidly, and that's a good thing because they're much safer than cigarettes. And I'm not bothered by the fact that the tobacco industry is invested in that. I'd much rather they're invested in a safer product than a deadly product, and that's the long and the short of it. I think that the replacement of deadly cigarettes by safer smoke-free nicotine products is inevitable and unstoppable and will happen faster than many people realise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Bates.
Okay, so some brief points. I think the first thing is we have to accept that there is a persistent demand for the psychoactive substance nicotine. And once we accept that, and that people use it for its psychoactive effects, then the challenge becomes how do we make this available in a legal form, in a form that's acceptably safe. And once we have understood that to be the challenge, I think a lot changes. We're not going to be eliminating nicotine use from society anytime soon. Now, we're already in a position, second point, we're already in a position where there is a migration from high risk to low risk nicotine going on worldwide, and governments can accelerate that or they can obstruct it. And taxation can play an important role in that and is doing if you have risk proportionate taxation. However, I think the taxation contract breaks if the taxation is too high, and Australia's tax rates are producing cigarettes that are about 70 to 80% more expensive they are in the UK, which I would say was already a high tax jurisdiction for tobacco. And I think it costs an Australian smokes a pack a day around 15,000 Australian dollars a year. And that is one brutal tax. So I'm going to say I have some sympathy with the position of Senator Cox on this, but I think there are more than just the illicit trade reasons for reducing the tax. It's deeply regressive, and also it's a penalty on people who continue to act lawfully when most people around them are acting unlawfully. You've heard a lot about how bad illicit trade is. I'm not going to rehearse those arguments again. However, I would say one other thing about illicit trade. It's very adaptable and innovative. And I think the problem is it's like squashing a balloon full of water. You push down in one place, it boils up somewhere, but it bursts up somewhere else. And then on enforcement, there's a lot of hope resting on the idea of enforcement in regularising the situation. I think it's important to have enforcement. I think it's important to take bad actors out and put them in prison, fine them, whatever. but I don't think it's going to do much to reduce illicit supply. For every seized container, there is another container waiting to go after that revenue. And I think we've got to be honest here about what enforcement can achieve. Not nothing, but it won't change too much the supply. And then finally, if taxes were reduced back to, say, 2018 levels, I don't think we would see a return to 2018 levels of compliance, 2018 levels of revenue, and 2018 levels of illicit trade. In some ways, the situation is quite strongly irreversible. But I think there are other reasons for reducing tax rates. So I think the problem will not be solved just by changing the excise regime. I think the smokers who are using the illicit market now need to be encouraged to move on rather than move back. And by that, I mean move on to smoke-free alternative nicotine forms, vapes, pouches, heated tobacco products, and so on. And that means a change in the regulatory arrangements for these products that makes them more accessible, and a much more aggressive stance from the government on promoting that migration pathway, because I think that's how you'll get the illicit tobacco market down. And obviously, if you have better legal routes for these other products, then you wouldn't have so much illicit trade in those. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellis.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I think hopefully you've all seen my submission sent some months ago. I've been listening to some of your earlier speakers, and I really sympathise for where you are. I've been involved in illicit trade and the enforcement of illicit trade and the influences of organised crime for a very long time. And when my experience in other parts of the world, when illicit trade becomes embedded in the socio-economic fabric of your society, it is so incredibly difficult to manage and turn that situation around. It seems to me some of the stories I heard in the earlier panels reflects my experience in other countries where the levels of violence that's being offered by organised crime gangs to influence the legitimate market to such an extent that there is no longer a legitimate market is so horrific and so impacting on lives and societies. And you had some really personal accounts, and it's the same that I've seen in other parts of the world. I'm very happy to answer questions. And really, if I was to make a one single comment, I support all your discussions around a balanced approach. I agree with everything that's been said about you can't enforce your way out of this problem. You can do a lot through enforcement to influence the problem, but you do need a balanced approach. And my final opening statement is that surely a controlled and regulated legitimate supply will always be better than the alternative, which is funding crime. Controlled, regulated, legitimate supply will always be better than funding organised crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we will do now is go to questions, and I might go to Senator Steele-John first.
These are the witnesses that I'm going to put my questions
on notice? Okay,
just to
fantastic.
Facilitate the time crunch we're in. Yes.
Thank you very much. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just start with, and thank you all for appearing so late in the afternoon for us. Just quickly, in your submission, you stated that there are companies which stand to profit from legal e-cigarette market. What are they? Can you tell the committee?
So,
who's that question directed to?
Anyone that wants to take it.
well, I certainly didn't make such a statement.
I think my statement was mainly related to the organised crime impact.
Well, I mean, I don't think I made a statement like that, but it's a reasonable thing to expect that if there is a migration from the tobacco industry or organised crime-related profits to safer products that are legal, that the companies that make and market those would profit from it. I mean, that's commerce. You know, so I don't know if that's
just
what you're
on
getting
that,
at.
Yes. So who are those companies? Are they e-cigarette companies? Aren't you all just big tobacco, you know, the wolf in sheep's clothing and all of that? Like, you know, they're the makers of it, aren't they? E-cigarettes? Like,
no, they're not.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's just not true. Most of the vaping industry is not controlled by the tobacco industry and never has been. Some of the big tobacco companies do have a small share in vaping companies. They have a small share of the market, but the vast majority of the market is with companies that do not have tobacco as part of their portfolio. For vaping, the situation is somewhat different for heated tobacco products.
So, Professor Boland, you do agree, though, that there's a profit margin that those companies would stand to make should there be that migration that happens in the market? Is that correct in making that statement?
Of course, if a market for anything grows in a profitable way, the companies involved in that will make more money.
And just to be clear, that would be e-cigarette companies, right?
That would be yes, for the vaping market, it would have to be the e-cigarette companies because they're the companies who market vapes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I wanted to get on the record. But my second question is that aren't vapes sort of the proof that a zero excise wouldn't move anything to the legal market? Because currently there is zero excise on vapes, and in fact 90% of the vape market is illegal.
I think there's two reasons.
Sorry, I was cut off. I hadn't finished my question.
Sorry, Karen.
You know, clearly that just stands that arguing to have a reduction of which when the coalition were in government increased that to 121%, and that the Albanese government just continued to grow that, but their tax excise was actually increased by 121% when they were in government. So then we have a vape market, completely no excise at all. We're arguing that there should be an excise reduction, and yet the 90% of their market is illicit. What do you all say to that?
The substance of my submission, Senator Cox, was that this in fact provides an opportunity. There isn't currently an excise tax on vaping. The reason that there's a large illicit market for vaping is because for the vast majority of people there isn't a legal access to it, particularly the young people who are using it most. So if these products became legal, then there would be no need for people to access the illicit market, and that's predominantly the issue for young people. Young people are now accessing the illicit market more often for vapes than there are for smoking, given that smoking rates among younger people, vaping rates among younger people are now higher than they are from smoking, if the last surveys is to be believed. So it actually provides an opportunity to do something about it without having to affect the rates on smoking. Now, I think, and I agree with a lot of other people, that there probably does need to be some reduction in the rates on smoking, but they don't. This is a way of actually getting people across. Now, if you get people across without changing any excise to vaping by making vaping legal, encourage it, because as you've heard from several people, it is an effective way of moving people. It's a substitute for smoking. It's an alternative that's a lot less harmful. you can then reduce the size of the smoking market, because most people would prefer not to do things that are illegal. So there's an incentive to behave legally unless it's against your interest to do so, in which case people will backslide. So you then have a situation where the illegal smoking market may begin to decline because more and more people are moving to legal vapes. So it's a part of the solution. It's not going to be a complete solution, but it's a significant part that could make a significant difference.
Okay. Can you tell me what proportion of people who vape then go on to be smokers?
The people who vape, all of the evidence is that the gateway is in fact in the opposite direction, that people who vape and smoke are more likely to remain vapers, and that more people who've started out smoking are moving through vaping away from smoking. If you look at this at a population level, it is absolutely clear. If you look at it at an individual level, it is less clear, because the people who take up vaping and smoking tend to be people who are similar. So the two are highly correlated. And when you separate out that interrelationship of predisposition, then you find that there isn't any clear evidence of a positive gateway effect and clear evidence of a negative gateway. That is, vaping is taking people away from smoking.
And that's somewhat contrary, Professor Boland, to some of the evidence we've had from health advocates during the time that this committee has been in this inquiry. In fact, we've heard that, particularly from parents of young people, that they move from vapes, e-cigarettes, possibly people who've never smoked before, and move into using cigarettes and tobacco. So that's actually contrary.
There are undoubtedly individual cases where that happens, but at a population
the prevalence
level,
of that is quite high, is what I heard from health advocates.
I don't believe there is any such evidence to suggest that the prevalence is high. I think that's a confected number. It undoubtedly occurs, but it is relatively rare, and it is more likely to occur in a situation like Australia, where vapes are banned, where there are increasing beliefs that they're more harmful than smoking. If you believe that vaping was more harmful than smoking and you started vaping, you might be inclined to move towards smoking. But if you believe correctly that vaping is a much less harmful alternative, also experience the fact that it's not as smelly and annoying to other people, then I think the vast majority of people aren't going to move in that way. And the evidence internationally is very strongly in that direction.
So, you know, if vapes were clearly a harm reduction method, why do we need all the bright colours, the flavours, grape ice, mixed berry ice, blue raz lemonade? I mean, surely one of the lessons that we've learnt in driving down smoking has been that plain packaging and the serious limitation on marketing actually works. Like, that completely debunks your method.
No, it doesn't, Senator, because currently all of those things are happening in the illicit market. If you brought it into the legal market, we could constrain some of those egregious...
It's actually in the legal market as well. I would argue that it's in the legal market.
There isn't a legal market. The only products that can be sold legally in Australia are those through pharmacists, and there are a very, very limited number of those. And my understanding is that the flavours is one of the criteria that actually allows those to be regulated. So this is not, as my understanding is, this is not the case. In an unregulated market where the black marketeers are controlling the whole thing, all of those things are open, and in fact they're happening. So as you're saying, all of these things that are actually driving young people to use vapes or to smoke are actually happening in the illegal market. Most of the illegal cigarettes, for example, don't have health warnings on them.
Okay, just on health warnings, I'm glad you mentioned that, Professor Boland. Your submission contends that products like e-cigarettes can actually help reduce harm, but a recent study from UNSW found that vapes on their own cause lung and oral cancers, and they actually are deadly products. Is your contention that these products don't cause cancer?
My contention is that particular report, which I have looked at, basically says that there is a possible mechanism by which these things could happen. There is no evidence that these cause these diseases. There's a plausible mechanism. I would argue probably not even plausible in some cases. So this study has been greatly exaggerated, and it's part of what seems to be the efforts by some people who are opposed to vaping to try and find any kind of tangential evidence that may be opposed to it. Now, that's people's right to do, but it is not evidence that these products cause oral cancer or other cancers. It is vanishingly unlikely that they cause anywhere significant levels of these diseases as compared with smoking. That they may not cause some cannot be ruled out, like for anything.
Mr. Borland, sorry, Professor Borland, I believe that was also an argument that Big Tobacco also used in relation to smoking. So that's all the questions from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing. I must say I'm enjoying listening to you. I've got one question and then one invitation to each person in turn, please, perhaps starting with Dr. Wodak. First of all, the cost of living is very, very high right now. It's due to energy, housing, electricity, fuel, groceries, the government itself.
Sorry, say again, please.
The cost of living is very high.
Okay.
Energy, electricity, housing, fuel, groceries, government services themselves are accelerating in price, inflation. Surely that means two things. One is that as cost of living increases, people are more likely to go to illicit tobacco. That's one thing. The second thing is that any solution can't be simple. It must deal with lifestyle measures as well, right across our economy.
That's correct, Senator. And can I just add that we have to keep on reminding ourselves that not only is the rate of smoking higher in low-income people, that they smoke more cigarettes per day than high-income people. So the cost of living crisis that we're experiencing in Australia, multiplied by the sky-high cigarette excise, is particularly affecting lower income people and First Nations people and people with mental illness, and driving them towards the illicit market.
So it's a highly regressive tax, highly regressive.
It is. The supporters of the tax argue that it's not a regressive tax, but I don't think that you can really look at the figures as they are and come to that conclusion. It's smoking increases, exacerbates inequality, which is already a significant problem in Australia, and by having both markets, that is cigarettes and vaping, serviced by illegal trades, I think that's adding to the problems.
Okay, so other opinions? Other answers?
Well, I think you're highlighting a really important point, which is that these are economic behaviours and they happen in the context of markets and sort of household economics. So people are making decisions about what they can afford and what their choices are according to the prices that are available to them. I don't think people want to access illicit markets. There's good evidence that they don't. But when the taxes are so high that they simply can't afford them, that's one of the behaviour change choices that they can make. So we'd like them to make other behaviour change choices like quitting smoking altogether or quitting tobacco and nicotine altogether. And in my case, I would like them to switch to much less risky products if they're not going to quit completely. So you can set up a set of economic incentives to do that. But if you push it too hard, the taxes are too regressive, too brutal, then people will defect from the system and they will move to illicit trade, and illicit suppliers will come in because there are enormous economic gains to be made for them. So for me, a lot of this is really about a blend of public health strategy and the economics of marketplaces trying to get to some sort of optimum outcome, which is that the people who are using nicotine use it in a much safer form. And at the moment, they're driven to illicit markets because of regulatory barriers, which is the other reason why people move to illicit. It's very difficult to access the legal products that people want in Australia. The pharmacy system doesn't work. The range of products that are available is very restricted, and so people jump to illicit products in the vape market. Other products, banned altogether. So to me, it's about reconfiguring the economic choice architecture so people can make better and legal choices and reduce their risk considerably. And that's the challenge, I think, for the committee, is to try and steer the government in that direction. As I put it in my opening remarks, moving on rather than moving back to smoking.
Thank you. Next, please.
A lot of what you say is correct, Senator. In regard to the differential effects, there are certainly, in one respect, if you increase the price of cigarettes and that leads people to quit and it leads more poorer people to have greater incentive to quit, then there's a benefit to them. However, if they fail to quit or don't want to quit, then they're paying more money and they are more disadvantaged. So to that degree, there's a balance. And unfortunately, price isn't a powerful enough incentive to get enough people to quit to be able to really overcome this. And I would say in that regard, we tend to think about many of these tobacco control initiatives as if any one of them disappeared, suddenly the whole tobacco control architecture would disappear and people would suddenly go back to smoking. All of these initiatives have had a small impact. Some of them have had pretty much the entire impact they're going to have and probably don't have much continuing impact. And collectively, along with people's knowledge, which has underpinned it, that it's a bad thing, people have looked for alternatives. For many years, they didn't have alternatives. Now alternatives have become available, and some people don't think they should be moving to alternatives because they have an ambition of completely eliminating nicotine use. I agree with Clive Bates. I don't think there's any realistic prospect of eliminating nicotine use. And if so, we need to be looking to the least harmful ways of using it.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
Just moving, continuing on that point, if we agree that there's no way of eliminating the use of nicotine products, number one, if we agree that point, and we continue to increase measures to try to stop people from using that product that they want, all we're doing is driving that demand towards the black market, towards the criminals. So if one of the, as is the case in many parts of the world, one of the obvious strategies is either to ban a product or either to try and raise taxes to such an extent that it will defer the user, it actually doesn't work. And that's what we see. We see that the demand is such that the user will go to the cheapest point. And one of the speakers earlier on today, they said their competition is not the shop next door. Their competition is the criminals. And you can't compete against free. You can't compete against these crime gangs, these organised crime gangs who are jumping into the gap that's been created, are making so much money that you see the impacts and the violence that's being offered by them. So again, as other speakers have said already, a balanced approach is perhaps what's needed.
Thank you. Dr. Borland?
I've already made significant comments with regard to that. I don't think I need to make any more at this point.
No, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Is there anyone else? Okay, my second and last question is, could you, it's an invitation for each of you to give us your 3 most important points that you'd like the committee to take on board. Just briefly, 3 most important points.
Since nobody else will start, I'll start. The most important point is that the current system is broken. I agree with Nick Coates, who presented earlier, that getting the illegal market under control, having a mass organised crime system controlling significant parts of the economy is a complete disaster for the society as a whole and is a disaster for public health. We are going to be worse off in every conceivable way. Therefore, we need to be solving this problem, and it needs to be solved, as others have suggested, in multiple ways. I think the most potent first step is to take low-harm products out of the illegal market, or at least to provide legal access to products at pretty much the same sorts of access as products that are currently available in the illicit market, and to actually fund government campaigns to actually encourage smokers to switch. That will produce some benefit, but it's not going to solve the problem all of itself. There still needs to be more enforcement. We perhaps need to be thinking of a racketeering act in Australia like the Americans have.
Thank you.
Thank you. My first step would be to start reducing cigarette excise, and it's going to be messy. There are going to be trade-offs that some people will welcome, some people won't, but we have to start that process, and it's not going to be rapid. It's going to be slow because the illicit market is now, I presume, quite sticky. It'll take a lot to break it. Secondly, I think that I would love to see Australia accept all of the safer smoke-free products and to make sure that these are more available than the deadly nicotine product, that is combustible cigarettes. And I think the third point is that we have to be clear what the objectives are. And we're not clear about that in Australia. And I think reducing the costs of smoking, especially the health, social, economic and environmental costs of smoking, has to be the first priority. Reducing the size of the illicit market has to be a very high priority. And I think we have to also be very clear in talking about these, and so far we haven't been.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I think the first thing is tax. I think big reductions in excise tax are unlikely to reverse the illicit trade for reasons that I said earlier, but I think there are other reasons to do it, which is because it's so brutally regressive, and secondly, because it's a penalty on law-abiding behaviour. And I think regularising it at a high level, similar maybe to the UK or something like that, would be the right thing to do. Secondly, don't hold out too much hope for enforcement to fix this problem. It's necessary but not sufficient. It takes bad actors off the streets, but it will not reverse the illicit trade because the supply chain is complex and dense. And as soon as you make one seizure or one arrest, there's somebody else or something else to replace it. Okay, so don't rely on enforcement. And there's no sign that that has worked or will work. And then finally, I think the answer, if there is one, is to try to migrate the smoking base aggressively towards legal smoke-free products. Okay, and that means changing the regulatory environment so that these things are easily accessible in regulated and responsible marketing formats, and that there is a sort of communications effort that goes alongside it that encourages that migration rather than discourages it or positions these products as excessively harmful or gateway effects or whatever, for which there is very little evidence. So I think a change in stance in the migration pathway from smoking to vaping pouches, heated tobacco products, is the way this will be solved. And as I put it, moving on to something new rather than moving back to legal cigarettes.
Mr. Ellis?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I think such is the impact by organised crime on the personal lives of your society, on the personal lives of your shopkeepers, personal lives of your young people, such is the impact of those organised criminals, that without enforcement or without public-facing reaction, you will have a problem. So I must slightly push back on the comments of Clive, a very respected speaker, and I would suggest that publicly you do need to increase enforcement. The public do need to see a response to the fear and the threats that they're facing by organised crime, number one. Number two, increase consumer awareness. I have seen other countries in other markets having campaigns, for example, trying to say to the consumer, make an informed choice what you do with your money. Make an informed choice. You work hard for your money and make an informed choice what you want to do with that. Do you want to give your money into the hands of a crime gang who will reinvest that money into other criminal activities which will impact on your societies, whether that's human trafficking, drugs, violence, firearms, corruption, bribery, whatever. Make an informed choice. What do you want to do with your money? Consumer choice.
Thank you.
And third, sorry?
Keep going.
I was going to say, and last, so just very quickly, my last point, I was, again, it's on the point of enforcement, there were some people talking about shops being closed and the next day they were being reopened. Very frustrating for the police, very frustrating for the local people. They're seeing a reaction and then the criminals are simply not at all bothered or not in fear of what is going on. And that may be indicative of the penalties, existing penalties. So maybe if the public-facing response, they see increased penalties, you're going to make, hopefully you're going to make some impacts. That's my honest belief.
Thank you all very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you. Just to finish or start where that point finished, it would be reasonable to say that law enforcement, absent other actions, effectively won't work. You need to do other things, as you've described, providing additional or access to lower harm products in the market, more education, continuing or increase your law enforcement, and make a step change in the price of tobacco, but also encouraging people to move away from that product into lesser harm products.
If I may, Senator, I agree 100%. Absolutely. And as the medical professor, I think was it Dr. Copeland, was saying, you really are facing a hard choice of the health impacts against the criminal impacts. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yep.
So you will have an impact in one area, and I think the impact presented by organised crime, a wider, broader impact, and the influences of organised crime on your society in the longer term will be greater unless you make measures to make the legitimate items more accessible. Yes.
Dr. Wodak.
Thank you. Senator, maybe I could look at another example of a prohibition, and this isn't truly a prohibition, it's a quasi-prohibition, de facto prohibition.
This is an economic prohibition that we're attempting.
Yes, okay.
But that's fine.
So Australia prohibited heroin in 1953. Prior to 1953, it was legal and could be prescribed by doctors and dispensed by pharmacists. That was vigorously opposed at the time by leaders of the then medical profession. We have data from 2025 in an annual survey funded by the Commonwealth Government and carried out by the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre, the Illicit Drug Reporting System. And in 2025, people who use drugs were asked whether getting heroin was very easy, neither one nor the other, difficult or very difficult. 60% said it was very easy, 33% said it was easy. So 93% said it was either very easy or easy. I'm sure that you'll be disappointed to know those results, but that's the reality. Illicit drug law enforcement and the law enforcement of the illicit tobacco market and the vaping market only has a small effect.
Okay. So is there, in your varied experience in the various jurisdictions that you're working, what might be considered a base level of demand in a society for nicotine products? And part of what we're looking at is to accept that exists and then provide the best, least harm form of delivery to meet that demand?
That's exactly what I think we should do. We have around about 1 billion people around the world who take nicotine by smoking, and that number is going down but very slowly. I think what we have to do, I agree with the remarks of Clive Bates, we have to try and encourage more and more people to leave the combustible cigarettes, which kill up to 2 out of every 3 long-term smokers. Horrendously dangerous. We have to move people from cigarettes and move them onto safer products. I'm pleased to say that I've had a lot of experience looking after people with alcohol and drug problems, and people who enjoy taking drugs or can't stop taking drugs would always, given the choice, move from a more dangerous product to a safer product, from a more dangerous route of administration to a safer way of taking that drug. That surprises a lot of people, but it's a strong impulse. So smokers want to have safer products readily available. Tobacco companies also want to have safer products made available. And the largest traded tobacco company in the world, Philip Morris International, earned last year 42% of its revenue from safer smoke-free nicotine products. The second major traded tobacco company made 18% of its revenue from safer smoke-free products. So not all, but many of the tobacco companies also want to shift. And from what we can see, investors also want to see tobacco companies move from more dangerous products to safer products, because companies that are transforming more rapidly have a higher share price.
Okay. Economic reality. Does anyone else have a comment on that?
Well, I think your... I beg your pardon. Go on, Ron.
Go on, Clive. No, you go first.
I think your formulation was spot on, actually. Your first formulation, that I think you need to do a range of things. Restructure the excise system. You need to re-regulate the safer products, allow all the safer products in, create a normalised, controlled market in legal smoke-free alternatives. And you need to change the communications tone so that people are encouraged rather than discouraged from following the pathway from risky to much lower risk products, even if they're not completely risk-free. On your second point, I think it's one of the most interesting questions, actually, is there a sort of natural level of nicotine consumption in society? And it's been much higher in the past, that's for sure. We've seen very high levels of smoking in the immediate post-war period. So But I think I think one interesting thing here is that we are steadily losing the deterrent effect for using nicotine, which is all the harms of smoking. If you think it's going to kill you, if you think it's antisocial, if you think it's just unpleasant, it's messy and so on, a lot of those problems are solved with the new nicotine products, and it's not unreasonable. You shouldn't rule it out that there will be an increase in overall nicotine use, but a huge decrease in the overall harm caused by nicotine use in total, as there's a migration from high risk to low risk. Because high risk products are a cost in their own right. They impose a non-monetary cost on the user, which forms a fairly strong deterrent effect for people taking up and using those products. And that deterrent is now weakening over time. So again, it's an argument for regularising the market and ensuring that, well-regulated, well-controlled products, acceptable forms of commerce dominate the nicotine market going forward.
If I can add to that, I think the best example we have is from the use of low toxin smokeless tobacco in Scandinavia, particularly in Sweden. The rate of smoking in Sweden is now under 5%, according to the latest surveys I've seen, which for some people is considered to be achieving an end game. For me, it's achieving the start of an end game. Their rate of smokeless tobacco use, their low toxin smokeless tobacco, is in the vicinity of a bit under 20%, I think. I haven't got the latest figures on me, but I might not know them. So that would suggest that there's about 20% of the population who would be interested in using these products on a long-term basis if they weren't encouraged as a socially desirable thing to do. They become
Ron is right. If I can just quickly follow up on that. Ron is right. Sweden and Germany have roughly equivalent levels of nicotine use in total, but most of the nicotine used in Sweden is in smokeless form snus, whereas most of it in Germany is in smoked form of cigarettes. The upshot of that, because this has been going on for many years, is that Sweden has about half the lung cancer and half the oral cancer mortality of Germany. And that's because men in particular have been using these much safer products for many years. And what we're talking about here in some ways is replicating that experience or that approach in Sweden worldwide, using a wider range of products than just snus, which has particular sort of niche in Scandinavia and to some extent in the United States.
Okay, look, and one final question so that we can move on. We've all talked about, or you have all talked about reducing the excise rate as part of the toolkit, but is it reasonable to say that the high level of excise is why we're sitting around the table right now?
I think it's a major reason we're sitting around the table right now, that it's been too high. And I say that as somebody who commissioned a report called Tobacco Control, a blue chip investment in public health, that Michelle Scolo produced and successfully sold the Treasury as a model for reducing smoking in a way that would actually gain revenue for government at the same time, and that was subsequently taken up by government. So I take some blame for the early initiation of this, and I remain interested in trying to solve the problem. And I think we've just gone too far. We didn't continue to monitor what was happening, and there were early signs that the black market was starting up. And if they'd been jumped on earlier and the rises in the tax had been stopped at that point, I don't think we'd have as big a problem as we have today. But that's all in the past. We can't do anything about that now. We've got the situation we have, and we have to find solutions to deal with it.
But I don't think it's a straightforwardly reversible process. If you go back to tax rates as they were in the past, you'll get the configuration of the legal and illicit market and level of compliance that you had in the past. That criminal infrastructure is now in place. There are consumer expectations that they can buy these products cheaply without tax now. So there's a lot in what's happened that is sort of irreversible. Now, I'm not, and I think there are other reasons for reducing tax because it's so brutal and so regressive on those that do pay it. It's like a punishing public policy measure against a usually quite disadvantaged group in society. So I think there are other reasons to do it, but I don't think in itself it is the way to solve this problem. It's part of a package. Restructure excise, change the regulation on the safer products, change the communications environment.
Yes, I just make the point slightly different to Clive's. In fact, most price-sensitive smokers have already moved to the illicit market, so price is no longer having any positive impact. So reducing the price of legal cigarettes in the short term won't have much effect, but it will help people stay in the legal market, and it may stop a few people from moving across to the illegal market. So it is a sensible strategy, but it's going to be a minor contributor in the short term.
So this is a longer term exercise with a multitude of actions that need to be taken to actually get to where we want to go.
And it's an urgent thing because it's getting worse.
Yeah. Well,
the worse it gets, the bigger and more established the organised crime syndicates are going to be, and the harder it's going to be to reverse it. So it really is an issue of enormous importance, in my view, and urgency.
So to
in
your
that regard, I think. In that regard, the Commonwealth, the NH and MRC have commissioned a re-review of the evidence on vaping, which may provide an opportunity for change, but they're not asking them to report it to 2027, and I think that's far too late.
So in terms of the initial work that you did that talked about increasing price as a disincentive, which I think everyone's acknowledged works to a certain point until the market flips out and goes illicit. That disincentive doesn't exist where we're sitting somewhere between 60 to 75% of our market currently being illicit and paying no excise at all.
Yeah, well, I think we need to separate out the vaping market, which is pretty much all illicit, and there's no tax involved, differential involved there.
Yep.
And because there's no effective legal market, and the cigarette market, which is about 50% at the moment, I think. And yes, for that 50%, they're the most price-sensitive people, and they're the ones who are not getting the price-sensitive signals, so they're not being encouraged to stop smoking. And in fact, in some cases, some of those who stopped maybe feel that they can now afford to go back. So yes, it's going to cause a problem. It's not going to cause a huge problem for tobacco control. Nowhere near as big a problem as the illicit market is creating for the society in general, in my view.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Colbeck, and thank you all for appearing in front of the committee today. If there is anything else you would like to add to any of the evidence you've given, when you sort of go away and think, I wish I'd said X, Y or Z, please feel free to provide that in writing to us, and we're happy to consider it. But thank you all for taking the time, and sorry we were running so late. You are all released, and we will just suspend for 5 minutes.
answers are online. Will you? Okay.
Okay, we're back. Switch of chair. I welcome now Professors Michelle Jongelenis, Becky Freeman.
That'll do.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's okay.
It's been a long day. I'll try and get better as we go through. David Thomas, Simon Chapman and Tom Calmer. G'day, Tom. Long time since I've seen you. Thank you for taking time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to give us your names and the capacity in which you appear, and then we'll move to opening statements and questions from colleagues.
I can start. My name is Becky Freeman. I'm a professor of public health at the University of Sydney, and I'm appearing as an
We can't hear.
Can't quite hear you.
Professor.
Oh, sorry. Shall I try again? Can you hear me?
That's better, thanks.
Okay. My name is Becky Freeman. I'm a professor of public health at the University of Sydney, and I'm appearing as a private individual.
Thank you.
I'm Simon Chapman. I'm Emeritus Professor of Public Health at the University of Sydney, and I'm appearing in the private capacity.
Professor Michelle Jongelenis, and I'm also appearing in a private capacity.
And Professor Tom Calmer at Uni of Sydney, Medical and Health faculty, and I'm appearing in a private capacity.
And I'm David Thomas. I work at AMSANT as the NT Coordinator for Smoking Cessation Support and as the coordinator of the top-end Tackling Indigenous Smoking team, all on secondment from Menzies School of Health Research, where I've led many research projects about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander smoking and quitting for more than 20 years, and I've been authorised by Aboriginal senior management at AMSANT to speak to you today about our submission to the inquiry.
Thank you. Someone going to lead off with an opening statement. Did I hear right, Professor Freeman?
Yes, thank you very much. I will try and be brief, as I know we're running behind, so no problem there. First, I'd just like to fully flesh out that I am a very experienced tobacco control researcher. I've been working in this field for 25 years. I have experience from working in Canada, in New Zealand, but have been based in Australia for the last 18 years or so. And this is an area, obviously, that I have very deep expertise and I'm very committed and passionate about. I also want to really stress that smoking is an addiction. Nicotine is an addiction. It is not some sort of rational personal choice that adults make, that young people become addicted at a very young age before their brains have fully developed, and they are preyed on by an international, global industry that has very sophisticated marketing and very sophisticated product design. I would also like to stress that there isn't the idea that regulated tax cigarettes are somehow safe or a better alternative, or that they are a public health win if people use those products. That's unfounded as well. While of course we don't want people using illicit products, we don't want them using tax cigarettes either. I lead Generation Vape Study, which is funded in part by the Department of Health, Disability and Aging. And we have seen encouraging signs that the changes to the vape laws, paired with public media campaigns and all the high-profile attention that has been given to vaping, we have seen a decrease in the number of young people, teenagers, trying vaping. So that's encouraging. We are seeing some rewards from that, which is great. Obviously, vapes are still way too easy to access. We know that they're still available if you want to go and purchase one. And this is where I sort of wanted to just point out, I've heard kind of confusing messaging around this, that somehow the vaping reforms have been so successful that people can't get their hands on vapes. But on the other side, they haven't done anything at all, and therefore vapes should just be available as a consumer good. So I have trouble sort of reconciling that. I would also like to share today that we are releasing a brand new Generation Vape report. It should be up on the website now while I'm speaking. We have surveyed 2,500 18 to 24-year-olds from all across Australia. In addition to their vaping use, we've also asked about their tobacco use. And in this report, which is fresh data that we just collected less than a month ago, we can see that 80% of the recent cigarette purchases or recent roll-your-own tobacco purchases that we were able to classify were illicit products, 80%. This is likely a reflection that young adults are much more price sensitive than other users, as this is higher than the reported in the ITEC Commission report, obviously of about 60% of the market. We know that young adults are obviously out and about a lot more as well, going out to bars, clubs, and pubs on Friday nights, coffee shops, you name it, and they also shop more at convenience. We also know that the vast majority of these people, so all but 9 respondents, all the rest told us that they bought these illicit products from tobacconists or convenience stores. This is an in-your-face market where they walk into a shop where they know the tobacconists. They're often very complimentary of how friendly the tobacconist is to offer them such cheap products. Our results are complemented by interviews that we did with young people where they tell us that they can purchase these products for as low as $10, $15 a pack, and that they're able to purchase a handful of cigarettes at a time if they don't quite have $10 to purchase a whole pack. So the price obviously is one of the key drivers, but it's the availability. It's the fact that they can buy these so easily, that it's part of routine, it's normalized, it's from a shopkeeper they know and trust. I think when we're talking solutions, again, I just get a bit frustrated that it's being positioned as it's either cut the tax or do enforcement. I absolutely want to see better enforcement. It has been woeful. We have seen it take far too long to actually license tobacco retailers. Health groups that I have worked with for the past 10, 15 years have been calling for better controls on supply. That has not happened. There has been a very good focus on demand reduction strategies like plain packaging, health warnings, getting rid of menthol. All those things are fantastic. But the supply side has been totally ignored. And this is why we have 40,000 retailers embedded across our country that can so readily and easily sell an illicit product in broad daylight to our youngest Australians. I think when we want to talk solutions, I won't do this, but I could actually talk for hours about the number of things we could be doing better in Australia for tobacco control. I was part of a WHO Framework Convention Committee where we came up with a list of what we called forward-looking measures of things countries that seemingly had maxed out on what you could do in tobacco control, got high taxes, got warnings, or running education campaigns that could address things like supply, so cutting the number of retailers dramatically, doing more about smoke-free environments. I noticed that WA this week is acknowledging that their smoke-free laws around bars and clubs are quite weak, that we could be doing more around cost recovery, holding the tobacco industry accountable for the costs of enforcement, holding them accountable for the costs of delivering our education campaigns. I could go on, and I don't think vague sort of discussions around have it as part of a package, but the primary focus is tax cuts are very helpful from a public health point of view. And I think I would just conclude, I find it very disheartening, I guess is the right word, when I hear things like, well, people from low socioeconomic backgrounds, we don't deserve to give them the same protections, opportunities as children from higher income households. We should just make cigarettes cheap so that they can smoke. And there is so much more we could do to ensure that people from those lower income brackets are just as well served as people in higher income brackets. And we would have fantastic public health outcomes if we were to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything they wanted to say?
Yes, I did, Senator, if you don't mind.
Mr.
I'll be
Chapman,
brief. My concern about this rampant illicit trade is twofold. As a public health person, I'm of course very anxious that we might see a rise in smoking, particularly among young people, with the data that'll come out at the end of the year. Price is a major deterrent to taking up smoking, and it's a major incentive to quit smoking. So with the price being at rock bottom, it's a perfect storm around the corner
perhaps. But I'm also very concerned as a citizen. We're seeing a breakdown in the rule of law, which a lot of people are ridiculing, saying, you know, what is the government doing about this? They should be doing something. If I were a criminal and I was seeing what I've been able to get away with selling illegal vapes and illegal cigarettes, I'd be thinking, well, why don't we move into the grog market? And I believe in Melbourne that has started to happen already. And why don't we sort of do something about those gun laws? Why don't we just open up gun shops and sell firearms to people who don't have gun licences? Why don't we sell pharmaceuticals to people who don't have prescriptions? When, of course, those markets have been regulated in Australia and are world's best practice, along with our firearm laws, and our alcohol laws are very good as well. But I want to just make one major point before I hand over to the next person, and that is that I want to say that the lower the tax emperor really has no clothes. And the reason I say that is that we've heard propositions and people saying, well, this is the obvious thing to do. You know, we need to make cigarettes more, legal cigarettes more competitive with the legal ones. The way to do that is to pull the excise down. I've heard today listening in, you go back to the 2020 levels, the 2019 levels, the 2018 levels. I've even heard one commentator saying that all tobacco tax ought to be taken away. Well, if you've just done basic primary school maths, you can work out why those propositions are so really quite asinine. If we took the tobacco tax down to 2020 levels, a packet of 20 cigarettes, a budget packet of cigarettes would sell for about $30. If we took it down to zero tax, a packet of cigarettes would sell for just over $11. Now, you can buy illegal cigarettes. If you go in and buy a carton, you can buy them for $7 a pack, and it can get a lot worse than that. If we look at the price that people can bring illicit cigarettes into Australia, I'll give you the example of what you can buy them for in Cambodia, which is one of the world's most renowned transit hubs for illicit trade. A lot of stuff that gets exported out of Europe and the Middle East and China goes via Cambodia and then down into markets like Australia. You can buy a taxed packet of cigarettes in Cambodia for 34 cents, right? So you pay then to get it transported to Australia, warehoused, etc., and then the retailer's margin. You can sell them and still be very profitable for a lot less than $7 a pack. The exercise of going down with the excise sounds good, sounds wonderful, sounds responsible, but it will do nothing. Thank you.
Who's next? Or are we happy to go to questions from senators?
Yes, thank you.
Professor Kelmer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the invitation to present today. Can I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal peoples and other Aboriginal people who are on this panel today, and particularly Senator Cox. Can I also say that whilst I'm appearing in a private capacity, I am the National Coordinator for Tackling Indigenous Smoking, which is a Commonwealth-funded program, but I do that on a consultancy basis. And I know the department did present this morning, so I wanted to share my experiences from an Indigenous perspective. And I've held this role since its inception in 2010. So we've had, a lot of experience, and it's been funded and supported by all major parties over those 16 years. So I guess the key thing for me is to firstly state that I don't accept any funding or support from commercial tobacco or nicotine industry, and that's to comply with Article 5.3 of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which really does say that we have a responsibility to protect the health of all citizens and not be influenced by big tobacco. For us, from an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspective, approximately 37% of all deaths amongst our people are attributable to smoking. And we know that in Australia about 66 people die every day across the general population, and these are lives that have a significant impact. And of course we do know the health impacts of smoking generally. We do recognise that this is a process to look at issues like organised crime and the violence, unsafe products, etc. But I think outweighing that is the cost to society and to the government on the impacts of smoking and more recently, in more recent years, vaping as a product. We have been world leaders in reduction of smoking through various initiatives by various governments in the public health area, from strong tobacco taxation to plain packaging, as Professor Freeman mentioned, to our smoke-free laws, etc. So these are measures that have saved lives, and they're measures that still have a way to go, but the process has commenced. We are, often challenged by the compliance of the states and territories, particularly in governing the sale of tobacco products, and that is one of the issues that we believe that needs to be a greater emphasis put on, but not at the expense of addressing the health impacts of smoking to a far broader population than the bombing of a few tobacconists by allegedly organised crime. I think I wanted to just mention that through a well-funded campaign, an education campaign, we can see reductions. And since the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program commenced, we've seen about 80,000 lives saved, about 120,000 less Aboriginal people taking up smoking, but also giving up smoking, which has been about an 18% reduction in the program. So it's very significant, but that's all about community empowerment and education, and not only talking about the health impacts, but also the economic impacts and the environmental impacts of smoking. I think, overall, we do need to address the illicit tobacco trade, but we also have to reduce the preventable deaths and diseases that are associated with smoking. So it is a challenge, but it is something that I think we as a nation can take on without reducing excise, which is only going to increase and potentially increase the uptake. And just as an anecdote, last month we had the World Indigenous Cancer Conference taking place in New Zealand, and in talking with many of the Maori people there, since they've had vaping for much longer than we have, they're seeing a significant increase in vaping, and it's not as a harm reduction process, it's just an addiction. And so reducing the price is only going to increase it, and particularly in the younger populations. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Mr. Professor Kalmer.
Senator.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just quickly follow Professor Kalmer? So AMSAND is the peak body for Aboriginal community-controlled health services in the NT, and I want to particularly focus on our somewhat different context here in the NT compared to many of your presentations today and last week. We have the highest smoking prevalence in the country, both for non-Aboriginal people and for Aboriginal people. And for Aboriginal people, 52% of adults smoke, and that's even higher in remote areas of the Northern Territory. This is quite different to elsewhere. The high price of tobacco, as previous speakers in this session have emphasised, is a very important motivator for Aboriginal as well as other smokers to quit, and is part of our multi-pronged approach. Here in the NT, there are some particular issues. We have read the NT government submission since putting in our own submission, and the most important thing that needs to happen here is that the NT government amend the NT Tobacco Control Act to ensure its enforcement, and then ensure its enforcement as we've repeatedly advocated and communicated in meetings with NT Health for months. This is achievable and is happening elsewhere, but in their submission, while they admit their act is no longer fit for purpose, they are not expecting any improvement in NT legislation to be enforced until 2028, in 2 years' time. Now, a couple of speakers today have emphasised the urgency of action. 2028 is not urgent. I mean, I commend the committee for looking at this crisis now, but that is insufficient. And in spite of that, 2 weeks ago, Assistant Minister Hill was here in the NT and announced $5.9 million of extra funding to tackle this crisis here in the NT, and as yet we have had no update on that inadequate timeline. And I'll leave it there to take questions. Thank you, Senator.
Professor Jonganellis.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the invitation to appear before the committee, and I'd like to declare that I've not ever received nor provided services or support to the tobacco or nicotine industry or their retail sector allies. I'll try to keep this brief. My concerns echo those of others. There is no doubt that we have a problem with illicit tobacco sales in Australia, and there is definitely a clear need for coordinated action to ensure effective government control of all aspects of illicit trade. However, we must remember that Australia continues to face substantial public health challenges from all forms of tobacco, with smoking claiming the lives of 66 Australians every day. And so we really must acknowledge that it's all tobacco products that pose universal health risks. And so we need a really comprehensive and persistent approach and interventions against both legal and illicit products. Now, as a public health researcher, my primary concern is the health of the population. And there are several reform options, some of which Becky has already spoken to, that really offer an opportunity to reduce smoking rates, both legal and illicit. I'm really concerned about the demand for tobacco products, and we really need to be working to reduce that demand by enhancing cessation support for those who smoke. We know that the vast majority of people who smoke want to quit, and they wish that they never started. And we need to be doing more to help them quit by offering affordable support, and by offering support that's consistent with the evidence-based, by offering those approved replacement therapies. Ultimately, this will reduce the demand for tobacco products, and it will also address those persistent health inequalities which have come up in several sessions already today. And I'll echo Becky's concerns around the current oversupply of tobacco. It is completely unacceptable that we live in a society that has 4 times the number of tobacco retailers as grocery stores. Without accessible retail outlets, the profitability of illicit tobacco diminishes. And we are giving those who smoke a better chance at quitting successfully because they're not walking down the street and having every second or third store selling them a tobacco product. We also know that 2/3 of Australians believe there are too many shops selling tobacco, and there is strong support for regulation, stronger regulation of retailers. And so I really urge the committee to listen to the Australian population when it comes to this. I think now, where we've reached less than 10% smoking prevalence in the general population, it is the time for Australia to show that it cares about the health of the population, that we acknowledge that tobacco kills and that nicotine is addictive, and that we not surrender to organised crime syndicates and the tobacco industry when it comes to our health policies. I'll end it there and send it to the senators for questioning.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for your evidence and for your patience today in waiting for the call as you have done. I want to begin with Professor Freeman. Professor, can you hear me clearly? You're muted.
Oh.
Yes. Yep, you can hear me? Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Professor, without going into anything you are uncomfortable with discussing publicly, are you able to outline for us the kind of threats or intimidation that you have experienced over the years that you have been advocating in this space. You've got a long career working in tobacco control in the public health space, but I know that that doesn't come without a cost. So I invite you to share that within the boundaries of what you feel comfortable to share with us today.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think all of us here who speak publicly and do advocacy to protect public health expect to get some pushback on that, and I've certainly received my fair share of hate emails, text messages, letters to my office, phone calls, talkback radio, you name it, that happens, and I expect that. And, you know, pushing back on the policies I advocate for, my position is one thing, but I've also been attacked for being a woman, being not having an Australian accent, being too dumb to have an opinion on these matters. So things that are well outside of public health arguments. I've really noticed an escalation in recent times. Last week, I actually received a death threat from someone who called themselves known heretic killer, who told me I should butt out of the illicit tobacco debate or I could find myself on a list. So I had to forward that email to our university campus security. I had to file an HR complaint. I was then advised I had to tell the police about this. The police have now assigned a detective to me. It's really full on. I appreciate that there should be open dialogue and transparent dialogue, but the idea that public health advocates who honestly, and this may sound a bit Pollyannish, I just want Australia to be healthier. I just want young people not to be taken advantage of by the tobacco industry or by illicit crime gangs. And so, yeah, I would say there is a price to pay, but what's the alternative? Allowing the tobacco industry to continue to market their products? Absolutely not.
Mm. And just to so that we understand you correctly, so you've not only received a threat of violence against you, but one that has been treated so seriously by the authorities that they've assigned a protection individual to you.
Yeah, I was emailed back by a detective today saying that I filed my complaint online like you do, and then I had a detective email me today saying that she's looking into it for me. And campus security has advised me to download an app so that I can alert them to when I'm alone on campus in my office if I need to. So yeah, it is being taken seriously, thankfully, by my employer as well.
That's totally unacceptable, but thank you for sharing that with us. You've continued to participate publicly in this inquiry despite those experiences. Why do you believe it is important to continue to speak out on these issues?
I couldn't not. This is what I want, this is what I'm doing, and I've loved seeing the success we've had. When I first moved to Australia, you know, smoking rates were, you know, at least 35% higher than they are now. And you think of the number of lives that have been saved and the number of public health people from all across this country who have dedicated their whole careers to this. And when I hear reports that somehow those dedicated people who are rightly so have been recognized with Orders of Australia and all kinds of honors are being told they're only doing this for their careers or to get grant money, I find that pretty abhorrent, really. And we absolutely just want to see those smoking rates get as low as possible. That's why we're here.
And would it be fair to say that public health experts in this field, in this particular field, often experience a level of personal risk simply for advocating evidence-based policy?
I will hand over to my colleague here.
Look, I've had occasional stuff. I've been media, but you learn to grow rhino hide pretty quickly. What I would say, though, is that we get, I've personally received a lot of praise from strangers, letters that I've received unsolicited, people stopping me in the street, people coming up to me in cinema queues saying, you know, you're Simon Chapman, aren't you? I'd like to thank you for what you do. That sort of experience is far more frequent than the unpleasantries that we get.
Do you think there's it's quite incredible to me. Do you think there's an irony in the fact that the tobacco industry representatives were, they requested and were granted an in-camera hearing on the basis of their safety concerns, while public health experts who have experienced this ongoing harassment and threats over many years somehow managed to find it in yourselves to continue to appear publicly?
I would turn it back to what about the health and safety of their best customers, where 2 out of 3 people who don't quit will die as a result of using those products. What kind of health and safety are we offering to them, and to request to appear in camera to protect them? I find it really hard to swallow. Me too.
In terms of more broadly, and this will be for all of you, and then I'll conclude because we're struggling for time. What concerns do you have about the calls that we've heard over the course of this inquiry for a cut to the tobacco excise? And I might start with Professor Karma.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, from all the evidence that's around, there's none that will indicate that by cutting the excise, you'll reduce smoking or vaping. It's a counter to that. If it makes us more available, then people will take it up. A lot of our work is working with. We're a population health approach, which means we just provide information, and that's targeting young people. And when people are given information to make an informed decision, they will make a decision positively. And I think that's for kids, particularly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids, they become some of our best ambassadors. When we have public media out there looking at the No More Bunda, break the chain, and don't make smokes your story campaigns that the federal government funds, I get so much positive feedback from non-Indigenous people. The Flip the Vape program that we run, it's the non-Indigenous people it resonates with. So we need to provide a lot more information out there for the community to help them make a decision.
Thanks, Senator Steele. John, I'm going to rotate the call now. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Before a couple of individual questions, could I just have each of you give me the 3 most important statements that you'd like to make about this topic? Who's going to start?
I'll go first. 1, we need to address the supply of these products. We have an oversupply of tobacco in every form in Australia. That means cutting the number of retailers, cutting the amount of tobacco available for sale, and making it so this is not as normal a product to purchase as bread, milk, and cheese. 2, we need to ensure that we are doing everything we can in tobacco control, not putting the brakes on tobacco control. When I hear cut the tax, I don't hear also let's add innovative policy measures on top of that. Let's add things like the UK just last week decided they wanted to have a smoke-free generation. Why are we not talking about a nicotine-free generation in Australia? Things like policies that will actually move the dial. The third thing I would stress is that Australia should be really proud of its tobacco control history. We have not lost the policy battle. This is not a policy disaster. We have less than 10% of people in this country smoking. Of course, we're all very concerned that smoking rates are going to rise at the end of this year when the latest data comes out, particularly among young adults, because they've been hit with a double whammy: illicit tobacco, and they were the first group of young people to vape. And if you vape, you are 5 times more likely to go on to smoke. So the third thing is to stay the course on our vaping laws and not bow to tobacco industry pressure that they should be sold as consumer goods. We now know there are links to cancer. We know there are links to cardiovascular disease. These are not everyday products that should be sold in convenience stores and petrol stations. They belong in pharmacies for smokers who are using them to help them to quit. And that's the model we need to stick with.
I would emphasise the point that I made in my opening remarks as my first point, that cutting the tax isn't going to do anything. Second thing I would say is that a remark that Mr Fakari made, that it's the licensed tobacconists who are doing the right thing. I looked on the New South Wales register of all the closed businesses. 60% of the businesses which have been closed have been licensed tobacco shops. So this is not about a matter of bad eggs and good eggs. This is a matter of right across the board, people taking their chances and doing illegal things. I'd also make the point too that vaping, my third point is that vaping is not necessary to getting smoking rates down. There are 42 countries in the world which have smoking prevalence under 10%. One of those countries is New Zealand. And we hear vaping advocates saying, we should go the way that New Zealand does. Well, the other 41 countries are countries which by and large have negligible vaping in the countries, but they have cultural antipathy and history of not being pro-smoking, and they have good tobacco control programs around the place. So I think that we need to wear our sceptical hats when we're looking at this issue. There's a lot of people beating particular vested interest drums about this topic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yeah, look, mine will be firstly, I think we need to harmonise legislation across the states and territories. Some states are far better than others in enforcement and regulation, both Queensland and South Australia, to note. Others are not quite as advanced, and that's part of what we want to do. I think looking at the powers of the Illicit Tobacco Commissioner, need to be maybe ramped up into an enforcement opportunity a bit more, and give them a bit more authority. And I think the third one for me is, and this is supporting what others have also said, is a very good community education campaign, well funded and well targeted.
Thank you.
I'm happy to go next. Mainly points that other people have mentioned, but I think they're important, so I'll reiterate them. The first thing I would recommend is that we support those who smoke to quit using evidence-based measures that currently exist in Australia. 2, that we address the oversupply of tobacco in this country. And 3, we need to invest in forward-looking measures rather than reversing the successful measures that we've introduced to date. I'll pass on to David.
Right. Coming from the NT, I suppose I should go last because clearly we're the last to do anything on this crisis. We still do not have fit-for-purpose laws. They need to be fit for purpose. They need to be properly enforced. No one is arguing that reducing the price of tobacco will motivate people to quit. That's what we're going to get with all this illegal tobacco everywhere. So we know from our research that Aboriginal people, for them, price remains a high motivator to quit. We want people to quit and live healthier lives. And then I'll concur with everyone else that we need to do everything else as well. This is not the only thing we need to do to reduce the harm that smoking is causing. So in the Aboriginal space, it is essential that the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program continue. As yet, there is no funding beyond June next year. We need proper cessation support. AMSANT is now supporting clinicians and training clinicians to make sure that whenever people come into the clinics, they're getting proper support. We need mass media campaigns. There haven't been proper hard-hitting mass media campaigns for some time. And the NT, need I say it again, we have not had a locally produced mass media campaign or a TV campaign since 2012. 2012. The first time there was an NT made no smoking ad was last year, and it was funded through the Tackling Indigenous Smoking programs led by the top end team and the team in the Big Rivers during the footy. And those, we are hosting similar TV campaigns this year. The NT government has done nothing. So we need to call out where inaction is happening, we need to fix it, and we don't need to put up the white flag.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Chapman or Professor Chapman?
Professor Chapman.
Thank you. Your name is up here just as Simon Chapman, so sorry for that. Professor Chapman, isn't the cause of the illicit market very high excise? And since it's been moving up, people have been forced into the illicit market? It's a price signal, isn't it?
What we've got to do is to look globally at what the relationship is between high prices, high taxes and high illicit trade. And every authoritative report I've ever seen on this says that there is no linear relationship whatsoever. It's far more complex than that, Senator. If you go over to the UK, that many people think is a model of tobacco control, they have very, very high they don't have smoking rates which are much lower than Australia's. In fact, they're a little bit higher. Same in the United States, same in Canada. And yet all of those three countries we see vapes, awash and freely available. And we see illicit markets in each of those countries as well. So please, I implore you when you're writing this report to look beyond the statements of people who have been giving evidence to you in this country about a kind of an inward-looking perspective. Look globally at the international data and draw some conclusions from that.
Thank you. Last question.
So I'm just going to... We've got 10 minutes left. Senator Cox hasn't asked a question yet.
I'll see the call.
So
I'm happy to see the call.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Appreciate that. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Roberts, for sharing the call. Can I just acknowledge all of your wonderful and great work that you do in this area, and thank you for joining us so late this afternoon. Professor Freeman, I just quickly wanted to ask you, in the last hearing that this committee held, and even today, someone referenced, and I don't want to typecast you as originally being from Canada, your experience in the Canadian model of cutting tobacco excise back in the 1990s. But are you able to sort of speak to us about what those smoking rates, what happened to the smoking rates there once the excise was cut, and how, in particular, I'm interested in how the Canadian experience sort of doesn't translate to the Australian experience for us?
Yes, very happy to. And I'm proudly Canadian and Australian, so it's not a problem at all. Look, this is a little bit embarrassing, but I was actually in high school at the time when those tax cuts were made. So this is before my career in tobacco control. And it was one of the sort of the first countries that had been adopting best practice tobacco control, putting those measures in place, who rolled back a tobacco tax. And the reason it was rolled back is because there was smuggling of tobacco products coming through First Nations reserves, where tobacco was untaxed for First Nations people, and it was coming in off reserve and being sold to people who don't qualify for the non-tax of tobacco products. So it was a smuggling issue. What happened was tobacco rates went up in teenagers because the price signal was like, oh, these products are now cheaper. You can imagine the absolute onslaught of media coverage that resulted when you reduced the tobacco tax. It's like, oh, so anyone who hadn't caught on to the fact that illicit tobacco products were available now knows that legal products are also cheaper. So that happened. Look, I will absolutely agree with you. That was in the mid-90s. That was a different context, different laws in place than we have here in Australia. But it's the one international example we have of what happens. I think the other issue that we face here in Australia is we have now, 32 odd years of tobacco control in place since that happened. We know there was no plain packaging, there was no social media, there were all these other things. So I fully admit that you can't have a similar context around that. But that is the experience that happened. Is that what you're looking for? Did you have other questions?
Yes, thank you. That's great for us to record your evidence, and thank you for doing that. Now just to the rest of the panel, and I'm happy for others to jump in on this one. Back in 2020, 2021, often cited by those that sort of champion the cut in tobacco excise as sort of the Goldilocks era or Goldilocks zone, the same era that the former Liberal government were effectively left the door open to the explosion of cheaper vapes flooding Australia. By 2023, 1 in 3 teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17 had tried a vape. My first question is, what role did this massive influx in cheaper vapes play in opening the door to illicit tobacco trade? And in some ways, did that didn't the failure sort of to deal with illicit vapes operate as sort of a gateway drug for tobacco smuggling here in Australia, given that organised crime sort of got hooked on vapes, saw that no one was doing anything about it, and happily taking donations from the vape industry, and then the organised crime quickly ramped up the importation of illicit tobacco, and we see ourselves in that situation today. So I wonder if anybody would like to make some commentary on that.
I think that's a great question, Senator. I've often thought that those people who lobbied long and hard to help the National Party by Senator Canavan and also Senator Hughes to really gut the wonderful proposal that Greg Hunt, the Health Minister in the Morrison government, put up to start controlling vapes, basically saw that in tatters. And so criminal elements just decided, well, we can go for our life, where the door's been held open for us, let's do it. And then the next thing they discovered was, well, nobody's doing a damn thing about this. We can open 7 days a week till 11 o'clock at night and nobody will come and say, you're not supposed to be doing this. And so it didn't take long for them to think, well, if they're not doing anything about selling vapes, why don't we sell cigarettes as well? And here's some people offering us some beautifully priced, cheap cigarettes that are going to walk out the door. And so I think that if history going up in a helicopter will look at this.
I think we might have lost Professor Freeman. And
yes, looks like we have. Would you like to ask a question of someone else on the panel while we wait to see if we can get them back?
Yes, yeah, I'm happy to answer that question, Senator Cox. Yeah. So I agree with Simon and sort of your sentiments that I think that 2020, 2021 sort of lack of vaping reform really provided nefarious retailers and organised crime with an opportunity to test the market. So they were able to set up shops, they were able to buy and rent retail space, sold vapes, nothing was done about it. They were able to do it illegally, and I think it provided them with an opportunity to say, well, if no one's doing anything about vapes, which are clearly an illegal product, maybe we can get away with selling tobacco. And because they already had that infrastructure there, those shops that they had that they had either purchased or rented, they then just moved in with a different product. We're seeing them do the exact same thing now with nicotine pouches. They're just grabbing onto the next product that they can sell, and nicotine pouches are it. But I completely agree that I think that 2021 vaping reforms that didn't go through provided that opportunity, and we're now sort of seeing it. I think it's short-sighted to say this started in 2023 when the excise increased. I think this started well before then with the infrastructure build-up.
Does anybody else have any comments they wanted to make on this? Maybe Professor Kalmar?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cox. Look, I agree with what's been said earlier, but I think what we should also remember is that every time there is an increase in the excise, we see more people turning to looking for support. to give up smoking, and that is evidenced, quite widely. We do know, as I think Senator Jurgens Lease said, that most people want to give up smoking. They wish they'd never taken it up, and that's common across all population groups, and particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So it's just creating the opportunity for them to be able to take that next step forward, and it's not through putting another potential addiction in front of them, like vaping. It's about and we know that cold turkey is the most successful way that people give up smoking. So let's look at some of these proven ones rather than what the industry is presenting, and that is that vapes is a smoking cessation tool.
Thank you, Professor. I think we have
Senator Cox. I'm going to get pushy on time. I think I believe that we've got the message from Professor Freeman and Professor Chapman. Sorry. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop you asking questions. I'm just going to move on from that question because I'm trying to keep things moving. So if you've got another question, which will be your last question, because I do have some questions too, so we can so we can keep the hearing sort of close to an end time.
Yeah, understanding it's been a long day for everybody. The committee has just heard from the vape lobby and who've called themselves harm reduction advocates. Regarding vapes being less harmful is the sort of narrative that they were running with us here in the committee. But all the evidence that I've seen suggests that people first get hooked on vapes, particularly young people, and then switch to cigarettes. Can you talk to us a bit about the role vapes play in getting people hooked on nicotine and, basically that they aren't safe alternatives, are they?
I'm happy to jump in and start that answer, if that's all right.
Go
great.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so just leaning on the Generation Vape study I lead again. So young people all start out on the same sort of pathway with vaping. They see it's something fun, something colorful, something they're curious about, and they try it at a party on a Friday night and think, oh, this tastes pretty good. And then some of those young people, they never vape again, they're not interested, doesn't affect them. Then another portion of young people start buying their own vapes, start needing a vape, can't concentrate in class anymore, stick a vape under their pillow so they can vape in the middle of the night. And they look at their friends who can vape at parties and can give it or take it, and they think, what have I done wrong? Why can't I use that vapes that way? Not understanding that they were designed to addict them, designed to hook them in. And then we hear from our own Generation Vape study participants, what is it about, vaping that you move on to smoking? Why does that happen? And they said, well, I've gone and tried vaping now. I might as well try smoking. Or, well, I was just offered a cigarette and I'd heard that they're kind of more satisfying than vapes, that they're more grown up, that they're more sophisticated. And I tried smoking and I really liked it. And then I found that when I was smoking, I could buy a pack or have a pack on me and I could monitor how many I had. I'd be like, right, I'm going to go outside, I'll have a cigarette, I'll smoke the whole thing and I'll put it aside. Whereas a vape, do you know how sometimes when you're on your phone, you think, oh, I need to check something on my phone and you're already looking at it? Young people feel that way about vaping. It's like I would be taking a hit on it and thinking about already taking that next hit. They just find it so incredibly addictive. And so this idea that they're safer, that only should be applied to adult smokers who've tried everything else they can to quit and haven't been able to do that. And then maybe with the support of a health professional, vaping is a way to get off smoking. I am not saying that, a 50-year-old trucker who's smoked his whole life shouldn't use vapes to help him quit. But that's a lot different than a 15-year-old who has never smoked, was never going to smoke, having access to vaping products.
Thank you very much, Professor Freeman. I don't know if there are any other comments before I hand the call back to the chair.
Just to note, I've seen some commentary recently, Senator Cox, likening vapes and nicotine pouches to harm initiation rather than harm reduction. If we think about the fact that less than 10% of the population in Australia smokes, these products can potentially assist some of them to quit. We know from the evidence that the majority of people who smoke quit unassisted, and that e-cigarettes are not going to help them. So in my mind, we are trying to protect we're trying to give access to the whole population when it's actually only a very small proportion of the population that may benefit from these products. In my mind, that's not harm reduction, that's exposing a large proportion to harm initiation, and that's not something that I'm willing to allow, really.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Yes,
Cox,
Professor Calmer.
Sorry, a number of us were working with Minister Butler in designing the legislation around vaping, and that's particularly why we suggested going to pharmacies to be able to get vapes so they can get the information that they need, and it will be a deterrent for those who just want to do it for recreational purposes, because some may want to do that, but they also might want to give up, and so they can get some qualified information from the pharmacist.
That's great and very helpful. I thank you all for your evidence today. I'm happy to hand the call back, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Cox. Professor Calmer, I just want to ask you specifically, and to also in the Northern Territory, the penetration of the illicit market into those communities that you're working directly with. I think you said 52% in the Northern Territory. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, Dr. Thomas said that, and that's across the board. We know that the reduction, which is now 29% for the ABS data that came out in November 2024, nationally we're down to 29%. But the more remote the community is, the greater the incidence of smoking, albeit lesser number of cigarettes smoked. But from our position, any cigarette's an unsafe practice. What we do know is that there's a less of incidence of vaping happening in remoter communities, and the further you get away from the centre, and it's about the availability, and it hasn't penetrated, which is something that we're very, very pleased about. But also we've got a very significant workforce through the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program, and they do target the community with information about the negative impacts of vaping as well as smoking. So if we can keep it out of those communities, we're better off than that. But I think Dr. Thomas has also had across the territory different, maybe similar experiences.
So we have much higher sort of smoking prevalence in remote communities in the NT. So we're looking at 60+%. There's some variation between the top end and Central Australia because of the different contact history with tobacco. We had tobacco come with Macassans hundreds of years ago in the top end. We're not seeing, certainly in my experience talking to a lot of people on the ground, there's very little vaping out bush. Maybe the odd mechanic or visiting person might bring it, people might try it, but it's not around. And initially when we put in our submission, we said that there was relatively little of this illegal, cheap, untaxed tobacco in bush communities. But since we put in our submission, we're hearing more stories. Some, remote stores are selling them, not from the big group chains like Unland Progress Association or Outback Stores. They certainly do not sell it and are very active in reducing tobacco sales. But some smaller operators are doing that. And of course, there are more informal, dodgy, people who are selling it. But almost certainly they're buying it in town and bringing it out. We're not seeing... So that's why there is some urgency here in the NT. Look, I know we're a small part of the country, but we have, dramatically higher smoking prevalence, and we have an opportunity to stop this early. Except, unfortunately, we are dragging the chain. Well, our government is dragging the chain. And so that's why AMSANT and our member services have been, kind of begging the NT government to do something about this. They can copy the laws. Plagiarism is encouraged from, Queensland and South Australia. Then they need to enforce the laws. And then they also need to do all the other boring tobacco control stuff. And as Becky hinted earlier, not tackling this illegal tobacco also threatens future activity. Whether it be the excellent reforms that the New Zealand Parliament introduced a couple of years ago, but then were unfortunately repealed, or the UK laws which were introduced only a month ago. So we need to, really put our foot down on this and really sort of like get moving. But, we do have some opportunities here in the NT just because we're, kind of backward.
So would you say that better controlled supply chains in the NT are contributing to that more limited supply of things like vapes into community? Is that? I mean, you have a better control of supply chains through organisations such as Outback Stores, which Professor Kalmar talked about, and they're obviously got a high level of compliance, which is terrific. But is that different type of market, I suppose, making a difference?
I think it's just a smaller market, Senator.
Okay.
I think certainly here in Darwin, I live in Darwin, and we've got dozens of these shops popping up everywhere. Even in small towns like Catherine, there are half a dozen. We've been told of multiple tobacconists popping up there. So it's no one's going to go a few hundred kilometres out bush to set up one of these. But some people there are coming into town, getting a whole lot of cartons and then selling them out the back, as they do with Sly Grog and Carver and other illegal products.
So those more traditional supply chains.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yep.
Senator, I was going to say this is really some of the reduction or the lack of availabilities across Northern Australia rather than just the Northern Territory. Yep. And there hasn't been the penetration, but between Alpa and Ibis, which is in the Torres Strait and Northern Australia, and Outback Stores, they're very, very active in trying to discourage smoking and definitely not producing vapes. But when you look at some of the biggest centres, which are non-Indigenous controlled, there's a few more entrepreneurs out there that are starting to bring the vapes in. But with better regulation and compliance checking, it'll work. And I mentioned, the Illicit Tobacco Commissioner, Amber Shahita, recently did a trip around the Territory and has also observed areas where there is illicit tobacco getting in. But they're in the bigger communities rather than the more remote communities.
Just in relation to the state legislation that's been passed with respect to tobacco, would your view that should also incorporate vapes? Would that be of assistance in the overall enforcement conversation?
You mean cracking down on illicit cigarettes and illicit vapes?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Just acknowledging, though, that we're not suggesting that vapes should be a consumer product like tobacco is, that they belong in pharmacies.
No, I'm pretty clear on your position in relation to that. in the context of the fact that probably 60 to 70% of the market is now illicit, how do we cling to the view that price remains the key disincentive, particularly when you look at the numbers in the budget the other day that suggest that by 2029, which is what, 3 years down the track, 90% of the market, if we don't do anything about this, is going to be illicit, just by looking at the tax numbers. So, you know, we're very, very deep in this mess right now, and we all want to see a reduction in smoking. I think, as you say, we should be celebrating Australia's success in this space, but how do we generate the step change that needs to be made if we're not using the whole toolkit?
Can I just start by questioning something there? I mean, I think by saying that the low price of cigarettes today means that price does not work is not logical. Price still works. Smokers still tell us.
I'm not making that that point.
Right.
I mean, I know that Treasury started looking at the growth of the illicit market in about 2017, 2018. They were worried about the inflection point in terms of where the market sits. And so clearly the campaign was successful for a period of time, but it got to a point where the market flipped out. I don't accept Senator Cox's attempt to try and blame the coalition for vape policy. Maybe that's contributed, but I know that Treasury started looking at these numbers in 2017-18 because I've spoken to some of the economists who are working with them on the policy. So it's been a concern that's been sitting there, and anyone who understands a market knows that there are key price points in a market, and you hit those things and the market starts to flip out to something else, and unfortunately that's what we're seeing now. And the reason that all of us are sitting here is that we want to kill the illicit market. That's the point of being here. It's not about trying to undo or undermine anything else, not from my perspective anyway. It's about trying to kill this bloody wicked problem that we have in the illicit market, and there are no simple answers here, no easy answers. And so how do we change the equation and the risk-reward ratio that organised crime are clearly working with in this overall conversation?
Senator, I heard, listening today, I heard quite a number of people saying that, you know, these shops, they get busted and then they're open the next day and busted again and get open the next day. I'm sure there are individual instances of that, but I'm in fairly close communication with New South Wales Health. I look at their weekly updates that they have about the store closures and so forth. And I live in the inner west of Sydney, where there are a great number of illicit tobacco shops. I go walking most days for about 7 kilometres through the streets where these shops are. And I can assure you that I've never seen one that has reopened. They are all abandoned. You know, a lot of these things are just fly-by-night traders. Maybe they've gone somewhere else, a different place, but the idea that the shops are reopening, there's one particular one in a suburb I can think that did do that, and it was that shopkeeper was hit with a ton of bricks the next day as soon as it was reported that the shop had reopened. The fines and the escalation of these closures into court cases where the penalties can be, in the case of commercial, you know, sort of corporations, I can't remember do you remember what it is? It's $2.4 million or something maximum fine and jail terms. I think once we move into that phase of things, we may see a totally different complexion happening.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'm going to draw it there. We are seriously behind time. Can I thank you all for appearing today and for your evidence. We very much appreciate it, and your patience in waiting for us to get to you. So thank you very much for your evidence. If you've taken anything on notice, the there's a date here somewhere that I can't find. And the Secretariat will be in touch to make sure that you've got that information to us by that, or you're aware of that date to get information to us. Thanks very much for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Police Federation of Australia. Mr. Scott Webber, are you...
Is he gone? Nicole, could you maybe suspend for a second?
We'll suspend just for a moment until we representatives from the Police Federation of Australia. Mr Webber, thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today, or this evening, as the case may be. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard, could you give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. And again, apologies. I had the link for the previous meeting and not the new one, and I've just found that now. Look, Scott Webber, Webber's WEB, CEO of the Police Federation of Australia, and I represent 67,000 police officers across the country.
Thank you, Mr Webber. Would you like to make an opening statement? Then we'll move to questions from colleagues.
Look, I realise the time, and I take my submission as read. Look, the biggest issue here is look, for police, this is not a motive, and we're not a motive when we go to jobs, but this is a health issue that's turned into a crime issue. And the biggest problem for us is that this is something that we don't want to do. It's something that we don't have the capacity to do. We need the harmonisation of laws, support from the Commonwealth, but on top of that too, we cannot arrest our way out of this problem. So there needs to be some alternative solutions, and what we currently are doing at the present moment is not working.
Okay. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Webber, for appearing today, or tonight.
Thank you, Senator.
What are the three biggest problems with this, and what's the solution you can propose for each of them?
So firstly, the biggest problem is this is a health issue that's turned into a crime issue. We've got murders, extortion, we've got organised crime making millions, up to billions of dollars in regards to illicit tobacco. Again, police officers don't have the training or the capabilities to deal with it. We have a huge issue of recruitment and retention across the entire country at the present moment. We're over 8,000 officers down. And if you say to police officers around the country, what's the priority in jobs? Closing down illicit tobacco at a tobacconist or at a private premises, or attending a domestic violence situation or someone breaking into a home, we are going to go to the domestic violence situation, the break-in enters. I think even, Senator, in your electorate all across Queensland, crime's a huge issue, and there's stations that have like 40 to 50 to 60 jobs outstanding. This is an extra job that's been loaded up on police officers. And in saying that, we already deal with a large capacity of health issues, whether it be, mental health, the issues that we had during COVID. And again, this is just at a job that really we don't need to do. Look, we're willing to enforce it, but you need to give us the capabilities, the proper harmonised legislation, the correct task force, and the funding. So that would be the first issue. Secondly, look, police have no invested interest in this. We're not linked to the health issues, the tobacco issues, but the one thing that's clear for us, always follow the money. Now, you have made legal tobacco, unaffordable for most people. And so illicit tobacco has filled that void. Until you change that structure, you are going to have this ongoing problem. So, look, price equals quitting, and I know that, and it's worked extremely well in Australia. But now price is not a part of the argument, because there is a price gap there where illicit tobacco is extremely cheap, and also you need the money. You need the money to deal with education. So if you're not getting the revenue, sorry.
Excuse me, just for clarification.
Sorry.
And the price is due to the exorbitant excise. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly right. Look,
you've
gone off the cliff here. Like,
we haven't,
past the point.
Because we've been advocating against this rubbish.
Sorry, I'm talking to the Commonwealth Government, because again, this is extremely frustrating for police. Because if you asked me 5-10 years ago, or look, we did talk about this 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, you would say that illicit tobacco was a major crime issue in Australia, I would have laughed. But it definitely is now. And unless there's a large investment in policing to actually turn the tide and a policy change, we are not going to get on top of it. And it's quite clear over the last couple of years. And then, as I said, look, price equals to quitting. But at the present moment, prices are reduced massively, so you're not going to get those people quitting. And it's going to be interesting, the wastewater and the research in regards to, people are taking. It's illicit tobacco and vapes actually increased through, all that sort of research. And again, we're not getting the full data too, because you're not getting that taxation excise, you're not getting that figures there. But the other thing is, if you're not getting the money into the federal government coffers, then you can't put in programs in health, in education, and actually start to deal with the problem. So let's get back to that equilibrium that we may have had 5 years ago. Let's have a reasonable excise so that money can be utilised for education, but also that gives us some breathing space from a policing point of view to actually try and stop this problem.
Thank you. That was pretty clear. Let me just check my understanding before I surrender the call. This is a new crime that's exploded because of the excess being so exorbitant. It's a different type of crime than most police have been trained to solve and to address. And the volume of crime is astounding, so that makes it doubly important. And what you need is more resources and more skills. Is that correct?
That's pretty much it, yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got a problem. I think Senator Cox is having problems with her system, so we might, if we can send her a link to be able to fix that.
Senator Cox call, please.
Can you give us a sense of how deeply entrenched organised crime has become now? With this, we're hearing that 60, 70% of the market, there's Senator Cox, fantastic, thank you, welcome back, of the trade now is illicit. Is that what you're seeing, and what is the effect, the flow-on effect that's coming through from that scale of trade for organised crime?
Well, look here, Chair, this is a huge issue for us because it's giving them a lot more money with a lot less risk. They can actually import illicit tobacco, and it's not like heroin, it's not like other illicit drugs. It doesn't actually have the policy, the legislation, and also the penalties that those other substances have. So it's minimal risk for a massive return. Some of them highlight that it's actually same return as some of the illicit drugs like heroin. And again, why wouldn't you invest your funds? And then you can divert those illicit funds into other organised crime issues, and that's extortion, sexual trafficking, huge. And we've seen, as we said, we've seen murders, we've seen arsons, we've seen extortion, standover tactics. They're huge issues. There has always been a mild illicit tobacco market in Australia, but now you've just put this, you've supercharged it, and what's occurring is, at the present moment, because of the price difference, we're not going to get on top of it. And again, we have limited resources. So legislation needs to be harmonised. The Commonwealth needs to take a lead on it. You see New South Wales actually balking at the $14 million that was given to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is losing billions of dollars, and that's, and I'm not going to get into the actual exact amount because that's argued all the time. But from our point of view, when we look at this logically, it's a policy that has changed the behaviour of the clientele, it's changed the use, and you've created an illicit market that is beyond anything that we've ever seen. Do police have the capability to deal with this in the legislation? No, they don't. That's why we want a multifaceted approach, a task force with obviously, border force, tobacco enforcement with the Commissioner. On top of that too, we'd like the ATO, and actually to try and stop it at the source. But in saying that, every person that we lock up, or we stop, or we close down their centre, another one just pops up. And I know people highlight, and we will close tobacconists every single day, but another one will pop up in a different location, or they'll just run it from home, or they'll run it through social media. So the problem's not going away. And the major concern for like my members is that we see this day in, day out. And I know in an ideal world, we should be approaching every single person and say, hang on a minute, do you have a prescription for that vape? But at that moment, we're in a police car driving lights and sirens to the next urgent job. So to be proactive in this manner, it's a list of priorities. And I would suggest that all your constituents would highlight, well, you know what, you need to protect me as a person, you need to protect my property. In regards to people that are making a conscious decision to actually smoke an illicit substance, i.e. tobacco, well, that would be lower down on the chain. The other thing that is a huge issue for us, and we really need Commonwealth support, is obviously disposal, destruction and storage. It just costs way too much. Where a local area command has, finite budgets, they're going to put their budgets in regards to proactive crime preventions, to deal with domestic violence, to deal with mental health, to deal with break and enters, steal from motor vehicles, assaults. But when it costs $4 a single vape to destroy, or we need to, man and look after an exhibit, or one exhibit of illicit tobacco fills our entire exhibit centre, we're not going to focus on those tasks, and we're going to say, hang on a minute, we've found this, we've actually, issued the fines, we've arrested the offenders, but we're going to hand it back to health. So the Commonwealth needs to take over destruction of illicit tobacco and vapes as well.
Just a final question for me before I go to Senator Cox. What sort of additional resourcing do you think is required at a state level to make a significant contribution to countermanding this illicit trade?
Look, again, I've highlighted we can't arrest our way out of this. We would need change to legislation. We need change to make it not so desirable to actually import it into Australia. There's an opportune time at the present moment. Obviously, illicit tobacco coming from the Middle East has been restricted in regards to the Strait of Hormuz and all those issues there. But then we still get like illicit tobacco from Asia and other countries. In saying that, look, we need a task force that it's a multifaceted approach where every piece of legislation can blend together. But again, we would like the Commonwealth to actually have uniform laws, uniform legislation, and similar to alcohol, where we can go in there, we actually have certain powers, reverse onus of proof. If there's illicit tobacco on the premises, we confiscate all tobacco. You need to highlight where you purchased it from. Fines not only for the person selling it, fines for the landlord, fines for the business owner, and restrictions on them into the future as well. And also reasonable priced fines. We need high value penalties here because we need to restrict that behaviour as well.
Okay, thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Webber, for waiting so long for us to get to you today. For years, there seems to have been a real reluctance by police and law enforcement to treat this issue as a serious and organised crime issue. What's changed in the last 12 to 18 months to bring law enforcement agencies to the table?
Well, just the volume of it. And look, illicit tobacco has always been there, and we've done numerous operations to stop that. It is just, but police are the universal 24/7 problem solvers. But in saying that, in this environment, we've just taken on so much extra workload. So with the restrictions that we have with our workforce, so as I said, there's 8,000 officers missing across the country that are either vacant positions or off sick. But then on top of the added priorities that have been tasked from every state and federal governments for us to deal with. This is another issue that we just do not need. Again, it's a health issue that's turned into a crime issue. It was there existing before, but nothing of this magnitude. So the reason it's really come on our radar, that now we can visibly see organised crime are taking millions and millions of dollars, and it's turned into murders, extortions, arson, where before that wasn't that issue. It was, it was chop, it was illicit tobacco, virtually homegrown. Some of it would come in internationally, but nothing ever to this magnitude. And now you have organised crime that commits so much against the community of Australia, but also around the world, and are dealing, and we're dealing with so many other crimes as well, and you're just giving them a bank to actually facilitate that as well. That's where our huge issue is at the present moment. And the other thing is we don't have the correct legislation, the harmonisation of laws, all the resources and the funding to deal with this as well.
Yeah, I think earlier in the hearing today, I'd mentioned that in order to get state and territory agreement to the critical priorities around responding to the illicit tobacco trade, that is to be tabled to cross-portfolio ministers to get that joint commitment. Obviously, we operate in a federation, a bit like yourself, so we can't do that alone. We obviously need to work with our state and territory partners on that. But in saying that, what is the difference that your members have said specifically to you about the coordination role of the Commonwealth that needs to be improved? Apart from uniform laws, what else is there?
Oh, look, again, storage and disposal. We do not have the capabilities. We do not have the storage areas. And also, we do not have the staffing to deal with this issue. It costs so much. And again, policing has finite budgets. And I'll keep coming back to this point. We have universal powers across all legislation. So whether it be, EPA or dealing with animal control or noise complaints, bushfires, floods, tempests, and then protection of people and property, but also this illicit drugs and illicit crime. We deal with all of that. So there's competing priorities. And I know that your constituents and members of the community, they have a different level of what they expect from police. So it is protection of people, of property, so the assaults and domestic violence. So what we'd like to see is, again, and you discussed it before, the harmonisation of law and a clear task force where we have access to everything. But on top of that too, we do not have the capabilities or the storage facilities or the destruction facilities to deal with vapes and tobacco. So at the very least, the Commonwealth could take over that role and destroy vapes and tobacco. You'd find in the states that when we do confiscate it, it would be destroyed, because otherwise we hand it back to health. And again, I'll keep coming. This is a health issue where we're willing to support. Same with mental health issues, we're willing to support, but it is not our primary function or role.
No, but organised and serious crime is, which is
definitely
what this, which is what this committee is obviously looking into. So, like, if we can, obviously, multidisciplinary approaches and across cross-portfolio ministers, they are trying to work in that way to ensure that there is an approach that covers some of those areas that you obviously talked about. In your submission, you noted that some of those social and economic impacts observed by police in the front line. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what those impacts are, including community safety risks brought by illicit tobacco trade, and ask if there are any significant examples, including in maybe remote communities or First Nations communities, any of those examples?
Well, if you're dealing with organised crime, not only are they selling illicit tobacco, they're selling everything that's illicit, and they're offering other services. So once you start to have that conversation, you build up that relationship, there's an opportunity actually heading down a path and that rabbit hole that you never want to head down. Look, and as you will well know, in far remote or special remote communities, and a prime example, someone talked about Sly alcohol in one of the previous submissions. The escalation of that price went up dramatically because obviously the tyranny of distance and lack of supply. But when they flood those, and at times they will flood those communities because they want people to get addicted, then all of a sudden it's another market point. We're seeing that not only with illicit tobacco and vapes, we're seeing it with ice, we're seeing it with Sly alcohol, huge issues for the community. And then all of a sudden, that money that's meant to be there for the community, looking after family, putting your kids through education, buying food during this, cost of living crisis, it's going to illicit tobacco, it's going to Sly alcohol, it's going to other drugs. So that's a huge issue. And then police have to pick up That's like deal with those welfare issues. And then there's even harder decisions dealing with domestic violence, breaking up family units. We don't want to do that. So again, education is key, but I don't think you can do education if you actually don't have the funding to do it. And at the present moment, because of the price variance, we don't have the money, the resources to actually deal with those education issues. And from our members' point of view, it does actually break our heart where we're seeing issues ongoing but exacerbated by illicit tobacco, which never happened before.
That's great. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Cox. Thank you for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, if we could have that data back to us by the 1st of June. So I've got that on the public record too. Thank you for your evidence today. I now welcome representatives from the Bega Valley Shire Council. Do we have Mayor Fitzpatrick and Ms Harrison? Can I start by thanking you enormously for your patience with us in getting to you finally today. Very much appreciated after having been bumped from the last hearing as well. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. Could you give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today before we go to an opening statement and questions?
Yeah, Russell Fitzpatrick, Mayor of the Bega Valley Shire.
And Emily Harrison, Director, Community Environment and Planning at Bega Valley Shire Council.
Thank you. Mayor Fitzpatrick, would you like to make an opening statement?
Look, we're basically resting on our submission of the 27th of March done by our CEO at the time, Anthony McMahon. I just might add a couple of things to it. What we're seeing at a grassroots level on the ground is that our old-fashioned news agency basically become illicit tobacco shops. It was interesting to hear some of the other speakers just recently where 60% of people actually had the rights to sell legal cigarettes but were charged with and closed down with selling illicit products. That's what we're actually seeing in the Bega Valley as well, that the shops that previously could sell legal tobacco are now selling illicit tobacco. So it's just a changeover in circumstance because that's where the market is, and it's driven by the market and the cost of living and the cost of cigarettes, nothing more, nothing less. We're seeing it right across the board. Smoking is actually increasing in the Bega Valley across the board because of vapes and also cheaper cigarettes, the illicit tobacco. That's the reality on the ground that I'm seeing personally. And we're now getting incidents of we've had one firebombing or attempted firebombing in one of our CBD areas, and we've seen hold-ups at service stations now for tobacco as well, and even for illicit tobacco. So we've got those things going. The compliance, you would have had a presentation earlier from one of our publicans, Dave Allen of the Cabargo Hotel, who's been following this now for 12 months and trying to get facilities closed down in the Bega Valley without success. One was closed last week, and the yellow notice of closure on the door, and they opened the door the next day. That's what's actually happening on the ground. We can listen to all the people say that they're going away or they're going to go somewhere else. It's not the case in regional New South Wales. They're just opening up irrelevant. The fines are minimum to them, and the action and restrictions being placed on them are non-existent. Ms Harrison may want to add to that from her point of view as a director. We suggested in our submission that there is regulation that could be done through planning proposals for local government to take stronger action. If that could be something like that could be looked at as a possibility, and she can probably elaborate on those things.
Thank you. Yes. So I think, Russell, you've captured nearly everything or the key points of our submission. I think one of the elements is that at the grassroots level, at the local level, there's very little that we can do. So local councils in particular have little, if any, levers or actions or delegation that we can take to help address this issue. In regards to planning legislation, now we're in New South Wales and all the states have slightly different planning legislation, but in New South Wales, We have an exempt and complying development code. And what that means is that some development, particularly retail shops, when you are changing from one retail outlet to a different retail outlet, in most cases that's exempt from needing any kind of land use approval. So the structure will have been approved for retail use, but then in terms of what shop goes in there, unless you are specifically excluded from the exempt category, like retail premises where firearms are sold, for example, but in most cases you don't need a DA. So at a local council level, from a planning perspective, we have no, I guess, powers or levers to regulate what shops are where, and if they are, because there is no DA, there's nothing for us to say they're acting in contravention to an approval. So from a planning perspective, we don't have powers to take action where shops are selling illicit tobacco or vapes. I guess the only other point I would add to that is even if that legislation was changed and that you needed a DA before you could sell tobacco or vapes, the powers that we have to enforce that, if people were acting in contravention to their DA or selling illegal products, we would be looking potentially the penalty from our perspective is that there's failure to comply with DA conditions. So that on its own will not curb this issue, but it is a lever that could be looked at, noting again, like, many have said before, you need a multifaceted approach. No one thing is going to solve this, and even if we had that, we'd still be limited the effect of that would still be limited.
Okay. Thank you. Can I just start by getting a sense of what the impact is in your region and the impact on what council is having to do or local government's having to do in relation to managing what you're seeing in your community?
Yeah, we're getting approached by the community to do more, but we don't have the levers to do it. All we can do is try and work with health and the police, the local police, who are both under-resourced to actually do anything. So when they do actually come around and close a shop down in one day and they're open the next day, we haven't got the resources to be on the doorsteps again the next day. But we just don't have that in local government in regional New South Wales, and the police and health also do not have it.
So effectively, you're just left with having to live with what's going on, and I suppose as the police have the capacity or time to be able to deal with a particular location, even though the example that we got from the Cabogo Hotel today is, close them today, reopen tomorrow, that's a relatively widespread occurrence?
That's the reality on the ground is what's occurring in our shire. And talking to other local government councils, it's exactly the same as well.
I think the stretched resources, so police and health are so stretched in their resources. We're a regional area. While from a state perspective we may not be high priority, the impact that this is having on our community is still real and is still, there is a big impact on us. But with the resources that are available, there just isn't. Police and health just can't get around to the whole state like they need to.
So
we cover an area of 242 kilometres. We cover an area from top to bottom, and we've got 12 towns and villages, and probably only 12 policemen to cover that. So the resources are just not there.
Yeah, okay. You talked about the proportion of businesses that are having closure notices given to them being, or previously being, legal suppliers. Would they also? So they would have been a licensed supplier in the past, and what is driving the change?
Yeah, so we've seen change in ownerships. News agencies now with online newspapers that are coming in regional New South Wales is a thing of the past. They're basically a gift shop now, so they're looking for other avenues. People are then taking up the lease on those premises, and they're basically taking it up to be an illicit tobacco shop. That's what they're becoming. But originally they had, the news agency could sell legal tobacco. But I was interested before when they said 60% of the ones being closed actually could actually sell legal tobacco, and that is the case. but the cost of with the cost of living, everyone's looking for the cheaper option.
So effectively, the existing business owner wants to get out. There's somebody who wants to buy it, and the reason for them wanting to buy it is so that they can sell illicit tobacco and make a buck that way. It's not the original owner deciding to make a switch. It's the original owner perhaps having viability issues with the business, which has been a common theme we've heard in evidence today, finding a willing seller and say, here's my way to get out.
And he was probably had a decent income selling legal tobacco, and it's just dropped right off because everyone was going to the illegal shops anyway. So he's happy to get out with what he can.
That's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting way to see the way that communities changing. So what sort of impact is this having on your communities? I reflect on a store I know in my town. It's a small city, 25,000 people, but it's let's say it's changed the neighbourhood since the particular store has come to town. The only one in the street with a roller shutter on the front. And it's changed the neighbourhood. Are you seeing that in your communities as well?
We haven't seen it at that level, but it's just starting to appear. In one of our towns, we have three or four of the shops as well. In that town, it's actually starting to appear. Further up the coast, in the next shire, we've had a firebombing there, and it's regulated there. Our firebombing got under control thanks to our local fire brigade seeing the smoke coming out the door. So we were pretty lucky there that it saved us, quick action from people passing by, saved any major damage. But since then, there's been charges laid. So yeah, we're starting to see it, and it's crime and taking people into other areas as well. As we know, smoking usually leads to something else down the track. We're in a vibrant coastal area, so we have a real cross mix of society. And a sometimes very low social economic base that we work off in some of our towns. And those towns can't afford legal cigarettes anymore. So they're all going to the illegal supply.
So in terms of
the utopia the professionals talk about people not smoking, we'd love that to happen, but it's not going to happen. People are going to smoke.
Unfortunately, I think that's an element of what we're dealing with here. In terms of what support you would like to see coming down through the system to assist you to deal with this, what thoughts do you have there? So you've got obviously the legislative framework that supports what you can and can't do, and then the resources to deal with it. But what would you like to see happening in support of your community?
Probably more on the street action, with the police resource to actually take that on the street action. I think once people see something that's illegal and being closed up, they'll stop going there. But at the same time, the price of legal cigarettes, needs to be reduced so that they can afford it as well. At the present time, there's no way that people can afford that on a social economic base that we work off in the regional area we're in.
May I add to that,
Sure.
Chair? I think the issue as well is looking at the penalties and making them actually meaningful to people, like the example the Mayor gave earlier. The one place in our shire that has been shut down, that had I think it was a 90-day closure notice on it, was operating again in a few days. And anecdotally, we hear that the penalties just aren't deterring what are they? The retailers? Sorry, the people selling the illicit products. So the penalties need to be appropriate, and as far as resourcing goes, it is absolutely giving police and or health enough resourcing to inspect and shut places down, but to do the follow-up or to be there when we do say they're open again, someone needs to get back to be able to actually, enforce that, I guess, and we're not seeing that at the moment.
Okay, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today and for your submission. I want to first of all acknowledge and appreciate your active involvement in democracy, because this is what it needs. Your submission argues that current deterrence, penalties and enforcement measures are ineffective. Is that correct?
Yep.
Anything you want to add to that?
Oh, look, and the resources needs to be there to make it effective. We just heard from the Police Association. I totally agree with everything the Police Association said. The resources need to be provided to do it. Now the New South Wales government has tried to bring in a task force to go and do it, but it's basically city-centric, and we haven't seen a lot of that action in regional New South Wales yet.
Also, I acknowledge Dave Allen from your shire. He did an excellent presentation, very, very punchy and powerful. You also say that illegal supply is increasing, not declining.
Yeah, well, we've had more shops open up in all of our towns. We've basically got 3 or 4 illegal shops in our bigger towns and down around 2 in some of the smaller towns. But as I said, every news agency basically in those towns has been converted into a legal tobacco shop. All the kids know they can go and get the tobacco at the old news agents.
Thank you. And you know significant social, economic, public health and safety impacts, including harm to existing retailers, which you've discussed.
Yeah, so we've only had the one incident at the present time, but as it goes on and more people get into the illegal tobacco market, I just think more is going to happen, and that's what you see in most regional country towns. And we've seen the fire bombings in the Shire right next to us.
So what you're seeing is a breakdown of law and order, which undermines the community and the security of people. Yeah,
or a lack of trust from the community that nothing's happening. I think you mentioned Dave Allen. I think the path that he's tried to keep it respectful and gone down every political avenue he can to try and get something happening, and we haven't seen anything on the streets actually happening.
Okay, you also mentioned increased youth access to cheap unregulated tobacco. What's the concern?
Yeah, I think
there?
That's a given that's what's occurring.
Yep. Okay, and you've talked with tobacco shop retailers?
Yeah, we've been around most of them. Most of our retailers, we walk, local government, you walk the streets every day and have a yarn to everyone you can, and you just see it happening. So you see it in front of your eyes. I'd like to keep some of the cash and put it in the council coffers. It'd be a nice outcome for us.
Of course. Now, tobacco shop retailers, what are they telling you is the cause of this burst of crime?
Yeah, mainly the price. Most of them just consider the current price of the legal tobacco to be too dear, and the people cannot afford it any longer, so they just go to the cheap option. People who have smoked all their lives are now going to the cheaper option. So we've got
all young people. Sorry, Senator.
No, keep going.
Just that young people now have more illicit products, which are cheap, are more readily accessible. They're cheap and they're accessible. So even those who haven't smoked all their lives are picking it up, where there'd been a lot of education done, I think, with young people around the dangers of smoking, and that, I think, is being undone because of the availability of these products.
And we've also got a cost of living crisis, which is very, very real. Energy costs, electricity costs, housing costs, insurance costs, inflation, government services from federal and state are increasing more quickly than inflation. So we've got real cost of living pressures on people. People are getting squeezed, and they look for alternative ways of spending their money.
Yeah, and we had that even with the liquor trade, where some years ago I was a publican and everyone was going to home brew because the price of liquor of beer was getting too dear for them. So obviously people, when you're in that situation, look for a cheaper option.
And just to confirm, the price is driven. The legal tobacco price is driven by the very high, exorbitant excise.
Yeah, the last 2 increases have really had a large effect on people.
Okay.
And the price.
Thank you very much for expressing your concerns. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Just a final one from me. So, Ms Harrison, you talked about the work that had been done being undone by the current circumstance. So the disincentive to smoke by price plus the availability of an illicit product at a very cheap price is effectively undoing all of the good work that we've done in the past, particularly with younger people, because they now have access to this illicit product and are therefore are taking it up.
Yes, I think that is a very real outcome of this. That a lot of that work that's been invested is being undone, and it is because of the ease of availability, the cost, the low cost of this product. And also I think there is some, particularly when you look at vapes, there is a little bit of maybe further education that needs to be done in terms of making vaping not as trendy. I think we went through this with cigarettes years ago, and I don't think the same thing has happened with vapes yet.
Are the outlets that are selling illicit tobacco also selling the illicit vapes? Are they the same supply chain?
Yeah, in our case it is. They're both available at each of the shops.
Okay. All right. Can I again thank you for your evidence and thank you again for your patience. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, but if you have, if you could have that information to us by the 1st of June, or if you have anything else that you would like to put to us off the back of the hearing today. Can I thank everybody for their forbearance? Can I particularly thank the Secretariat and Hansard for hanging in with us today. It's been a long day. Thank you, colleagues, for your participation and support for the hearings. I declare the hearing adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.